don't want a god-tier ability and choose the worst talent instead? Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 176 Shocking Change. The Secret of Kryptonian Bloodline. Zhao Zheng arrived in Qingdao in just over 10 minutes. Qingdao is a major coastal city in China. Although it's not a provincial capital, it's much more famous and prosperous than any provincial capital. When Zhao Zheng appeared on the streets of Qingdao, he had already transformed back into his original form. He stored the glasses in his dimensional space. Then, Zhao Zheng took out his phone and dialed Chairman Song's number. Zhao Zheng? You're back. Yes, Uncle Song. Give me an address, I'll come find you. I'm at the Superhuman Association in Qingdao. Come on over. Let's talk in person, okay? After hanging up, Zhao Zheng hailed a driverless taxi, entered the address, and leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. A moment later, the car stopped in front of the association building. Zhao Zheng got out and saw Chairman Song standing at the entrance waiting for him. Beside Chairman Song was a man in his 40s accompanying him. Uncle Song, Zhao Zheng immediately went to greet him. President Song sized Zhao Zheng up and down. Seeing that Zhao Zheng was unharmed, he immediately smiled and said, "This is my old classmate, also the president of the Qingdao Association. His surname is Wu. You can call him Uncle Wu." Zhao Zheng immediately greeted him. "Hello, Uncle Wu. Good, young man, you look very energetic." President Wu looked at Zhao Zheng with some surprise. Of course, he knew who Zhao Zheng was. After all, Zhao Zheng was a celebrity on the internet, and as the president of a city association, he couldn't possibly not know him. President Wu also knew that Zhao Zheng and his old classmate's daughter were very close. However, he remembered that at the last meeting, his old classmate had complained to him about all sorts of things Zhao's son did wrong. How come his old classmate's attitude towards Zhao Zheng had completely changed after not seeing him for a while? Judging from this, he was treating Zhao Zheng like a junior, even coming to the door to wait for him. It was almost too much of a show of respect. President Wu couldn't help but wonder, could it be that this kid got his old classmate's daughter pregnant? These thoughts, which forced old Song to reluctantly accept that Zhao Zheng was his son-in-law, flashed through Chairman Wu's mind. "Old Wu, this is little Zhao," Chairman Song introduced. "I know, the super brain," Chairman Wu said with a smile. "Young man, you have a bright future. I have high hopes for you." Although Chairman Wu had many doubts, he wouldn't be foolish enough to ask them directly. Chairman Song added, "Old Wu, then we'll head out now. Let's get together another day." So soon? Chairman Wu was taken aback, then quickly said, "Brother Song, you rarely come. You have to let me show you my hospitality. Have dinner before you leave." "I really can't today," Chairman Song explained. "I left in a hurry. There's still a lot of work to be done at the association. Let's do it another day." Seeing that Chairman Song was serious, Chairman Wu knew his old classmate wasn't joking. "All right then. I'll see you off." Accompanied by Chairman Wu, the group arrived at a helipad behind the association. Chairman Song's transport plane was parked there. After exchanging pleasantries, Chairman Song piloted the transport plane, carrying Zhao Zheng, and began the return journey. High in the sky, as soon as the transport plane stabilized, Chairman Song asked, "Zhao Zheng, was the trip smooth?" Zhao Zheng smiled and nodded. "It went fairly smoothly, but there was a small mishap along the way." "Oh? What mishap?" "I ran into Ma Dongwu." Chairman Song was taken aback. In his memory, Ma Dongwu was an extremely powerful superhuman, someone he could only look up to. However, Chairman Song quickly remembered that this young man had defeated Ma Dongwu and won the championship in the all-people spirit realm. In terms of strength, Zhao Zheng was definitely stronger. "What exactly happened? Tell me in detail," Chairman Song said. Zhao Zheng's smile faded, and he said, "Uncle Song, I want to thank you for reminding me. Your concerns were correct. When I went to that hospital, that old guy had already been controlled and protected. Just as I made my move, Ma Dongwu arrived." "You two fought?" Chairman Song asked. "Yes, we exchanged blows," Zhao Zheng said. "However, I didn't linger. I left as soon as I achieved my goal. Chairman Song nodded. You did the right thing, Zhao Zheng thought for a moment and said, although it was just a brief exchange, the damage and impact must have been considerable. Quite a few people were injured. Hearing this, Chairman Song immediately said, don't worry, you're using a fake identity. Any trouble won't be directed at you. Besides, this is just a small place, you can only swallow your anger. Zhao Zheng nodded with a smile. Actually, he wasn't that worried. His previous decision to push Song Haitang out and conceal his own strength was mainly to guard against that old guy. Now that the old guy was dead, Zhao Zheng, while not completely carefree, at least didn't need to worry too much. Even if he were exposed, he wouldn't panic. So, even if the worst outcome occurred, he could accept it. Of course, this didn't mean that Zhao Zheng could now proactively reveal his strength. He still had to wait 2 more months. 2 months later, after the new students embark on their journey to the Holy Land and confirm that no one has obtained the Kryptonian bloodline card, they can truly rest easy. Because if no one obtains the Kryptonian bloodline card after 2 months, he will have an extra year to develop. At his current pace, he will definitely become one of the world's top experts in a year. At that time, the Holy Land will no longer produce Kryptonian bloodline cards. And the Kryptonian bloodline will become Zhao Zheng's unique talent. Conversely, if Zhao Zheng exposes everything now, and a new student obtains a Kryptonian bloodline card in the Holy Land 2 months later, chooses to use it, and hides it, that would be a real problem for Zhao Zheng. Meanwhile, in South Korea, Ma Dongwu was invited to the Blue House to discuss the events of the day. The president himself was present in the huge conference room. Although Ma Dongwu did not sit in the main seat, his arrogant demeanor clearly showed he didn't even respect the president. He had the strength and the right to do so. On the contrary, the president had to constantly smile obsequiously at him. This is the tragedy of small countries. Even a random strong man, not a top-tier one, can ignore the president. In the conference room, a prosecutor general was speaking eloquently. According to surveillance footage from various sources, the murderer who appeared in Seoul today bears a 98% resemblance to a guy named Chen Yi from the Great Yan Kingdom. It's almost certain they are the same person, however, according to the information we've gathered. Chen Yi's strength was around the 6th rank a few months ago. He couldn't possibly be a match for President Ma. This is the biggest point of suspicion. If he could catch up to President Ma from the 6th rank in just a few months, that's astonishing. As the prosecutor general spoke, he uploaded numerous photos to the conference room's giant screen. Seeing the comparison photos, Ma Dongwu immediately roared, "It's this bastard. What the hell are the Yan Kingdom people trying to do?" Then, Ma Dongwu turned to the president and said bluntly, "Your Excellency Kang Young-hee, please immediately send a protest to the Yan Kingdom and demand they hand over the murderer. The dignity of the Republic of Korea cannot be violated." The president remained silent, frowning, lost in thought. When Zhao Zheng returned to his dormitory, it was just getting dark. He ate dinner at the cafeteria, then went back to his dormitory and turned on his computer. Online, many people were still discussing the champion team of the All-People Spirit Realm competition. Few people mentioned the Group 2 champion team. However, many netizens felt that the Group 1 champion team did not deserve the championship. The vast majority of netizens believed that Gu Yuang and her team had just gotten lucky and won the championship. Zhao Zheng just smiled at these netizens' opinions, not caring at all. He closed the trending search page and saw a news article that interested him on a news website. The news article said that a terrorist attack occurred in Seoul, South Korea this afternoon, and the perpetrator was stopped by the hero Ma Dongwu. Seeing this news, Zhao Zheng was stunned for a moment, then smiled. The next day, in the morning, Zhao Zheng woke up from the sunbathing machine and, as usual, first glanced at his attribute panel: race, human. Constitution, 3135 spirit. 922 strength. 3135 agility. 3135 talents: tremor fruit ability, Kryptonian bloodline, iron body, super strength, super speed, super flight. Skills: fistbone impact, armament haki, mastery, demon god's descent, extraordinary senses, conqueror's haki, proficient. Auxiliary ability, dimensional space. Spiritual energy points, 145. Seeing the changes in his 4 attributes, Zhao Zheng was immediately shocked. He clearly remembered that yesterday, his constitution, strength, and agility were all 3120 points. His spirit attribute was 917 points. How could these 3 attributes have increased to 3,135 points overnight? An increase of 15 points in each attribute? Even his spirit attribute increased by 5 points? Instead of the previous 3 points? His 4 attributes had been steadily increasing by 33 points every day for almost a year. Now, the sudden change, with a total increase of 50 points, made Zhao Zheng immediately take it seriously. Could it be the change brought about by killing that old South Korean guy yesterday? Zhao Zheng quickly realized this. Right, I remember feeling very relaxed after killing the old guy, like my body had been relieved of some burden. But Ma Dongwu was chasing after me, so I didn't have time to think about it. It seems I guessed right. Killing that old guy temporarily made my Kryptonian bloodline unique, so my sunbathing gains also increased. The more Zhao Zheng thought about it, the more reasonable this seemed. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why his 4 attributes suddenly increased daily. And why did they increase only after he killed the old guy? At this moment, Zhao Zheng was certain of his guess. In any case, this change is a good thing. I just don't know if it's only effective today, or if it will continue to be effective in the future. He would probably know when he woke up tomorrow. With a bit of anticipation, Zhao Zheng washed up and left the dormitory for the cafeteria. It was still early, enough time for him to have breakfast before going to class. Brother Zhao? Just as Zhao Zheng finished getting his breakfast in the cafeteria, he heard a voice calling him. He turned around and saw Chen Kai and the others. Brother Zhao, over here, Zhang Hebben greeted him. Zhao Zheng smiled, picked up his tray, and sat down among them. As soon as they met, Zhang Hebben said enviously, Brother Zhao, I haven't congratulated you yet on winning the All-People Spirit Realm Championship. Zhao Zheng waved his hand with a smile, deliberately changing the subject. I didn't see you guys last night. When did you get back? Zhang Hebben, Chen Kai, and the others had all left the school because of the All-People Spirit Realm. We stayed at home last night, Zhang Hebben said. We just arrived this morning. The others nodded, indicating the same thing. At this moment, Yu Zhang suddenly asked, Brother Zhao, I saw online that Ms. Gu's strength isn't enough to lead the team to victory. Could it be that this time, the All-People Spirit Realm Championship was won by you and Sister Haitang? Upon hearing this, Yu Zhang immediately received several looks of disbelief. Zhang Chenggang immediately said, Don't listen to the nonsense online. All 3 modes of the All-People Spirit Realm require immense strength to achieve good results. In Brother Zhao and Sister Haitang's team, besides Ms. Gu, probably no one else can do it. 3 modes. Yu Zhang looked curious. This, Zhang Chenggang was a little embarrassed. It's confidential. I can't say. After finishing breakfast, everyone headed towards the classroom. Zhao Zheng also arrived at Class B's classroom. Today, Old Chu was going to teach about the 10th level of the Spirit Realm. Old Chu said that the 10th level was extremely dangerous, and there was a lot of information involved. It would probably take several days of classes to cover it all. Ding-a-ling, 8 o'clock sharp. The class bell rang. Old Chu entered the classroom right on time. Looking at his radiant face, he was clearly in a great mood. As a superhuman, having just won the All-People Spirit Realm Championship, anyone would be in a wonderful mood. Seeing Old Chu's arrival, some students who knew how to flatter him shouted, Congratulations, teacher, on winning the first group championship of the All-People Spirit Realm. Hearing this, Old Chu couldn't help but smile happily. Then, another student asked, Teacher, what's the reward for the champion team members? Old Chu was in a great mood today, and upon hearing this, he actually answered, It's 800 spirit energy points and a supernatural item reward. Every member gets 1. Upon hearing this, many students in the class looked surprised. Then, many of them looked envious. Teacher, can I ask what supernatural item you got? A student asked curiously. This question touched on personal matters. Old Chu could have chosen not to answer. However, Old Chu was clearly in a very good mood today, and he actually said it. It's a pair of supernatural shoes. Wearing them increases agility by 150 points. Hearing this, the students were envious again. Then, many of them turned their gaze to Zhao Zheng. Chapter 177 The Terrifying 10th Layer of the Spirit Realm. Zhao Zheng was also a member of the champion team. Everyone was curious about what extraordinary item he had received as a reward. Zhao Zheng, it seems everyone is curious about what extraordinary reward you received. If you don't mind, why don't you tell us? Old Chu spoke up at this moment. It seemed that Old Chu was also very curious. Originally, Zhao Zheng planned to ignore the students' gazes, but since old Chu had spoken, he naturally had to give him face. Anyway, obtaining Conqueror's Haki wasn't something to be ashamed of. It's Conqueror's Haki, Zhao Zheng said truthfully. Hearing this, old Chu was greatly surprised. As for the students, their reactions varied. Some were shocked, and some were puzzled. Conqueror's Haki? There's such a thing as Haki, yet. Why have I only ever heard of armament Haki? Of course. My uncle told me there are 3 types of Haki: armament, insight, and conquerors. And among these 3, Conqueror's Haki is the rarest and most powerful, incredibly terrifying. Really? How terrifying can it be? Armament Haki is already very powerful. It can increase defense to an extremely high level, making superhumans invulnerable to blades and spears. Is Conqueror's Haki even more powerful than armament Haki? What kind of amplification does it provide? Just from the name, this kind of Haki must be even more awesome, the students discussed animatedly. As for old Chu, he looked at Zhao Zheng with a complicated expression, his previous radiant face completely gone. Because his reward was far inferior to Zhao Zheng's. Zhao Zheng, have you used your reward yet? Old Chu asked. Zhao Zheng nodded. Yes. Old Chu sighed, unable to help but say, you shouldn't have used it. I remember Conqueror's Haki consumes mental energy. You haven't increased your mental attribute, have you? This ability isn't suitable for you. If you were willing to exchange Conqueror's Haki for other extraordinary skills, even 5 or 10, I believe a lot of people would be willing to trade with you. Oh, Zhao Zheng smiled. Is Conqueror's Haki that precious? Of course it's precious, old Chu said. Let me put it this way. If you include all the extraordinary individuals in the world, and even the top ones, the number of people who possess Conqueror's Haki can be counted on one hand. This data is enough to illustrate how rare Conqueror's Haki is. It can be said that Conqueror's Haki is one of the rarest extraordinary skills in the spirit realm. When old Chu finished speaking, the classmates were all shocked. Then, everyone's gaze towards Zhao Zheng changed. This guy is simply wasting a precious resource. Zhao Zheng smiled nonchalantly. Since it's already been used, it's too late to talk about it now. Old Chu nodded, only able to sigh inwardly. Just then, a classmate suddenly said, Zhao Zheng, you seem to have a very strong aura today. Is it the effect of Conqueror's Haki? Hearing this, everyone looked at Zhao Zheng and indeed found that his current demeanor was extraordinary. He gave the impression of a truly important person, with a powerful aura. Zhao Zheng shrugged, probably? I don't really know, a female classmate asked curiously. Zhao Zheng, besides changing your aura, what other special features does Conqueror's Haki have? What are its effects? Because Conqueror's Haki is so rare, everyone's understanding of it was completely blank. Zhao Zheng said, Conqueror's Haki can produce mental attacks. Mental attacks? Everyone was very curious and interested. Zhao Zheng, can you demonstrate? A classmate asked. A performance. Zhao Zheng was taken aback. How do you perform? Just a live demonstration. Here. Yes. How? I'm afraid if I unleash my Conqueror's Haki, half of the 50 or 60 people left in this class will die. And the remaining half will either die or become idiots. These words shocked everyone. Many thought Zhao Zheng was bragging. Old Chu quickly stopped the students' antics. Don't mess around. Zhao Zheng is telling the truth. Conqueror's Haki has a very strong mental impact. Don't be reckless. With old Chu speaking, everyone had to shut up. Alright, it's time for class, old Chu said. Today we are going to talk about the 10th level of the spirit realm. As I told you before, the 10th level of the spirit realm is a solo spirit realm, and it's extremely dangerous. At this point, old Chu's expression became serious. Let me first explain the background of the 10th layer of the spirit realm. Based on the information collected by our predecessors, we can deduce that the 10th layer of the spirit realm was originally a thriving world, with a prosperous population and flourishing civilization. Suddenly, one day, disaster struck silently. First came various natural calamities. Thick black fog blocked the sunlight, endless nights descended, extreme cold and raging storms directly destroyed the global ecosystem. Then, a terrifying virus appeared, causing mutations in a large portion of the world's population, resulting in hordes of zombies. Following this, various bizarre creatures emerged one after another. These bizarre creatures were extremely powerful. Human firearms could hardly kill them. Some terrifying beings could even withstand nuclear explosions. Under such successive attacks of disaster, human civilization in that world collapsed. Of the billions of people worldwide, less than 1 in 10 survived. The survivors eke out a living amidst various ruins. Only a few powerful forces were able to build shelters. This is the background of the 10th layer of the spirit realm. Next, I will show you some photos, all depicting the true appearance of the 10th layer of the spirit realm. When Lao Chu finished speaking, the students already frowned. When he showed them the photos of the apocalyptic scenes, the entire class was horrified. The more timid students even showed expressions of fear. The photos Lao Chu displayed on the projector were truly shocking. There were cities completely reduced to ruins, countless armies of zombies, and grotesque, monstrous creatures. In the photos, most of the surviving humans were emaciated and ragged, filthy even more than beggars. One photo showed a ground covered entirely with human skeletons, a truly shocking sight. Seeing this, not only the ordinary students, but even Zhao Zheng frowned. He didn't know how strong those strange creatures were, but they certainly looked formidable. Of course, he wasn't worried about himself. With his flying speed, even if he couldn't defeat them, he could easily escape. He was worried about Song Haitang. Although the girl was quite strong now, she was still in danger in such an environment. The 10th level of the spirit realm is far more dangerous than you imagine. Many powerful figures speculate that it's been targeted by some terrifying being, and those bizarre creatures are its kin. Even if I went in now, I could easily lose my life. Hearing this, Zhao Zheng frowned again. It seemed that the world they were in was also being targeted by a terrifying being. However, that terrifying being was currently devouring a star and was unable to invade Earth, so everyone was still safe. Once the sun was completely swallowed, Earth might suffer the same fate as the 10th level of the spirit realm. Under Lao Chu's explanation, everyone realized the seriousness of the situation. The 10th level of the spirit realm was indeed terrifying. Next, I'll tell you about those bizarre creatures, Lao Chu said, showing photos on the projector. The photos showed a monster that looked like an earthworm, but much larger. The first type, and the most common one, is called devourer in that world, Old Chu said solemnly. This monster usually lives underground. They are extremely sensitive to sound and vibration. As soon as someone enters its territory, it will quickly emerge from underground and devour the human. Its body is over 10 meters long and very thick, capable of swallowing a 200-pound fat person in one gulp. That's where its name Devourer comes from. Its hide is very thick and tough, able to withstand damage. Even if you spray it with an AK-47, it won't leave a mark on its hide. In addition, its vitality is extremely tenacious. It's almost indestructible. If you cut it in two, it will still move freely, and both pieces can attack you. After swallowing you, its two pieces will fuse back together, restoring it to its original state. Unless you can destroy its core in one blow, it's basically impossible to kill it. Therefore, the best choice when encountering this monster is to run away. Besides devouring humans, it even eats zombies. If you suddenly find yourself in a place without zombies, watch your step, because you may have entered the devouring territory. He paused. Old Chu changed the photo. It was a bat-like monster. Old Chu then introduced 10 unusual monsters to everyone in one breath. Each monster was extremely terrifying. Just looking at their appearance was enough to send chills down your spine. Some timid girls turned pale with fright. These strange monsters, though terrifying, are not the true eerie entities. The true eerie entities, no one knows what they look like, because those who have seen them are all dead. Only rumors circulate about the true eerie entities. For example, there is a kind of eerie entity that, once you see it, will cause you to lose your mind and be unable to control yourself. Fortunately, although eerie entities are terrifying, they only operate in fixed areas. As long as you avoid these areas, you can avoid becoming a ghost of an eerie entity, unless you are unlucky enough to encounter a newly formed one. I have detailed information about the activity areas of eerie entities, which I will send to the class group later. You must memorize it. Old Chu seemed to have talked himself hoarse and took a sip of water. At this moment, a girl couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, is this world too dangerous for us? How can we complete the mission?" Hearing this, Old Chu put down his cup and said, "This world is definitely dangerous for you right now. Even a 7th-tier expert wouldn't dare say they can roam freely here. However, there's always a way out, and the spirit realm won't exterminate you. Your mission this time isn't hunting monsters, but survival. The longer you survive in this world, the higher your mission evaluation will be. Furthermore, if you encounter insurmountable danger or a certain death situation, you can choose to quit and leave the spirit realm directly. Of course, there will be a 10-second countdown for quitting midway." Don't wait until the life or death moment to quit, or it will be too late. Upon hearing this, the students breathed a sigh of relief. So they could quit midway. That made things much safer. Once you enter the spirit realm, the mission has a guaranteed duration of 7 days. During these 7 days, you cannot exit. Therefore, the first 7 days are also the most dangerous time for you. You must be extremely careful. Avoid trouble if possible, and never take risks. After 7 days, you can choose to exit. However, if you exit after only 7 days, the mission evaluation will be the lowest level, and you will only receive the guaranteed reward, which is 10 spirit energy points. The students listened attentively, secretly memorizing what Old Chu said. Old Chu continued, to improve your mission rating, it should be a 7-day cycle. For example, if you only stay in the spirit realm for 7 days and then leave, your mission rating will be F, and you'll only receive the basic rewards. If you stay for 14 days, your mission rating will be E. If you stay for 21 days, your mission rating will be D, and so on. After a pause, Old Chu suddenly asked, hearing this, are you thinking that as long as you get food and drink, you plan to hide in a safe place, seal off the exit, and never come out, staying until you've accumulated the maximum rewards before leaving? Many students nodded. Don't think like that, Old Chu said seriously. Under normal circumstances, you can do this for the first 3 cycles, that is, within 21 days. After 3 cycles, don't do it, because those monsters will automatically come to hunt you down. The longer you stay, the more terrifying the monsters that come to hunt you will become. It is said that if you stay in the spirit realm for more than 50 days, terrifying monsters will come to hunt you down. Therefore, so far, no one has ever been able to stay in the 10th level of the spirit realm for more than 50 days. Under normal circumstances, you should leave quickly after 49 days. Don't be reckless. 49 days is enough to get an S-level mission rating. Many geniuses in the past didn't believe in this and didn't leave after 49 days. As a result, none of them came back. Old Chu said this, and suddenly looked at Zhao Zheng, his eyes full of meaning. The other students also looked at Zhao Zheng. Everyone knew that Zhao Zheng and Song Haitang had been getting the most perfect SSS-level mission rating so far. Commonly known as being a god. They even managed to snag the championship in yesterday's all-people spirit realm. Will this 10th level finally break their godlike streak? Chapter 178 Laser Eye Activation. In the 10th level of the spirit realm, besides monsters and quests, the survivors are also worth your attention. In fact, you could say that survivors are the most crucial element of the spirit realm. If you encounter survivors in the spirit realm, you must be extremely careful. That kind of apocalyptic environment severely tests humanity. Those who survive, aside from those with extraordinary luck, are mostly ruthless and vicious, for profit, and in times of crisis, betraying teammates to secure their own survival is basic practice among those survivors. Therefore, when dealing with survivors, you must be extra cautious. In the classroom, Old Chu was still lecturing. By the way, don't assume that the survivors are just ordinary people and that you can easily manipulate them because of your strength. In fact, since the disaster struck, superhumans have been emerging in the spirit realm. These so-called superhumans are very similar to us ordinary people. They all possess special and powerful supernatural abilities. Moreover, superhumans grow much faster than ordinary people. Even though the disaster in the world has only occurred 2 or 3 years ago, some superhumans are already as strong as gods. According to official statistics, there are several famous superhumans whose overall strength has probably reached the 7th rank. For example, there's a powerful figure called Thor, who can transform into lightning and is extremely powerful. It's said that this Thor even successfully killed a strange being. So, I remind you again, if you encounter any survivors, be extremely careful. Survivors who dare to wander around outside are basically all capable, that is, superhumans. Old Chu paused. A student immediately asked, Teacher, since the survivors are so dangerous, isn't there a way to identify them? The 10th layer of the spirit realm has existed for so many years, surely there should be some information about their good and evil. Old Chu smiled and said, Of course there isn't a way to distinguish those survivors, because humans are inherently contradictory beings. Especially in a post-apocalyptic environment, those survivors prioritize their own interests. When your interests align, you can be brothers, otherwise, they will turn against you. However, over the years, the authorities have indeed collected some information, including the personalities and preferences of the powerful superhumans in the spirit realm, as well as the stances of some shelters. For example, Thor, He's a former soldier with a strong sense of justice. His shelter is one of the few in the spirit realm that leans towards the benevolent side. Therefore, Thor's shelter is very large, housing the most survivors. They've practically built an underground city, with several large granaries, and the number of survivors sheltering there is approaching 1 million. That shelter is practically the only place in the spirit realm with normal order. If you manage to appear near the Thunder God shelter after entering the spirit realm, then I strongly suggest you join it. At least it will allow you to safely get through the first 21 days. Hearing this, a student immediately raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, why only 21 days? With Thunder God's protection, shouldn't we be able to stay longer?" "You're overthinking it," Old Chu said. "From the 22nd day onwards, your identity as outsiders will be automatically revealed, and you'll be hunted by monsters or other supernatural beings. At that point, no shelter will be willing to continue taking you in. Even the benevolent Thunder God shelter will drive you away." The student asked, puzzled, "How will they know we're outsiders? Do we have any distinctive features?" "Yes," Old Chu answered. "From the 22nd day onwards, your pupils will slowly turn red, and the longer you stay in the spirit realm, the redder your pupils will become. This phenomenon is very similar to the symptoms of being infected with corpse poison. So, no matter which shelter you hide in, it's best to leave voluntarily after the 21st day, otherwise, you might encounter rather harsh treatment. Some of the ability users in some shelters might even treat you as monsters about to turn into zombies and hunt you down." Hearing this, many students frowned. They probably hadn't expected the spirit realm to have this trick up its sleeve. "Can't you just explain it to us?" one student muttered. Hearing this, many rolled their eyes at him. Old Chu also frowned and said, "Don't have such naive thoughts. Do you think anyone would believe your explanation in that environment? Who would dare risk potentially fatal danger to believe you?" There were indeed many points to explain about the 10th level of the spirit realm. After the class ended, Old Chu seemed to have a lot left to say. The bell rang. The students prepared to leave. Old Chu, while packing his things, called out to Zhao Zheng, "Zhao Zheng, wait a moment." Zhao Zheng was taken aback and stayed. Once everyone in the class was empty, Old Chu asked, "The 10th level of the spirit realm is a solo spirit realm. What are your thoughts? Are you still aiming for the highest reward?" Zhao Zheng replied without hesitation, "Of course." Old Chu frowned. "My personal advice is that you should act according to your abilities. Although your current strength is quite good among the freshmen, it's nothing in the world of the 10th level of the spirit realm. The strangeness is terrifying beyond your imagination. The key is that there's no detailed information on the strangeness to refer to. Facing it alone will be extremely dangerous. Of course, these are just my personal suggestions. Whether you listen or not is up to you." Old Chu didn't say anything more and left. Zhao Zheng watched Old Chu's retreating figure, his face completely indifferent. He could understand Old Chu's thoughts, of course. However, his true strength had long surpassed that of a freshman. If a 7th-tier Thunder God could kill the strangeness, then perhaps he could too. Similar conversations took place in Class A. Teacher Shen was currently speaking earnestly to Song Haitang. "Haitang, it's not that I want to stop your path to godhood, it's just that the 10th level of the spirit realm is too dangerous. Over the years, very few people have been able to achieve an S-rank mission evaluation, probably only a handful. Moreover, this is a solo spirit realm. Without Zhao Zheng's expertise to guide you, your strength, even in the world of the 10th level, wouldn't be considered strong." Song Haitang, this time in the spirit realm, I hope you can act within your capabilities. Please don't overexert yourself. It's just one spirit realm experience, it doesn't matter. As long as you can continue to achieve godhood in subsequent spirit realms, that's enough." Teacher Shen was still earnestly persuading her. She thought Song Haitang would refuse again. Unexpectedly, Song Haitang nodded. "Teacher, you're right. I will act within my capabilities." Hearing this, Teacher Shen was immediately stunned. This was the first time Song Haitang had cooperated with her so readily. For a moment, Teacher Shen even felt a sense of unreality. "Really, teacher, I'm not one to dwell on things. Without Zhao Zheng, I definitely won't overexert myself." Hearing this, Teacher Shen finally understood the reason and couldn't help but smile bitterly. All her words were useless compared to that kid's silence. Without Zhao Zheng's company, Song Haitang had become so cautious. She really didn't know just how outstanding that kid was in the spirit realm that Song Haitang relied on him so much. "I'm relieved that you think this way," Teacher Shen said. She didn't actually say everything. Her role as Song Haitang's advocate was partly her own true feeling, but also partly due to instructions from above. The higher-ups didn't want Song Haitang to act rashly and cause an accident in the 10th level of the spirit realm. After lunch in the cafeteria, Zhao Zheng returned to his dormitory. As for the afternoon training was out of the question. He would never train in his life. He lay in his dormitory, pondering how to deal with the 10th level of the spirit realm. Zhao Zheng wasn't worried about his own performance. He was thinking about Song Haitang's situation. If he still received an SSS level mission evaluation and continued his godlike performance, while Song Haitang's performance was mediocre, even a fool would know something was wrong. According to the rules of the 10th level of the spirit realm, survival to the end isn't just about luck. Although Zhao Zheng now felt that even if he exposed himself, it shouldn't be a big problem. But there were only 2 months left, and it wouldn't be good to give up now. As long as they waited until May, when the Holy Land opened and it was confirmed that no one had obtained the Kryptonian bloodline card, then Zhao Zheng could completely let loose. The best outcome for the 10th level of the spirit realm is for Haitang and me to both get an SSS level mission rating, and, if Haitang leaves the spirit realm a little later, I believe the super announcement will only report her name, Zhao Zheng muttered to himself. Super announcements only appear when a record is broken for the first time. For example, when an S-level mission rating appears for the first time in the same spirit realm, a super announcement will appear. If someone else gets an S-level mission rating later, the super announcement will not appear. This is the case for every level of the spirit realm. Like Zhao Zheng and Song Haitang, they had almost all obtained SSS level mission ratings in the first 9 levels of the spirit realm. If any of the next batch of freshmen also achieves an SSS level mission rating in these 9 layers of the spirit realm, there will be no super announcement. Simply put, for each layer of the spirit realm, for each record, the super announcement will only appear once. Zhao Zheng's plan was to have Song Haitang's name appear in the super announcement for the 10th layer of the spirit realm, thus hiding his achievement. And the super announcements for the spirit realm are definitely selected based on the best performance. This was the purpose of keeping Song Haitang in the spirit realm for even a second longer. However, while his plan was good, achieving it was extremely difficult. That's right, suddenly, Zhao Zheng seemed to remember something and took out a piece of jade from his dimensional space. A jade of lovebirds. He held one half, the other half was with Song Haitang. With this jade, as long as they were in the same world, no matter how far apart they were, he could sense Song Haitang's location. Thinking of this, Zhao Zheng held the jade of lovebirds in his hand, then closed his eyes and carefully sensed it. Sure enough. After closing his eyes, he vaguely sensed the location of another piece of jade. It wasn't far from him. Is that Song Haitang's dormitory? Is she in her dormitory now? Zhao Zheng didn't think much of it and went straight out. A moment later, he arrived at Song Haitang's dormitory and rang the doorbell. Song Haitang quickly appeared and opened the door. Zhao Zheng? How did you know I was in the dormitory? The girl asked as she opened the door for Zhao Zheng to come in. Zhao Zheng opened his palm and smiled. With this thing is very useful. I just tried it, and it can indeed sense your location. Hearing this, Song Haitang also smiled and nodded. It is indeed very useful. Yesterday afternoon when you went to South Korea, I used it to sense your location the whole time, and it was very accurate. Oh, Zhao Zheng immediately teased, so you used it to sense my location all day yesterday? He deliberately emphasized the word all day. Song Haitang, of course, understood Zhao Zheng's meaning, her pretty face slightly reddening, knowing that she had let something slip. The girl quickly changed the subject. You suddenly came to find me because of the 10th level of the spiritual realm? Right, Zhao Zheng nodded. We really are on the same wavelength. Song Haitang was already somewhat immune to Zhao Zheng's flirtatious words. Then, the girl had a sudden inspiration and seemed to have thought of something. She asked, Zhao Zheng, are you planning to use these 2 jade pieces to confirm our location and the distance between us in the spirit realm? Haitang, you truly are a top student. Nothing escapes your notice. Zhao Zheng smiled and said, here's what I'm thinking. After entering the spirit realm, find a safe place to hide. I'll use the jade pieces to sense your location and then come find you. What if we're too far apart? You forgot? I can fly. Wouldn't that be too dangerous? According to the teacher, there are many powerful monsters in the air. Besides, flying continuously for a long time must be very tiring. Right, Haitang, It seems you still don't understand how strong my flying ability is. Zhao Zheng smiled and said, the problems you're worried about aren't problems at all. Just listen to my arrangements. Song Haitang glanced at Zhao Zheng and nodded, saying, okay. I'll follow your arrangements. Then it's settled. A month passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was April 1st. At dawn, Zhao Zheng opened his eyes and first checked his attribute panel. Race, human. Constitution, 3,570 spirit. 1,067 strength. 3,570 agility. 3,570 talents. Tremor fruit ability. Kryptonian bloodline. Iron body. Super strength. Super speed. Super flight. Heat vision. Skills. Fistbone impact. Armament haki. Mastery. Demon god's descent. Extraordinary senses. Conqueror's haki. Mastery. Support ability. Dimensional space. Psionic points. 145. PS. Can you see the difference in the attribute panel? Chapter 179 Entering the Spirit Realm, a Terrifying World. On Zhao Zheng's attribute panel, under the talent section, his Kryptonian bloodline had gained an additional ability, heat vision. This was a talent ability successfully activated after Zhao Zheng's mental attribute broke through 1,000 points. Initially, Zhao Zheng thought that the crimson beams shooting from Superman's eyes would be similar to Cyclops. However, after reading the description of heat vision, he realized that the two were completely different. Heat vision, the eyes emit red, high-temperature beams converted from solar energy stored within the body. The power and range can be adjusted. The maximum power is affected by the heat vision level. This is the description of heat vision. Initially, Zhao Zheng was very excited when he obtained this ability. Heat vision can be considered one of Superman's signature abilities, and it's extremely important. To test the power of his heat vision, Zhao Zheng even went to No Man's Land, but the results were somewhat disappointing. The power of heat vision wasn't weak. Zhao Zheng had tested it. Now, when he unleashed it at full power, he could easily cut down trees as thick as buckets and quickly melt steel plates. This means that the heat vision he's currently unleashing, regardless of its cutting power, has at least exceeded 1,600 degrees Celsius in temperature. This is because the melting point of iron is 1,535 degrees Celsius, and that of steel is 1,515 degrees Celsius. For an ordinary superhuman, obtaining such an ability would undoubtedly be a heaven-defying opportunity, a capital for rise to power. However, for Zhao Zheng now, the destructive power of his heat vision is somewhat insignificant. The damage caused by a casual punch from Zhao Zheng is already far greater than that of his heat vision. If you were to combine it with the tremor fruit ability, it would be even more terrifying, capable of destroying the world. Zhao Zheng doesn't think much of the damage from his heat vision. Moreover, this thing consumes a lot of energy. Continuous release puts a heavy burden on his eyes. No wonder Superman doesn't often use this ability. To put it bluntly, heat vision is indeed somewhat useless for Zhao Zheng right now. However, this doesn't mean the ability is useless. The current weakness of his heat vision is due to its low level. As Zhao Zheng's mental attributes increase, allowing his heat vision level to rise, its destructive power will naturally increase significantly. It's important to know that Superman's thermal vision, in its strongest form, possesses a terrifying temperature comparable to a star, capable of incinerating and melting all matter in the world. Therefore, thermal vision has enormous potential. Furthermore, even now, thermal vision isn't useless to Zhao Zheng. It's definitely very effective at clearing out smaller monsters. For example, in the 10th level of the spirit realm, there are a large number of zombies, and zombies are mindless. Conqueror's haki might not be effective, but thermal vision is different. It would definitely wipe out a large group. Additionally, thermal vision can have unexpected effects in certain special environments. For example, when surviving in the wild and needing a fire source, thermal vision can easily ignite surrounding objects. In short, there are no useless abilities in the Kryptonian bloodline. Zhao Zheng values thermal vision very much. He got up, washed, and went to the cafeteria for breakfast. After breakfast, Zhao Zheng returned to his dormitory. He had previously told Lao Chu that he wouldn't be gathering at the sports field this time when entering the spirit realm, since the 10th level of the spirit realm is a solo realm, requiring no teamwork. As for the school recording grades, Zhao Zheng planned to postpone it. Around 11 a.m. When Song Haitang arrived alone on the playground, she immediately attracted everyone's attention. Seeing that Zhao Zheng wasn't there, Everyone couldn't help but speculate whether the two had some kind of conflict. One last minute, everyone get ready, a teacher shouted. Hearing this, everyone perked up and prepared for the teleportation. 1 minute later, all the new students on the playground disappeared, teleported into the spirit realm. Song Haitang felt a dizzying sensation. When her vision returned, she found herself in an unfamiliar place. The light was dim, making it difficult to distinguish between night and day. She quickly scanned her surroundings, taking in everything. This seemed to be an abandoned city, with many tall buildings. However, these buildings were dilapidated and covered with various moss and other unknown plants. The roads were filled with dust and useless garbage, and many places were overgrown with grass. Countless abandoned vehicles lay rusted. If one had to describe this city in one word, it would be desolate. Song Haitang had just scanned the area and didn't see a single living being. It was as if she were the only living, breathing person in the entire city. To be honest, Song Haitang was somewhat shocked. Although her teacher had told her that this was an apocalyptic world and had shown her many photos, nothing could compare to seeing it with her own eyes. Even though she had only just arrived in this world, she already felt a loneliness. This kind of environment was definitely not a world that any human would like. Song Haitang took a deep breath, then took out the half of the flying together jade from her pocket and held it tightly in her left hand. She closed her eyes slightly, trying to sense Zhao Zheng's location. When she opened her eyes again, her brows furrowed deeply. In her perception, Zhao Zheng was extremely far away from her. Song Haitang's expression remained unchanged. She locked the jade in the button of her clothes, then, remembering the key points her teacher had told her, began to explore the city. Her goal was clear. First, of course, was to find some food and water, because food couldn't be brought into the spirit realm. Then find a safe place. Finally, wait for Zhao Zheng to arrive. Song Haitang moved cautiously through the streets. She didn't choose to climb to a higher place to observe the terrain. Although the view from a higher place was indeed better, it would also make her more easily spotted by monsters. In this spiritual world, some monsters could even sense the gaze of other creatures. As long as you saw it, it would also know your location. Although Song Haitang was currently very strong, second only to Zhao Zheng among the freshmen, and far ahead of the other freshmen, it could even be said that her strength was no less than that of her father, President Song. She was not far from elementalization, but Song Haitang had no arrogance whatsoever. Just thinking about Zhao Zheng's strength made her feel that her own strength was nothing. Not long after, Song Haitang finally encountered something moving. It was a group of zombies. They were wandering around the entrance of a convenience store, moving slowly and erratically, seemingly aimlessly. There were 6 zombies in total. And they were all the most ordinary zombies, without any mutated species. With Song Haitang's current strength, she could easily wipe out these zombies with a wave of her hand. However, being new to the area, she wasn't familiar with it and, for the sake of caution, decided to retreat. Although she could vaguely see something on the convenience store shelves through the glass, she had a feeling something was off. Having decided to retreat, Song Haitang turned and walked away without hesitation. After taking a dozen steps, she suddenly stopped, looked up, and stared at the second floor of a shop. There, she saw several pairs of panicked eyes. Damn it! She's found us. She really is an ability user. What do we do now? What are you standing there for? Let's go. Wait, she doesn't seem like one of those nomads. Maybe we can try to make contact with her. Although these people were speaking in hushed tones, they didn't know that Song Haitang's hearing had reached an incredibly advanced level. Not only could she hear their whispers, but even the scurrying of rats within a radius of several dozen meters wouldn't escape her ears. Seeing how afraid these people were of her, Song Haitang pondered for a moment. She decided to observe first. She needed intelligence and couldn't wander aimlessly like a headless fly. If she stumbled into the territory of some terrifying monster, or even accidentally encountered something supernatural, she would be doomed. A moment later, the door on the first floor opened, and a middle-aged man walked out. This man had a stubble beard, disheveled hair, and wore thick cotton clothes, though they were tattered and covered in black stains. At first glance, he looked like one of those homeless people on Earth who never bathed or changed clothes. Song Haitang knew this was a common sight among survivors in the world. After all, in a world where even food and drink were scarce and life was uncertain, who had the time or inclination to dress up every day? No matter how much they cared about their appearance, without clothes to change into, they would become as filthy as beggars after a year or two. Compared to the survivors, Song Haitang, clean and pristine, seemed completely out of place in this world. The middle-aged man also noticed Song Haitang's appearance and was somewhat surprised. Even in those large shelters, few people were as clean as Song Haitang. She seemed like someone from peacetime who valued cleanliness. Besides, Song Haitang was incredibly beautiful. He couldn't understand how such a beautiful young woman could wander around in this environment. Originally, the middle-aged man had come down to negotiate. But seeing Song Haitang's appearance, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, Song Haitang spoke first. "Are you survivors from nearby?" Hearing Song Haitang's question, the middle-aged man snapped out of his daze. He didn't answer immediately but cautiously asked, "May I ask who you are?" "Don't worry, I'm not one of those nomads." Seeing the middle-aged man's fear of her, Song Haitang took the initiative to speak. Teacher Shen had also told her about nomads. They were a group of terrifying beasts. They were actually superhumans, possessing extraordinary powers, who, disliking the constraints of the large shelter's rules, chose to venture out on their own, wandering from place to place. To survive, they would do anything. Stealing food from other survivors, even torturing and killing them, was commonplace for them. When food was scarce, they wouldn't hesitate to eat young survivors. Some groups of nomads would even attack small shelters. Once breached, they became a living hell. Therefore, not only were the locals afraid of the nomads, but even Teacher Shen repeatedly warned them not to associate with them. Kill them if you can, and if you can't, find a way to escape. Song Haitang knew that her words alone weren't enough to convince them. The survivors who could survive in this world were all highly vigilant. Those who weren't vigilant were already dead. At this moment, Song Haitang sensed at least 3 guns pointed at her from the shadows. She didn't dodge. Although she couldn't yet achieve full elemental transformation, she was no longer afraid of guns and ammunition. "I have no ill intentions, and I didn't know you were here. I came here by chance," Song Haitang said again. "I think we can cooperate." Hearing this, the middle-aged man was taken aback. "How do we cooperate?" Song Haitang didn't answer directly, but instead asked, "You're hiding here, probably for the things in that convenience store, right?" The middle-aged man frowned, looking at Song Haitang, waiting for him to continue. "I can help you get the food from the convenience store, but I need half of it." Hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately fell into deep thought. He pondered for a moment, then said, "I need to discuss this with my companions." Song Haitang said, "Okay, but don't take too long." The middle-aged man nodded and quickly turned to leave. Soon, he returned to the second floor. "Third uncle, what did that woman say?" "I just saw her clearly. She's so beautiful, even more beautiful than the big stars of the past." "Keep your voice down," the middle-aged man said. "She said she's not a nomad, and wants to cooperate with us to take over the convenience store." Then, the group began their discussion. "Cooperate with us? Take over the convenience store? Doesn't she know it's a trap? Could she be a powerful superhuman? Confident she can handle that monster, HMPH? If she were confident, would she need to cooperate with us?" "Third uncle, I think we can cooperate. Let her lead the charge, and hopefully she can die with that monster. Don't treat her like a fool." "Someone who's survived so cleanly, do you think she's a fool?" "The main problem is we have no other choice. We've searched the whole area, and now the only place with food is that convenience store." "Yeah, third uncle, Yin Yin and the others haven't eaten for 4 days. If they don't eat something soon, I also agree to cooperate. I think there's enough food in that convenience store, maybe enough to last us until we reach Vault 33. Are you all idiots? She says she'll cooperate, and we do? Who knows what she's up to?" These people were all talking at once, expressing their opinions. They didn't know that even though they tried to keep their voices down, Song Haitang downstairs could hear them clearly. Only now did Song Haitang understand why she had felt something was off about that convenience store. Chapter 180 Mutant Monster, Song Haitang's Strength. This world. The disaster has been raging for 2 or 3 years. In such a long time, even the wealthiest families would be running out of food. Now, food is absolutely the most scarce and crucial resource. And that convenience store just now, despite having plenty of food, only had a few zombies wandering around. This phenomenon is definitely abnormal. A few zombies are nothing, even without superpowered individuals, ordinary survivors could easily handle them. They couldn't possibly have survived until now. This is why Song Haitang didn't act earlier. Now it seems, It's indeed abnormal. Song Haitang's sudden offer of cooperation to the middle-aged man was also to extract useful information. Judging from the conversation of these survivors, it seems that terrifying monsters are lurking around that convenience store. The people on the second floor discussed for a while and finally made a decision. They wanted to cooperate. This decision was entirely out of desperation. They hadn't eaten for 2 or 3 days, and almost everything edible around had been eaten. If they didn't get food soon, they would only wait to die when their strength was exhausted. Therefore, they couldn't afford to wait. A moment later, someone came down from the second floor. This time, it wasn't just the middle-aged man coming down, but 3 people. Besides the middle-aged man, the other 2 were young men. Song Haitang had clearly heard 6 voices speaking, both male and female. That meant there were actually 3 people upstairs. "We're willing to cooperate," the middle-aged man went straight to the point after coming down. "However, before we cooperate, we'd like to confirm if you're an ability user." Song Haitang didn't answer, but simply raised a hand. The next moment, poof, a ball of flame emerged from her palm, instantly illuminating the surroundings and dispelling some of the chill. The 3 people in front of her were immediately startled. The middle-aged man quickly said, "Enough, enough, please put the fire away, it might attract the monster's attention." His tone unconsciously carried a hint of respect. Hearing this, Song Haitang waved her small hand, and the flame vanished without a trace. The surroundings returned to darkness. Song Haitang noticed that the 2 people behind the middle-aged man exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. She understood what these people liked. After the disaster struck, dense fog gradually covered the globe, almost blocking out the sunlight, causing the ground temperature to drop increasingly. Even though it wasn't winter, the daytime high temperature was only a few degrees Celsius, and at night it was below 0. If their team had a fire-type ability user, it would be much more convenient at night. Furthermore, fire-type ability users generally have high attack power. They are definitely the kind of ability users that all major powers would want. "I never expected you to be a fire-type ability user," the middle-aged man said. "I just don't know how we should cooperate," Song Haitang replied. "You should first demonstrate your sincerity in cooperating." Sincerity? The middle-aged man was stunned. Song Haitang remained silent. She was unaware of the surrounding environment and situation. At this point, saying more would only lead to more mistakes. Therefore, so far, every word Song Haitang uttered was a versatile statement, without revealing any of her weaknesses. The middle-aged man frowned, thinking for a moment. Finally, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. "All right, to show our sincerity in cooperating, I'll go first and lure out the monster. Once it appears, you can then make your move. How about that?" As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 young men behind him were startled. "Third uncle," the middle-aged man waved his hand, signaling the young man to be quiet, and simply looked at Song Haitang, waiting for her response. Song Haitang smiled slightly. Originally, she thought it would be good enough if these people could share information. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain. Although Song Haitang was inherently kind, she knew what was important. In the spirit realm, everything was about protecting oneself. Releasing kindness was predicated on preserving one's life. Therefore, Song Haitang had no objection to someone taking the initiative to scout ahead. "Okay, let's do it that way then," Song Haitang said. She was also very curious about what kind of monster was hiding around the convenience store. Thus, the 2 sides formed a temporary alliance. And both were wary of each other. Song Haitang wasn't worried that after the deed was done, these people would abandon her. After all, she was the undisputed number 1 freshman, and her current mental attribute was approaching 5,000 points, including the championship reward from the all-people spirit realm, making her overall strength definitely at the 5th rank. Even in this world, she could be considered a strong person. She could even elementalize parts of her body. The guns in the hands of these survivors pose no threat to her whatsoever. "It's getting dark. Since we've reached an agreement, let's move out quickly," the middle-aged man added. "The monsters are even stronger at night," Song Haitang nodded. Her teacher had also said that nighttime was a monster's paradise, where strength would increase significantly. The group then headed towards the convenience store. On the way, a young man approached the middle-aged man and couldn't help but whisper, "Third uncle, why did you suddenly decide to go first?" "Didn't we agree to let that ability user go first?" the middle-aged man said. "Don't treat him like a fool. Although he's young, How many people who have survived alone until now are fools? Besides, our team is too weak and needs the protection of an ability user. I'm doing this to show sincerity and leave a good impression so we can talk later. The young man was taken aback. Third uncle, you mean you want to recruit that ability user into our team? What are you dreaming of? Can't you be a little more discerning? Our team only has a few able-bodied men and a few guns. You think you can get an ability user to lower herself to join us? The third uncle scolded the young man, then said, we are the ones who depend on that ability user. We must respect her. Upon hearing this, the young man was initially somewhat indignant. However, when he thought of Song Haitang's appearance, he suddenly felt that it wasn't entirely unacceptable. To be honest, when he first saw Song Haitang, he was truly awestruck, thinking she was even more beautiful than any big star in peacetime. If he weren't starving, he'd probably be dreaming. Third uncle, let me go first later, the young man volunteered. Third uncle glanced at the boy and said disdainfully, it's not your turn to show off. Wait until you've mastered what I taught you before you think about this. Although his tone was sarcastic, a satisfied smile played on his face. The convenience store was nearby. They arrived in no time. The group had already spread out. The survivors with guns occupied cover on both sides of the street, aiming their guns at the convenience store. It was clear they worked together seamlessly. Then, the middle-aged man took a deep breath, glanced at Song Haitang in another direction, nodded, and approached the convenience store. As he walked, he pulled out a silenced pistol from his waist. As the middle-aged man drew near, the zombies roaming outside the convenience store immediately spotted him and charged at him, howling. These zombies moved quickly, almost like normal humans, not the slow-moving kind. Beep. Beep. The middle-aged man pulled out his pistol and fired, one shot after another, almost every shot a headshot. Judging from his movements, he must have been a soldier. His grip on the gun was impeccable, and his agility was remarkable. It seemed that survivors in the apocalyptic environment were indeed skilled. In just a few breaths, all the zombies were eliminated by the middle-aged man. At this moment, the middle-aged man had already reached the perimeter of the convenience store. But just then, a dark figure suddenly leaped out of a second-floor window of the convenience store and pounced directly at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had known that monsters were lurking nearby and had been on guard. Seeing the monster appear and charge at him, he rolled on the ground and moved away from his original position. When he stood up, a desert eagle appeared in his left hand, and he aimed both guns at the monster simultaneously. Bang bang bang, gunshots rang out continuously. The middle-aged man's marksmanship was also very accurate, almost every shot missed. Surprisingly, even the large-caliber desert eagle couldn't inflict effective damage on the monster. The monster charged directly at the middle-aged man, propelled by the bullets, and pounced again. At this moment, Song Haitang finally saw clearly what the monster was. Its appearance was very similar to a zombie, with large areas of its body rotting and a hideous face. Even more strikingly, its beating heart could be seen through the wound on its chest. Song Haitang recognized the monster at first glance. Teacher Shen had taught her. Among the vast zombie horde, a few mutated individuals would appear, known locally as mutated zombies. Compared to real monsters, mutated zombies might be somewhat weaker. However, once a zombie mutates, it successfully activates its brain, gaining intelligence and the ability to control ordinary zombies. Earlier, when she overheard those people talking, Song Haitang had guessed that the monster around the convenience store was likely a mutated zombie. Because only mutated zombies could control ordinary zombies, allowing these 6 or 7 zombies to linger at the convenience store entrance. At this moment, Song Haitang's gaze was fixed on the mutated zombie. She was analyzing its strength. Because the strength of mutated zombies wasn't static, it would evolve over time. Some powerful mutated zombies were even comparable in strength to those terrifying monsters. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. This time, the sound was extremely loud. Song Haitang, with her sharp eyes, clearly saw that it was fired from the rooftop behind her. And the gun in her hand was an AWM sniper rifle. This sniper rifle used .338 Lapua Magnum bullets, 8.6 mm caliber, possessing considerable power. Moreover, the girl's marksmanship was extremely accurate. The bullet directly hit the zombie's head. However, the expected headshot didn't occur. The bullet was stuck in the mutated zombie's skull. Keep in mind, this shot had the power to penetrate even steel plates, yet it hadn't pierced the mutated zombie's skull. Those who witnessed this scene were all horrified. Even Song Haitang was somewhat surprised. However, there was no time for them to think it through. The mutated zombie seemed to have been enraged. It let out a howl, abandoned the middle-aged man, and leaped onto the second-floor roof, then pounced on the girl. From the ground to the second-floor roof, it was at least 7 or 8 meters high. The fact that this zombie could leap up like that proved its incredible jumping ability. "Zhao Na, dodge," a young man shouted, immediately raising his rifle and firing at the zombie. The others hiding in the shadows also opened fire. Having survived until now, these people certainly possessed considerable firepower. However, their bullets were no match for the mutated zombie. The girl called Zhao Na did not panic or run away immediately, but instead aimed at the mutated zombie again. Bang! She fired again. However, this time, something unusual happened. The mutated zombie slightly turned to the side and dodged. Good heavens! This beast's reaction speed is so fast? It can even dodge bullets? It didn't dodge earlier because it thought it wasn't necessary. Only now did the girl, Zhao Na, show a hint of panic and fear. She quickly stood up from her prone position, grabbed her sniper rifle, and ran away. Seeing this, Song Haitang knew it was time to act. She had hesitated to act earlier to assess the team's strength and coordination. Now, the girl was about to be caught by the mutated zombie. If she didn't act soon, someone would die. Poof! A flame ignited on Song Haitang's index finger. Then, Song Haitang aimed at the pursuing mutated zombie and pointed her finger. Whoosh! A sound of air being cut rang out. The small flame shot towards the mutated zombie like a bullet. At first, the mutated zombie didn't take the small flame seriously. However, when the flame hit it, it realized it had made a fatal mistake. Bang! A cracking sound rang out. A small flame suddenly exploded on the mutated zombie's body, igniting a raging inferno. Instantly, the mutated zombie let out a miserable howl, stopped its pursuit, rolled on the ground, and tumbled down from the second floor to the ground. It wasn't dead, it was desperately trying to extinguish the flames on its body. Song Haitang, of course, wouldn't give it that chance. With a wave of her hand, a ball of flame landed on the mutated zombie. Instantly, a raging fire engulfed the mutated zombie. Everything around was bathed in red light, and the temperature rose rapidly. Even the survivors who were farther away felt the heat wave. Ow! The mutated zombie howled incessantly in the sea of fire. Soon, it fell silent. But the flames continued to burn. Song Haitang waved her hand, dispersing the flames. Everyone immediately looked. On the ground, there was no mutated zombie, only a black mass of ashes remained. Chapter 181 Conflict Among Survivors. With just 2 moves, the mutated zombie was dealt with. And these 2 moves were casually unleashed by Song Haitang, not even her full strength. Her performance astonished the survivors, making them realize the vast difference between themselves and the superhumans. It was a world of difference. However, the crisis wasn't over. The mutated zombies' howls didn't seem to be angry roars, but rather summoning the surrounding ordinary zombies. At this moment, everyone heard a large, dense throng of footsteps approaching them. Damn it, a horde of zombies, retreat, they're all around us, we're surrounded, find a stronghold and wait for a chance to break out. Several survivors, seemingly experienced, immediately gathered together and ran towards the building. The building had a narrow entrance, but a window on the second floor led to the roof of the adjacent building, making it an easy place to defend and escape. Song Haitang didn't try to be reckless and entered the building with the others. "Zhao Na, hurry," the middle-aged man suddenly shouted towards the street. It turned out that the girl with the sniper rifle hadn't joined the others immediately, but instead was searching through the charred corpses of the mutated zombies. "Coming," the girl replied, using her military knife to rummage through the zombie bodies. When she found a crimson gem, her eyes lit up, and she grabbed it and ran. Soon, she and the others went upstairs. They started moving things, blocking the stairwell entrance to prevent the zombie horde from breaching it immediately. The girl then approached Song Haitang. "Sister, thank you for saving me," the girl said, handing over the gem she had just found, adding, "This is your trophy." "Curious?" Song Haitang asked. "What's this for?" "You don't know?" the girl asked, somewhat puzzled. Song Haitang made an excuse. "I was in the shelter the whole time, and only recently came out. I don't know anything about this," the girl nodded, unsurprised. After all, Song Haitang was so clean, she didn't seem like a survivor who had been wandering outside. I don't know the exact name of this thing, we all call it corpse crystal. It's a good thing, only found on mutated zombies. It's one of the most important resources for you superhumans. Eating it can increase your abilities. Even for ordinary people like us, eating it can strengthen our bodies and increase our strength. Hearing the girl's explanation, Song Haitang was a little surprised. She hadn't expected that there would be such a thing inside the bodies of mutated zombies. Her teacher, Shen, hadn't taught her about this before. Looking at the red gem in the girl's hand, Song Haitang thought for a moment and then took it. Thank you, she thanked her but didn't eat it. Instead, she put it in her pocket. Her teacher had warned her to be wary and cautious when encountering any survivors. Although the girl in front of her didn't seem like a bad person and seemed sincere in her thanks, it was always better to be careful. Besides, even if everything the girl said was true, Song Haitang wouldn't dare to eat it. Because she was a superhuman from another world, not a superhuman. What if this corpse crystal only works on locals? What if she gets poison after eating it? Song Haitang dared not gamble. Anyway, she had a way to advance and become stronger, and there was no need to gamble with her life. Besides, since Teacher Shen hadn't mentioned any related information, it meant that it was more likely that superhumans would be unlucky if they ate this stuff. If eating this stuff could make you stronger, the news should have spread long ago. Only if you die from eating it would the news not spread. My name is Han Mina, sister, can I know your name? The girl's eyes were full of expectation. Song Haitang didn't think much and nodded. Of course, my name is Li Jiwao. She was using the name of one of her high school classmates. The reason she lied was because her name was too well known among the freshmen. If other freshmen knew, it might cause unnecessary trouble for her here. The bounty on her from abroad had never been withdrawn. Jiwao? Sister, is your birthday September? Is that why you have such a name? Han Mina was very talkative, almost a chatterbox. Song Haitang smiled and nodded. Yes, her classmate was indeed named that way because she was born in September. Han Mina wanted to say something more. At this moment, the zombies had already surrounded them. The third uncle immediately said, Zhao Na, come and help. Han Mina then said, Sister September, I'll go help kill the zombies first, we'll talk later. Song Haitang smiled and nodded. After Han Mina left, she stood on the second floor and looked out the window. At this time, many zombies had gathered on the street, at least several hundred, completely surrounding the area. Han Mina and the others did not panic at all when dealing with these ordinary zombies, and kept killing them with their weapons. They did not fire their guns. Instead, they tied daggers and other weapons to sticks and stabbed them outwards. Bullets were also an important resource in the post-apocalyptic world. Especially for ordinary people like them, they relied on firepower. If they ran out of bullets, they would be unable to move an inch. Therefore, they avoid using firearms unless absolutely necessary. The mutated zombies from earlier were a special case. Zhao C, go check the back window. Have all the zombies come over, Uncle 3 commanded. The young man immediately ran to another window to observe. They're all coming over, the young man said. Okay, prepare to retreat. Their plan was simple, lure all the zombies to one side and then escape in the other. The plan was simple, but very effective against mindless zombies. Zhao Na, Yuan, you take the superhuman lady and go first, Uncle 3 began to direct. Zhao C, Zhao Wu, you cover the rear. Da Tao, follow me to lure the monsters. If we get separated, we'll meet at the convenience store entrance in 20 minutes. This Uncle 3 seemed quite formidable, even the retreat was organized and efficient. The young men he led were equally disciplined, immediately moving upon receiving orders and cooperating seamlessly. Han Mina approached Song Haitang, Sister Jiwao, let's go quickly. Song Haitang nodded and followed Han Mina and another girl, leaving through another window. She could easily eliminate these zombies if she wanted to. However, before understanding the situation, she had no intention of showing off her abilities. A moment later, Han Mina led Song Haitang to another block and hid in an abandoned house. Sister Jiwao, let's wait here, Han Mina said. Once Uncle San lures the zombies away, we can go back and get food. Speaking of food, the girl's eyes were full of anticipation, and she even swallowed hard. She hadn't eaten in a long time and was starving. Song Haitang readily agreed and began to survey the room. It had clearly been ransacked, looking messy and covered in dust. Anything useful had undoubtedly been taken long ago. A dozen minutes later, Han Mina stood up and said, Sister Jiwao, that's about it. Let's go meet up with Uncle San. Song Haitang nodded and joined them, heading towards the convenience store they had met earlier. When they arrived at the store, their expressions immediately changed. Inside, someone was packing food. Two men were guarding the entrance. Seeing Han Mina and the others approach, the two men immediately raised their guns, their expressions wary. The sky was even darker than before, with very low visibility. They didn't know who was coming from. Stop. We'll shoot if you come any closer, the man on the left warned. Han Mina was furious and said, this food is ours, yours, the middle-aged man on the right laughed. Is it written in your name? Han Mina was speechless with anger. She was just a talkative person. She clearly had no experience in this kind of negotiation. Just then, several people came out of the store. Judging from the heavy packages they carried, they had clearly made a considerable haul. What's going on? The leader asked. The middle-aged man on the right immediately laughed and said, a wild girl who popped up out of nowhere insists that the food here is theirs. Oh, the leader, holding a flashlight, shone it across the room. Then, his eyes lit up. Not only him, but his companions also exclaimed in surprise. Han Mina and another girl named Yuanitin were alright. They were only 15 or 16 years old, not yet adults. After the apocalypse, they had been eating irregularly, sometimes full and sometimes hungry, and looked somewhat malnourished. Plus, they were all dirty, so even though their features were pretty, they weren't very beautiful. Song Haitang was different. She was clean, tall, graceful, with snow-white, delicate skin, and exquisite features. Especially in the post-apocalyptic environment, someone like Song Haitang could easily be called a fairy. So, when they saw Song Haitang, the group was all stunned, amazed by her beauty. Several impatient men even swallowed hard, itching to pounce on her on the spot. Where did this chick come from? She's got some hot stuff, one of the men couldn't help but say, his eyes fixed on Song Haitang, making no attempt to hide his lust. In the post-apocalyptic world, order had long since vanished, so he had no reason to hold back. Seeing this, Han Mina stepped in front of Song Haitang, simultaneously aiming her sniper rifle at the group. Seeing the guns on the other side, the men's expressions changed, and they all raised their weapons. Don't be impulsive, the leader quickly said, preventing a potential conflict and accidental discharge. Then, he looked at the three women and said, sisters, if you want food, you can form an alliance with us. If we form an alliance, we're family, and you'll definitely get a share of the food here. Hearing this, Han Mina angrily retorted, bullshit. This food is ours to begin with. We killed the monsters hiding here. That's right, a voice came from the darkness. Then, Uncle Sen and several other young men rushed over, standing in front of Han Mina and Song Haitang, protecting them. Uncle Sen, Han Mina was overjoyed to see him. What happened? Uncle Sen turned and asked. Han Mina explained, as soon as we arrived, we saw them moving food. They must have seen us kill the mutated zombie and lure away the other zombies, then jumped out to try and steal it. Hearing this, Uncle Sam's face turned cold, and he turned to look at the group. Then, he took out his flashlight and shone it on them. So it's you, Uncle Sam sneered. Looks like you've been following us for a long time. He had encountered this group before. Uncle Sam had even invited them to help him deal with a mutated zombie and then split the convenience store's food. At the time, the group was afraid of the mutated zombie and refused. Unexpectedly, seeing the problem resolved, they jumped in to steal the spoils. I don't want to waste words with you. Either drop the food and get out, or let's fight it out, Uncle Sam said menacingly. Trying to reap the rewards smoothly? No way, there was really nothing more to say between them. Furthermore, with food dwindling, a shootout between two groups of survivors over food was common in the post-apocalyptic environment. Everyone was prepared for a bloody battle. The young men beside Uncle Sam didn't back down, all glaring fiercely at the other side, guns raised. The other side did the same. It was foreseeable that once a shootout broke out, both sides would suffer heavy losses, and it was uncertain whether anyone would survive. The leader of the other side also knew that things wouldn't end well today. He glanced at Uncle Sam and suddenly said, I have a suggestion. There's plenty of food here. I only want what we have. The rest you can have. How about that? No one would believe that. Uncle Sam, too lazy to waste words with this guy, directly loaded his gun. I'll count to 5. If you don't choose, I'll choose for you. 5, 4, the leader on the other side, clearly valuing his life and unwilling to fight, immediately said, "Wait. Half the food each, we'll divide it right here, okay?" Hearing this suggestion, Uncle Sam's counting immediately stopped. He knew, in fact, that getting these people to leave the food was impossible. In a post-apocalyptic world, food is sometimes more important than life. Who would willingly spit out meat already in their mouth? His earlier tough stance was just for show. Now that he had finally forced them to concede, Uncle Sam didn't want a fight to break out. He was silent for a moment, then turned to Song Haitang and asked, "What do you think?" Song Haitang didn't answer, but instead asked, "Are there any superhumans on the other side?" Uncle Sam was taken aback, then replied truthfully, "No, if there were superhumans, they wouldn't be in such a miserable state." Song Haitang asked again, "What are they like as people? Have they ever done anything heinous?" Hearing this question, before Uncle Sam could answer, Han Mina said from the side, "Sister Jiayu, these people are extremely evil. Last time we encountered them, we saw them capture a mother and child who were alone. They eat people." It seemed that the scene was too horrific for Han Mina to describe in detail. Chapter 182 Vault 33. Although Han Mina's account was only one side of the story, Song Haitang chose to believe her. The way those people opposite her had looked at her was terrifying and disgusting. Anyone with that kind of gaze was definitely not a good person. At this moment, the leader of the group urged, "Hey, Han Laozhen, what do you have to say? Give me a straight answer." Hearing this, everyone looked at Song Haitang, awaiting her decision. From the questions Song Haitang had asked them, everyone vaguely sensed that this ability user might be about to make a move. And indeed, that was the case. Song Haitang didn't waste any words and chose to act. She bypassed Han Laozhen and stood directly in front of the group, facing them directly. The people opposite her were somewhat confused. The next moment, poof, flames suddenly appeared around Song Haitang's feet. And these flames were very strange, rapidly spreading to both sides, quickly forming a wall of fire that surrounded everyone. A superhuman, the group opposite them instantly panicked. They probably never expected that Han Laozhen's group included a superhuman. Moreover, the superhuman's control over fire was simply too incredible. He could draw circles on the ground, trapping them inside and preventing their escape. Hey, stop. Let's talk this out, the leader said anxiously. Song Haitang ignored them and immediately acted after trapping them. Her decisiveness stemmed from a principle Zhao Zheng had often instilled in her: villains die from talking too much. In Zhao Zheng's words, dragging things out with the enemy gives them time to prepare a counterattack, which could lead to problems or even a complete disaster. Once a decision was made to act, it had to be swift and decisive, leaving no chance for the enemy to turn the tables. Unless, of course, she was deliberately toying with the enemy. Song Haitang found Zhao Zheng's words very reasonable and always kept them in mind. Whoosh, with a flick of her index finger, Song Haitang sent a small flame flying like a bullet, piercing the forehead of the leader. She had practiced this move extensively, achieving a level of accuracy that never missed. The leader, his face still showing disbelief, collapsed limply, instantly dead. Song Haitang chose a fatal blow because she feared these people might retaliate and ruin the food. If they realized they couldn't escape, they might throw their food into the fire. If it weren't for the food, she could have killed them all in one strike. This wouldn't have been necessary. Next, Song Haitang flicked her index finger repeatedly, giving them no chance to escape. "Ah! Damn it, don't kill me! Don't kill me, damn it, fight her to the death!" There were 7 people on the other side, each armed with a gun. As Song Haitang shot them, some chose to flee, while many more chose to fight back. Rat-a-tat-tat, the sound of an AK rang out. Unfortunately, with a mere wave of her hand, Song Haitang erected a wall of fire in front of her, easily blocking all the bullets. Seeing this, everyone was filled with despair. Han Laozhen and the others swallowed hard, filled with awe for Song Haitang. In less than 20 seconds, everyone on the other side was dead. With another wave of her hand, Song Haitang instantly dispelled all the flames. The girl's pretty face remained calm, as if she had done something insignificant. Seeing that Han Laozhen and the others didn't move, Song Haitang reminded them. "Grab the food and leave quickly. The commotion just now will definitely attract more zombies." Hearing this, everyone snapped out of their daze and rushed forward to scavenge for food, including the last bit left in the shop, before retreating. 10 minutes later, in a house, everyone piled up the food, looking at the mountain of food before them, and everyone's face lit up with happy smiles. As for the enemies who had died in the firefight, No one cared. Since the disaster struck, they had seen too many dead people and weren't already numb to it. Those who weren't mentally strong wouldn't have survived this long. At this moment, everyone was starving, looking at the food. However, no one dared to touch it. They all watched Song Haitang, waiting for her to make the first move. Song Haitang knew that if she didn't act, no one would dare, so she said, "According to our prior agreement, we'll each take half of this food. Let's start dividing it now." Hearing this, the joy on everyone's faces increased even more. They were afraid that Song Haitang would turn her back on them after seeing the food. If she did, they would be helpless and would have to accept their fate. Fortunately, Song Haitang didn't. "Miss Juyu, you deserve all the credit for getting this food. We dare not be greedy, 30% is enough," Han Laozhen said proactively. He was hoping to curry favor with Song Haitang, which was why he said this. Otherwise, faced with such a scarce resource, no one would be willing to be modest. Song Haitang waved her hand. "It's a deal to take half, so it's half. I won't go back on my word." Seeing that Song Haitang was serious, Han Laozhen felt relieved. Next, they started distributing the food. Almost all the food in the convenience store was packaged. Han Laozhen deliberately gave Song Haitang some of the better items, like dried meat and biscuits, and intentionally gave her a larger share. "It's all distributed. Are you satisfied?" Han Laozhen said. Song Haitang glanced at it. She wasn't blind, of course she knew her share was better. However, she didn't say much, just nodded and said, "That's fine, thank you," Han Laozhen said, then called to his companions to eat something to tide them over. Everyone was starving, so they didn't stand on ceremony and each picked out some food and started eating. Song Haitang didn't eat. She wasn't hungry yet. Picking up a bag of biscuits, Song Haitang glanced at the expiration and production dates, and frowned slightly. This food has been expired for a long time. Hearing this, Han Laozhen was somewhat surprised, then explained with a smile, "This food is all high-tech and ruthless, there's not much in it, but the preservatives are definitely excessive, so the shelf life is actually very long. For example, this bag of biscuits, although labeled with a shelf life of only 12 months, could actually last 12 years without spoiling." Back in peacetime, those unscrupulous merchants would reprint production dates on unsold expired food and put it back on the shelves. Speaking of which, we should thank those unscrupulous merchants for still having food to eat now. Song Haitang was speechless upon hearing this. There were some things Han Laozhen didn't say. In the current environment, having anything to eat is already a blessing. Who would dare to be picky? When they had no food, they ate leaves and roots. Some even resorted to cannibalism. Some shelters, ostensibly shelters, were actually dens of monsters. Those demons used the guise of shelters to lure survivors, and once they were tricked into going there, they became their food. "Sister September, aren't you hungry?" Seeing that Song Haitang hadn't eaten anything, Han Mina couldn't help but ask. Song Haitang shook her head. "I'm not hungry yet." Hearing this, Han Mina was filled with curiosity about Song Haitang. She had never seen a survivor who wasn't hungry. Even those terrifying wanderers often went hungry. "Sister September, where are you planning to go next?" Han Mina asked curiously. As soon as this question was asked, everyone perked up their ears, including Han Laozhen. Song Haitang thought for a moment and said, "Do you know about Thor's shelter?" "Thor's shelter?" Han Mina said in surprise. "I know, I heard it's a shelter jointly built by the Academy of Sciences and the military after the disaster, but it's located in Seoul, at least 1,500 kilometers away from here." "Sister September, do you want to go to Thor's shelter?" Hearing 1,500 kilometers, Song Haitang frowned slightly. That was too far. In the post-apocalyptic environment, there were terrifying monsters everywhere, and ordinary people could never reach it. Even though she was a powerful superhuman and had a slim chance of reaching it, Song Haitang didn't want to go. It was so far, by the time she got there, it would be too late. "Since it's so far, then let's not go," Song Haitang said. She didn't doubt Han Mina's lie. Because Teacher Shen had said that Thor's vault was indeed in Seoul. Han Mina then said, "Since we can't go to Thor's vault, then Sister Jiwayu, why don't we go to Vault 33 together?" "Vault 33? Song Haitang asked in confusion. "I've never heard of it." Although Teacher Shen had introduced a lot of information about vaults, there was nothing about this Vault 33. Vault 33 was set up by my old boss. It's relatively small, so it's normal that you haven't heard of it. This time, it was Han Laozhen who answered. If Miss September doesn't have a good place to go for the time being, she could indeed consider going to Vault 33 for a while. My old boss's ultimate goal is also to go to Thor's Vault. I heard that Thor's Vault has already established a complete ecosystem, allowing it to be self-sufficient and eliminating the need to venture out to find food. Han Laozhen said this with envy. The young people also looked on with longing. In a post-apocalyptic environment, a self-sufficient shelter is undoubtedly the paradise that all ordinary survivors yearn for. Song Haitang thought about it and felt that going to Vault 33 with them wasn't a bad idea. Anyway, she had nowhere else to go for the time being. However, there were some questions she still needed to clarify. Where is shelter number 33? How far is it from here? Seeing that Song Haitang seemed somewhat interested, Han Laozhen was delighted and quickly replied, not far. It's in a military base outside the city, about 100 li away. Even if we walk slowly, we can get there in 2 or 3 days. Song Haitang nodded and asked, since you knew about shelter number 33, why didn't you go there sooner? Han Laozhen smiled wryly. We only recently obtained a working radio and were able to receive messages from our old leader through the radio channel. Hearing this, Song Haitang's heart skipped a beat. You mean, your old leader took the initiative to send out messages, wanting to take in survivors? Han Laozhen immediately said, Miss September, I understand your concerns. Please rest assured, my old leader is my former battalion commander. He is an upright and trustworthy man. It seems that this old battalion commander left a very good impression on Han Laozhen, which is why he trusts him so much. After a moment's thought, Song Haitang asked, when do you plan to set off? Han Laozhen immediately replied, we were short of food before, but now that we have food, we plan to leave tomorrow. After much deliberation, Song Haitang still felt it was better not to go. She could simply stay here and wait for Zhao Zheng to arrive. There was no need to take the risk. So, Song Haitang said, you guys go. I don't want to go. Hearing this, many people were quite disappointed. Sister Jiayu, why don't you want to go? Han Mina couldn't help but ask. Song Haitang said, I'm waiting for someone. Hearing this, everyone looked at Han Laozhen. Han Laozhen then asked, I wonder when the person Miss Jiayu is waiting for will arrive. Probably 10 days to half a month, Song Haitang said. Upon hearing this, Han Laozhen seemed to have completely given up. Third uncle, why don't we wait here too? Han Mina said. Han Laozhen shook his head. The old battalion commander plans to set off for Hanchang in a week. We don't have that much time. Hearing about going to Hanchang, Han Mina immediately fell silent. Thor's refuge camp was a place she longed for. Song Haitang couldn't help but ask, Hanchang is so far from here, how can you be sure that the camp commander can take you there? Who can be sure of such a thing? Han Laozhen said with a bitter smile, it's just that staying here, we're bound to die sooner or later anyway, so we might as well take a gamble and try. That's humanity's last hope. Song Haitang nodded and said, then let's part ways here. Take plenty of food with you, just leave me enough for half a month. Hearing this, Han Mina seemed very reluctant to part. She said, Sister Jiayu, why don't you come with me to our base first? That base is quite safe. Anyway, we're leaving tomorrow, and no one will stay behind, so it's better to leave it for you to wait for others. Song Haitang showed interest upon hearing this. Okay, thank you very much then, Sister Jiayu, you're too kind. Next, the group headed towards the base. Han Laozhen's base was not far away, an abandoned factory. The factory had a sturdy basement built for storing goods, complete with a ventilation system. Currently, Han Laozhen and his team have completely renovated the basement, making it a well-defended and difficult-to-attack location. The ventilation system can also serve as a temporary escape route, making it quite safe. I know the factory's former owner. I even helped him build the basement. It's very sturdy, and they added soundproofing materials. Staying inside is definitely safer than outside, Han Laozhen explained to Song Haitang on the way. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Unexpected Change. Song Haitang's Crisis. When the basement door was pushed open, a rather pungent odor wafted out. Inside, there were 7 people, all elderly, women, and children. The youngest was probably only 8 or 9 years old. Daddy, seeing Han Laozhen return, the little girl, who had initially been somewhat frightened, immediately ran out and rushed towards him. Han Laozhen, this tough man, smiled, knelt down, and opened his arms. The next moment, father and daughter embraced. Song Haitang looked at the little girl. She was sallow and thin, her hair dry and brittle, clearly malnourished, and her clothes were quite dirty. The others in the basement were similar. These people were all relatives. Besides the little girl recognizing Han Laozhen, the other survivors also emerged from their hiding place and joined Han Mina and the others. Some were parents, some were siblings, all close relatives. Song Haitang then realized that Han Laozhen and his group actually cared for such a large family. It's truly remarkable that they could still support their families in a post-apocalyptic environment where survival is difficult and food is scarce. There's food here, everyone eats something, Han Laozhen called out, distributing food to everyone before turning to Song Haitang and saying, Miss Jiuyu, I'm sorry you had to see this. Song Haitang shook her head, saying earnestly, I admire you all. Then, Song Haitang glanced at the little girl eating bread and said, now I understand why you wanted to take them to Thor's shelter. Han Laozhen nodded, saying, food is dwindling, and only Thor's shelter offers hope. For its future, no matter the difficulties, I have to try. After a brief exchange, they each found a place to rest. Han Laozhen planned to leave with his family early the next morning, so he needed to conserve his energy. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Han Laozhen and the others got up. Sister Jiuyu, we're leaving. Take good care of yourself. Han Mina came to Song Haitang's side to say goodbye. Song Haitang looked at the girl in front of her and smiled. Don't worry, I'm an ability user, and my friend will be here soon, so everything will be fine. Just be careful on your journey. Then, as if remembering something, Song Haitang added, oh, right, you can have this. She placed the corpse crystal in Han Mina's hand. Han Mina looked at it and exclaimed in surprise, Sister Jiuyu, this is very valuable. If we take it to the shelter, we can exchange it for a lot of supplies. I can't take it. Song Haitang shook her head. I don't need this anymore. Take it. This. Han Mina was actually very tempted. She had long heard about the benefits of corpse crystals. There were even examples of ordinary people becoming ability users by consuming them. Just as Han Mina was hesitating, Song Haitang stood up and went to Han Laozhen's side, saying, I don't need this much food. You can take another bag. The previous food had been divided into 4 large bags. Originally, each side had 2 bags. Seeing that everyone was about to leave, Song Haitang decided to give up one more bag. It wasn't that she was extravagant, but she believed that once Zhao Zheng arrived, food wouldn't be a problem. Besides, it was rare that Han Laozhen and his group had managed to maintain their humanity in the apocalyptic environment, avoiding turning into beasts. For that reason alone, Song Haitang was willing to support them. It was just a small amount of food. Han Laozhen, looking at the food before him, wanted to refuse, but couldn't bring himself to say it. He knew very well that yesterday's loot from the convenience store wouldn't last long, and food was an indispensable resource to reach Thor's shelter. For his child's survival, Han Laozhen could only shamelessly say, thank you, then we won't be polite. Song Haitang smiled but said nothing. Han Laozhen, however, pulled his daughter along, saying, quick, kowtow to our benefactor. The little girl obediently knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. Seeing that Song Haitang was willing to give up her food, the other elderly, weak, women, and children also knelt down and kowtowed. In this day and age, someone willing to share food was truly a saint. This left Song Haitang somewhat at a loss. It was her first time experiencing such a scene. Get up, everyone get up. After seeing Han Laozhen and the others off, Song Haitang closed the basement entrance door and waited in the dimly lit basement for Zhao Zheng's arrival. She had used her spirit jade to check Zhao Zheng's location last night and was surprised to find that Zhao Zheng's movement speed was indeed very fast. Originally, Zhao Zheng was on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, and after a night, he had already arrived at this coastal area. This was even because Zhao Zheng had stopped many times along the way. Presumably, he had encountered monsters blocking his way and had to kill them to continue. Such a movement speed was astonishing. Song Haitang even thought that perhaps Zhao Zheng would arrive in a little while. However, things did not go as planned. All day long, Zhao Zheng remained in the coastal area, not moving, for some unknown reason. Song Haitang frowned. She knew that Zhao Zheng must have encountered a big problem and was entangled by something terrible, which was why he was unable to move. With Zhao Zheng's current strength, The only thing capable of holding him back could be a strange entity. And a very troublesome one at that. Thinking of this, Song Haitang grew anxious. Unfortunately, her anxiety was futile. Not only was she currently inland, far from the coast, but even if she could get there, her strength wouldn't be enough to help Zhao Zheng. Therefore, all Song Haitang could do now was wait. And she waited for a full 9 days. It wasn't until evening 9 days later that Zhao Zheng began to move again. Feeling Zhao Zheng getting closer and closer, Song Haitang breathed a heavy sigh of relief. As long as Zhao Zheng was alright. As for whether the strange entity had defeated Zhao Zheng and come looking for him with the spirit jade? No. When the two spirit jades fell into the hands of Zhao Zheng and Song Haitang respectively, they were practically bound to their own masters, serving only the two of them. Furthermore, that feeling of perfect understanding was something monsters could never imitate. As Zhao Zheng drew closer, Song Haitang even began preparing to welcome his arrival. She used the remaining mineral water to wash her face, keeping only 2 bottles for later. After cleaning herself, Song Haitang went to the basement entrance, ready to open the door to welcome Zhao Zheng. However, instead of Zhao Zheng, a figure rushed towards her. "Sister Jiuyu! Save us!" the figure cried out for help from afar. Song Haitang immediately went on alert. Her eyesight was excellent, she could see that it was Han Mina. Han Mina looked terrible. She was covered in blood. And one of her arms was severed, blood flowing continuously. Her malnourished face was deathly pale. Seeing Han Mina's severe injuries, Song Haitang was shocked and immediately rushed to her side. Han Mina collapsed into Song Haitang's arms. "Quick, close the door." After saying these words, Han Mina's vision went black, and she fainted. Song Haitang didn't dare to delay. Carrying the girl, she quickly retreated back to the basement and closed the door. The entrance door was a blast-proof door, extremely heavy. Whatever monster was chasing Han Mina, it could at least hold it off for a while. After arriving in the basement, Song Haitang first used strips of cloth to tightly bind Han Mina's severed arm to prevent further bleeding, then gave the girl some water, and finally pinched her philtrum to wake her. She knew this wasn't the time for Han Mina to rest. She needed to find out what had happened. When Han Mina slowly woke up and saw Song Haitang in front of her, she immediately cried, "Sister Jiuyu, please save Uncle San and the others. I'll give you my life, please save Uncle San and the others." Song Haitang's heart sank, but she remained calm and asked, "What happened? How did you get like this?" Han Mina cried as she spoke. After we left here, listening to Han Mina's story, Song Haitang finally understood what had happened. Initially, Han Laozan and the others had a relatively smooth journey. They successfully entered the military base, successfully reunited with the old battalion commander, and prepared to head to the Thor's shelter. However, within the military base, the old battalion commander wasn't the only one who made the decisions. A group of people believed that traveling all the way to Seoul was suicidal. Even if they were lucky enough to reach Thor's vault in Seoul, they weren't guaranteed safety. They even believed that everything in Thor's vault was a hoax. With current technology, it was impossible to establish a complete ecosystem within a vault. Thus, a dispute arose. Ultimately, they chose to part ways. Those willing to go to Seoul followed the old battalion commander, those unwilling stayed. As a result, most people wanted to go with the old battalion commander. Perhaps because the military base suddenly had a large number of people missing, it angered the staying faction. Furthermore, the old battalion commander's departure, taking with him many important supplies, completely enraged the staying faction. They actually used radio to contact a group of nomads on the public channel. Finally, they colluded with the nomads, attempting to swallow the old battalion commander and his men and divide the spoils of war. Almost the day after the old battalion commander and his men set off, they were ambushed by a group of nomads. Those nomads were all powerful ability users. We were ambushed and no match for them. The group was quickly scattered, and only I escaped. Sister Jiuyu, if it weren't for the corpse crystal you gave me, which enhanced my speed, I probably wouldn't have been able to escape either. Sob sob. Hearing this, Song Haitang frowned. According to Han Mina's description, those nomads were quite strong. After all, the old battalion commander's side also had ability users and strong firepower support. Yet, they were defeated in a single encounter. This showed a significant difference in strength between the two sides. Han Mina asking Song Haitang to rescue them was a bit unreasonable. Han Mina seemed to realize this herself, wiping away her tears and saying, "I'm sorry, Sister Jiuyu, I've caused you trouble. I shouldn't have said those things. Those people are too terrifying. You wouldn't be a match for them either, you'd only be a burden to them." As she finished speaking, a look of despair appeared on Han Minna's pretty face. Although she had long considered the possibility of their collective annihilation in the apocalyptic environment, she still found it difficult to accept when that day actually arrived. What she found even harder to accept was that her third uncle and the others had fallen into the hands of the nomads. Being in the hands of those beasts would be a fate worse than death. Just then, Song Haitang seemed to sense something and turned Han Minna over, so her back was to her. This action aggravated Han Minna's wounds, causing the girl to break out in a cold sweat from the pain. However, the girl gritted her teeth and endured it. "What's wrong, Sister Jiuyu?" "There's something on my back." Song Haitang didn't speak, but frowned and used a piece of paper to remove something from Han Minna's back that looked like chewed gum. This thing was actually alive. When thrown on the ground, it wriggled and continued to crawl towards Han Minna. Han Minna was startled. "What is this thing?" Without hesitation, Song Haitang lit a fire and burned the unknown thing to death. "It must be something used for tracking." Then, her gaze drifted towards the basement entrance. "It's not safe here anymore, let's go." Hearing this, Han Minna, enduring the excruciating pain, quickly walked towards the exit with Song Haitang. However, just as they reached the door, Song Haitang stopped and made a shushing gesture. Han Minna froze. Not long after, she heard the sound of motorcycle engines approaching. More than one. Instantly, Han Minna's face turned pale, and her eyes filled with fear. "I remember now, it must have been when third uncle was covering for me and sent me to find you, and those people heard us." Saying this, Han Minna looked at Song Haitang with despair, her eyes filled with guilt. "Sister Jiuyu, I'm the one who hurt you." Song Haitang glanced at the girl inside softly. She didn't blame Han Minna, but comforted her. "Don't worry, my friend is coming soon, everything will be alright." As soon as she finished speaking, the two heard several motorcycles arrive at the basement entrance and stop at the door. Only a heavy iron door separated them. "Hyena, are you sure this is it?" "Absolutely right, the signal disappeared here. Anyone who could find my treasure must have superpowers inside." "Good, Red Eyes, you opened the door." "No problem." Then, the sounds of machinery turning and cutting echoed outside the door. Han Minna was too frightened to speak. Song Haitang released Han Minna, preparing for battle. She didn't choose to escape through the ventilation shaft because Zhao Zheng was about to arrive. There was no need to escape. In just 2 minutes, a long gash was cut into the heavy blast-proof door lock. The next moment, the door was smashed open. A group of people rushed in. When they saw Song Haitang, they all showed expressions of surprise and delight. Chapter 184 Song Haitang, he's here, you're all finished. The nomads who came to pursue Han Minna appeared to be a team of 7. When they saw Song Haitang, they all showed expressions of amazement. 3 years had passed since the disaster struck. In those 3 years, affected by the environment and conditions, even the most beautiful women would be worn down. Suddenly seeing a beauty like Song Haitang, who would be considered a goddess even in peacetime, was absolutely stunning. For a moment, the 7 nomads were speechless, only heavy breathing could be heard. Their eyes were filled with the intense desire of wolves eyeing the prey. After a long silence, they finally spoke. "Hey! What a beautiful girl, how can there still be such a gem these days? She's even prettier than the big stars of the past." Good, 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 with a girl like this, it's worth it," several nomads said. At this moment, the leader in the middle suddenly said, "This girl is mine, and you can have the other one." Hearing this, the nomads were stunned at first, then showed expressions of dissatisfaction. One of the bolder bald men said directly, "Brother Tiger, isn't that a bit unfair? It's rare to find such a gem. You can have the first taste, but the brothers should get a share too." This immediately drew agreement from the others. The leader, Brother Tiger, frowned, thought for a moment, and said, 2 corpse crystals per person." Hearing the words corpse crystals, everyone's eyes lit up. 2 per person, 12 for 6 people. "Brother Tiger, you're really going all out for this girl," someone teased. Brother Tiger didn't speak, but stared intently at Song Haitang with his triangular eyes. Seeing Song Haitang's fair skin, he couldn't help but lick his lips, wishing he could pounce on her right then and there. "Since Brother Tiger has said so, we'll definitely give him face." The group reached an agreement. "But, sister-in-law looks like she has superpowers," someone joked. "I wonder if you, Tiger, can handle her." Tiger chuckled, confidently stepped forward, and said to Song Haitang, "Little sister, I advise you to just submit to me and not resist, lest you suffer." Song Haitang remained expressionless. Her gaze towards these people was indifferent, as if she were looking at a dead person. Because Zhao Zheng was about to arrive. "Sister Jiayu, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for dragging you into this." Han Minna's crying came from behind Song Haitang. She was about to comfort her when, suddenly, Tiger on the other side attacked. He clenched his fist into a claw and reached for Song Haitang. His arm could extend infinitely, like a noodle. PFFT. Seeing this, Song Haitang immediately raised her hand and released flames. The raging fire, like a fiery dragon, crashed into Tiger's palm. Boom! When the flames hit Tiger's palm, they exploded in midair, illuminating the entire basement. Tiger's expression changed, and he immediately withdrew his hand. His right hand was visibly blackened by the burns, the skin showing signs of injury. However, Tiger didn't show any pain. The blackened skin on his right hand began to peel off, quickly healing completely. Seeing this, Song Haitang was somewhat surprised. She knew very well the power of her attack. Even a 5th-tier expert would be injured without any defense. This tiger had actually blocked her attack and recovered so quickly? No wonder he was the leader of these nomads. He was indeed quite capable. Huh? She actually managed to knock Tiger's hand back? This girl is pretty good. Yet, Tiger's skin couldn't withstand missile attacks, yet it was burned off. No wonder he remained so calm. He has real skills. A powerful fire-type ability user? This is going to be interesting, several nomads commented, but none of them offered to help. The nomadic tribe was essentially a bunch of beasts, all in cahoots. Loyalty among them was impossible. Tiger's attempt to monopolize Song Haitang had angered everyone, so naturally no one would help him. In fact, they all hoped Song Haitang would become even more powerful, making Tiger suffer. Fine, fine, Tiger stared at Song Haitang, his eyes burning even more intensely. Fire powers? Perfect for warming my bed. As soon as he finished speaking, Tiger underwent an unusual transformation. His body suddenly began to swell, increasing in size at a visible rate, his powerful muscles even tearing through his clothes. It was like the Hulk transforming. Soon, Tiger's height increased from just over 1.7 meters to a staggering 2 meters. His physique became extremely strong, his muscles like granite. Except for his skin not being green, everything else about him was very similar to the transformed Hulk. Then, with a sinister grin, Tiger walked step by step towards Song Haitang. "Beauty, I'm here," Song Haitang snorted coldly, and with a wave of her hand, created a sea of fire at Tiger's feet. Whoosh! The raging flames quickly engulfed Tiger Bone. The temperature in the entire basement rose sharply. "Not bad, not bad. Beauty's fire is burning me quite comfortably." Tiger's mocking voice suddenly came from within the sea of fire. The next moment, Tiger emerged unharmed from the fire and continued walking towards Song Haitang. Apart from his clothes being burned off, there wasn't a single visible injury on his body. Furthermore, his pants seemed to be made of some kind of monster skin, not only incredibly tough but also resistant to the scorching flames. "Any other tricks up your sleeve, Beauty? If not, then come with me obediently." Seeing how terrifying Tiger was, even Sister September's flames couldn't harm him in the slightest. Han Minna, hiding behind Song Haitang, immediately showed despair. Song Haitang, however, took a deep breath and then smiled. Her smile was like 100 flowers blooming, breathtakingly beautiful. "Beauty, your smile is truly beautiful." Tiger stopped, leering at Song Haitang. "Have you come to your senses? Don't worry, although I have indeed killed quite a few women, you're different. As long as you're willing to obediently follow me and give me a few sons, I certainly won't mistreat you." Song Haitang still smiled. "I'm laughing at you, you're about to die and you don't even know it." "Oh," Tiger was taken aback, thinking there was something wrong with the flames earlier. However, after carefully examining his body and finding nothing amiss, he said, "Don't waste time, Beauty. My power is stronger than you imagine, even the supernatural can't kill me." "Really?" This surprised Song Haitang. "Even the supernatural can't kill you, but he definitely can." "Who?" "He's here." As soon as Song Haitang finished speaking, a deafening boom echoed from the high sky outside. The sound was familiar. It was like the sonic boom produced by a fighter jet breaking the sound barrier. When the disaster first struck, fighter jets from all over the world flew around every day for a long time. However, this sound hadn't been heard for a long time. "Is that a sonic boom from a fighter jet?" Impossible. What fighter jet can fly now? Exactly, there are just as many terrifying monsters in the sky as on the ground. Even if there were fighter jets, they couldn't possibly take off. Several nomads looked surprised. Tiger frowned, a bad feeling creeping into his heart. The next moment, thump, it was as if something fell from the sky and crashed heavily to the ground, causing the surrounding ground to tremble. Everyone quickly turned around and looked towards the entrance to the basement. Then, to everyone's astonishment, a figure walked into the basement. So lively, Zhao Zheng, who had just entered the basement, was somewhat surprised to see many people there, including a huge figure comparable to the Hulk. However, seeing that Song Haitang was safe and sound, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. "Haitang, I'm here," Zhao Zheng said with a smile, then walked directly past the nomads to Song Haitang's side and asked, "Are these all your friends?" Song Haitang shook her head. "I have no interest in being friends with animals." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zheng understood. He immediately looked at Tiger and the others with unfriendly eyes. "Sister Jiayu, this is," Han Mina asked weakly. She noticed that since this man appeared, Sister Jiayu, who had been tense, had suddenly relaxed a lot. Like a lost child suddenly seeing her parents. Song Haitang turned her head and smiled. "He's the friend I've been waiting for." Han Mina immediately looked at Zhao Zheng curiously. She noticed that Zhao Zheng was as clean as Sister Jiayu, and his complexion looked very good, without any signs of malnutrition. It seemed that the two of them came from the same refugee camp. "Hey, beauty, who's this pretty boy?" Tiger spoke up again. "You said the person who can kill me is him." Song Haitang seemed to be in a good mood after seeing Zhao Zheng, and actually nodded seriously. "Yes, it's him." "Oh." Tiger stared at Zhao Zheng with a sinister look, then grinned maliciously. "Beauty, how about we make a bet? I'll fight this pretty boy one-on-one. If I win, you'll obediently come with me and have my children. How about it?" Hearing this, Zhao Zheng's face darkened, and he immediately couldn't stand it. A powerful killing intent surged from him. He stared intently at Tiger, his eyes filled with undisguised rage. Seeing that Zhao Zheng seemed blinded by anger, Tiger immediately revealed a disdainful smile. He had said that deliberately, just to provoke this hothead. Suddenly, Zhao Zheng spoke up. "If you did it to provoke me, then congratulations, you succeeded. However, this might not bring you any benefit. Because, you could have died a quick death, but now you probably won't." Hearing this, Tiger was stunned for a moment, then laughed and beckoned to Zhao Zheng. "Kid, anyone can talk big. If you've got the guts, come and try." "Alright." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Zheng suddenly moved. His figure vanished from his spot and appeared in front of Tiger in the blink of an eye, like a ghost. Tiger was startled. Because Tiger hadn't even seen how Zhao Zheng got there. Not only Tiger, but no one else had seen Zhao Zheng's movements. At this moment, Tiger was extremely surprised by the speed Zhao Zheng displayed, and his vigilance towards Zhao Zheng increased even more. To possess such speed, even if the other party was a speed-type ability user, would be terrifying. Seeing that Zhao Zheng made no further move, Tiger decided to strike first. He swiftly raised his enormous fist and slammed it towards Zhao Zheng's face. This guy's transformed fist was like a giant iron ball. Even a tank couldn't withstand such a punch without being damaged. Bang! A dull thud resounded. However, it wasn't Tiger's fist that struck Zhao Zheng's face. Instead, Zhao Zheng raised his hand and actually grabbed Tiger's fist. Zhao Zheng's palm, much smaller than Tiger's fist, solidly blocked Tiger's punch, preventing it from advancing an inch. Tiger's expression immediately changed. He hadn't expected this pretty boy to be not only fast but also incredibly strong. "If this is your arrogant strength, then from now on, you'll experience fear and despair." As the words fell, a white aura suddenly appeared on Zhao Zheng's palm. It was the sign of the tremor fruit's power being activated. The enormous white aura completely enveloped his palm and Tiger's fist. "What is this?" Tiger asked instinctively upon seeing the white aura. He quickly realized what it was. Crack! It was as if something had shattered. Tiger's massive fist instantly deformed, blood gushing out. A deafening scream erupted from Tiger in excruciating pain. He desperately tried to pull his fist back, but Zhao Zheng's hand was as if welded to it, impossible to remove. Only when Zhao Zheng released his grip did Tiger fall backward, temporarily freeing himself from Zhao Zheng's grasp. Then, his deformed fist began to slowly heal. It can even heal itself. Zhao Zheng suddenly laughed upon seeing this. "I like this ability." With that, Zhao Zheng lunged at Tiger, slamming his massive body to the ground. Then, Zhao Zheng raised his fist, the white aura surrounding it, and slammed it into Tiger's body. Crack, the void shattered. Although Zhao Zheng deliberately controlled the range of the tremor fruit's power, the entire basement still trembled. His power was simply too immense. Even without the tremor fruit, his sheer strength was enough to sink this place with a single punch. This punch sent a shiver down the spines of everyone around. Tiger, who took the direct hit, couldn't even scream. Zhao Zheng's punch had shattered every bone in his body and destroyed his internal organs. Unfortunately, he possessed regenerative abilities. Unless his brain was damaged, he wouldn't die immediately, only coughing up large amounts of blood. His regenerative abilities were still far from the monstrous level of Wolverine's. Next, Zhao Zheng deliberately waited a while, allowing Tiger to recover somewhat, before delivering another punch. Crack, the basement trembled again. Faced with his tremor fruit abilities and superhuman strength, Tiger's prized defenses were as fragile as paper. As for his regenerative abilities, they not only failed to help Tiger but actually harmed him, causing him unimaginable pain. One could imagine the excruciating pain Tiger would endure, a cycle of shattering, healing, and shattering again. Crack, when Zhao Zheng's third punch landed, Tiger was already delirious, his body convulsing in pain. At this point, even a fool could see that, in front of that young man, the powerful Tiger was barely stronger than an infant. Some nomads tried to sneak away, but Zhao Zheng discovered them. Zhao Zheng's eyes quickly turned red. Buzz! 2 crimson rays of heat shot out from Zhao Zheng's eyes, piercing directly through the bald man trying to escape. All of you, behave yourselves. No one is allowed to leave without my permission. Chapter 185 Don't panic. An earthquake caused by a single punch is perfectly normal. Zhao Zheng's heat ray is arguably the weakest of his many abilities. However, that's relative to Zhao Zheng himself. In reality, his heat ray is quite powerful, more than enough to kill an ordinary superhuman. Most importantly, it has a long range and extremely fast attack speed, making it difficult to defend against. Seeing 2 red laser beams suddenly shoot from Zhao Zheng's eyes, piercing through the bald man, everyone was terrified. In the eyes of the nomads, this pretty boy was unbelievably strong and possessed many abilities. Even Song Haitang was somewhat surprised. This was the first time she had seen Zhao Zheng use his heat ray. After intimidating the nomads, Zhao Zheng continued to torture Tiger. He stopped using his fists and instead used one foot to stomp on Tiger's chest. Once Tiger recovered slightly, he used the tremor fruit ability to shatter his entire body, repeating this process. Tiger was suffering a fate worse than death. His self-healing ability weakened, and the recovery time became longer and longer. This was because each self-healing required the consumption of his internal energy. Finally, after a difficult recovery, before Zhao Zheng could strike again, Tiger, coughing up blood, desperately pleaded, kill me." Zhao Zheng smiled slightly. "Judging from your attire, you must be a nomad, right? I've heard about your methods. Any survivor who falls into your hands will suffer a fate worse than death. The pain you're enduring now is merely paying the price." With that, Zhao Zheng shattered Tiger's body once more. The tremor fruit's power isn't limited to the hands, it can also be activated with a feet. In the original story, during the Marineford War, Whitebird once descended from the sky and stomped on a canoe, but a canoe dodged the white aura around Whitebird's feet. Shattered again, the immense pain caused Tiger's entire body to convulse, his pupils dilating. He was clearly on the verge of collapse. The remaining nomads, witnessing this, felt a chill run down their spines. They knew that once the demon killed Tiger, none of them would escape. Damn it! Staying here is the same as dying. Brothers, let's fight him. Suddenly, a tall, burly man in the crowd roared. Hearing this, the nomads beside him instinctively rushed towards Zhao Zheng. However, the man who shouted the slogan quickly retreated and ran towards the exit. Seeing this, Zhao Zheng snorted coldly and then threw a punch. The fist's wind impacted. Bang! It was as if the void had been shattered. A violent explosion rang out in the basement. Then, a fierce hurricane quickly appeared, carrying endless wind blades, like a meat grinder, instantly shredding all the superhumans into pieces. As for the clever little devil who had escaped, he seemed to be a defensive superhuman. He didn't die, but a layer of skin was torn off his back. He was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall, and then falling to the ground, completely disoriented. Ah! The guy let out a miserable scream, His eyes filled with deep fear as he looked at Zhao Zheng, as if he had seen a demon. Just one punch could kill them? That pretty boy was simply despair-inducingly strong. Zhao Zheng, we have important business to attend to, let's finish them off quickly. After Zhao Zheng tormented Tiger again, Song Haitang reminded him. Hearing this, Zhao Zheng glanced back and saw the anxious look on the girl's face next to Song Haitang. He guessed that the important business Song Haitang mentioned was related to this girl, so he smiled and nodded. Actually, at this point, Tiger was nearing the end of his life, his recovery ability slowing down. So, Zhao Zheng stomped out, crushing Tiger's entire head. To prevent Tiger from surviving, Song Haitang lit a fire, setting Tiger's headless corpse ablaze. Afterwards, the three left the basement and went outside. With Zhao Zheng there, Song Haitang wasn't afraid of being attacked by monsters. Haitang, what was the important business you mentioned? Zhao Zheng asked. Let's go save them first. Song Haitang looked at Han Mina and asked, we're going to save your third uncle and the others now. Can you still lead the way? Han Mina was extremely weak, her face as pale as paper from blood loss. But hearing Song Haitang's words, she perked up, her eyes shining with hope, and nodded repeatedly, yes. Yes, then lead the way, this way, follow me. Han Mina bit her lip, using the pain to keep herself awake, and staggered ahead, leading the way. Seeing this, Zhao Zheng knew the girl had reached her limit and asked, how far are the people who need saving from here? Han Mina was somewhat in awe of Zhao Zheng and immediately replied, about 25 kilometers. 25 kilometers? How long will it take you to reach them at this rate? Zhao Zheng said, taking a step forward, first pulling Song Haitang into his arms, then grabbing the girl's shoulder strap and lifting her up. With his current strength, carrying two people was incredibly easy. The next moment, Zhao Zheng then took off with the two women. Song Haitang remained calm, but the girl, who was being carried by someone for the first time, screamed in fright. Guide. Which way? The girl quickly shut her mouth and pointed to the left front. Whoosh! Zhao Zheng carried the two women and flew away quickly. Han Mina immediately felt a huge gust of wind, making it impossible for her to open her eyes, and all she could hear was the whooshing sound of the wind. This was even with Zhao Zheng deliberately controlling the flight speed. If they flew at full speed, the huge air resistance would be too much for Song Haitang's body to withstand. As for Han Mina, an ordinary person, she would probably disintegrate instantly. Haitang, I entered from North America this time. After sensing your location, I flew here directly. At my flight speed, I could have reached you within an hour, but there are indeed many monsters in this world, and I was blocked by monsters along the way, especially along the coast. There was a troublesome monster. That thing not only ambushed me but also used illusion magic. I was caught off guard and was trapped for a long time before I got out. Zhao Zheng explained the reason for his late arrival. Upon hearing this, Song Haitang immediately asked, are you alright? Zhao Zheng smiled and said, no, after being affected by the illusion, my consciousness was pulled into another space. That strange entity tried to kill my consciousness and then take over my body, but it didn't know that my mental strength was also quite strong, and I managed to kill it back. Although Zhao Zheng spoke casually, Song Haitang knew that it must have been extremely dangerous. Strange entities are indeed strange, even their methods are so bizarre, far more troublesome than those monsters. Han Mina, standing nearby, was completely dumbfounded. What was Sister Jiaoyu's friend saying? He killed a strange entity? Han Mina, of course, knew about strange entities, those terrifying beings that made countless ability users tremble with fear. Sister Jiaoyu's friend could actually hunt down a strange entity? The strange beast is actually this dangerous? Song Haitang asked with a worried expression. In that case, Zhao Zheng, I think we should retreat as soon as possible. Zhao Zheng smiled and said, the strange beast is indeed a bit troublesome, but killing it will bring additional benefits. After I killed the strange beast along the coast, it dropped a good item. I'll show it to you later. Song Haitang nodded. Okay. As they spoke, Zhao Zheng had already led his men more than 20 kilometers away. Han Mina seemed to have discovered something and suddenly pointed to a certain place ahead, exclaiming, over there. The place she pointed to was a wilderness with a huge pit in the middle. Many captured survivors were gathered in the pit. There were many people guarding the area around the pit, and many strangely modified, cyberpunk-style vehicles were parked nearby. One of the vehicles was particularly huge, seemingly a modified heavy truck. A woman was sitting on the roof of the vehicle, eating roasted meat with gusto. Zhao Zheng stopped and, with the two of them, hovered in midair. Are we rescuing the prisoners in the pit? Although he knew the objective, he still asked to confirm. Rescue them all. Song Haitang thought for a moment and said, try to rescue them all. Third uncle, I saw third uncle. He's still alive, Han Mina exclaimed excitedly at first, but when she saw the woman on the roof of the car, she suddenly warned in horror, Sister Jiayu, you must be careful of that woman on the roof. She's the leader of these nomads, she can control everything, she's terrifying. Before, our firepower, even the shells that flew out, were all controlled by her telekinesis. Oh, hearing this, Zhao Zheng became interested. A telekinetic ability user, interesting. At this moment, the woman on the opposite roof of the car seemed to have noticed someone watching her and suddenly looked up. When she saw the three people floating in the air, she was stunned. When she saw Han Mina's severed arm, her brows furrowed. Speaking of which, it was Han Mina's handiwork that Han Mina lost her arm. During the chaotic battle, Han Mina used a sniper rifle to kill one of her subordinates. Only then did she activate her telekinesis, controlling a machete to sever the man's arm. The man then escaped, apparently Zhao leading a group in pursuit. Now that this man was safely here, Zhao and his men were probably doomed. Thinking this, the woman immediately stood up, radiating murderous intent. Zhao was her brother. High in the sky, Zhao Zheng was somewhat surprised by the woman's keen observation when he saw that they had been discovered. However, that was all. Since they had been discovered, there was no point in hiding anymore. He led Song Haitang and Han Mina, flying towards the giant pit. When he and his group descended from the sky, it attracted the attention of the survivors and nomads. Enemies, damn. Where did they come from? That bastard can fly. The nomads were terrified. The survivors in the giant pit, however, were overjoyed. Someone had come to rescue them. This was certainly a good thing. Furthermore, these three people descended from the sky. They must be capable, perhaps even able to rescue them. At this moment, Zhao Zheng landed right in the middle of the giant crater. Survivors surrounded him. Further away, a group of armed nomads surrounded them. Seeing this, Zhao Zheng didn't give the nomads a chance to react, stomping his foot on the ground. Thump, a muffled sound, like the heartbeat of an ancient god, traveled far and wide. Everyone who heard the sound felt a shiver run down their spines. Then, a strange phenomenon occurred. A shockwave emerged from beneath Zhao Zheng's feet, rapidly spreading outwards through the earth. Everyone could clearly feel the earth tremble. Yet, the survivors in the giant crater only felt a slight tremor, unharmed. When this shockwave left the crater's range, it changed drastically. It seemed to finally reveal its true power, like hitting a cow across a mountain. Boom, the ground around the giant crater suddenly exploded. All the nomads standing on it were blown to bits, some dead, others half dead. The move Zhao Zheng had just used was Demon God's Descent. Since acquiring this move, he had thoroughly studied it and could easily control the area and range of damage. Haitang, take care of them, Zhao Zheng said this and flew up again. The commotion had already alerted the nomads beside the caravan. Compared to the weaklings guarding the survivors, these nomads were the stronger group, the backbone of the nomadic force. Damn it! Someone's asking for death, brothers, attack. Take him down. A dozen nomads, seeing Zhao Zheng, charged forward, shouting. Some breathed fire, some billowed black smoke, some leaped dozens of meters like frogs. The woman on the roof, however, remained motionless, simply watching coldly. Zhao Zheng grinned maliciously. Then, he clenched his fist, a white aura surrounding it, and threw a punch forward. Crack, the earth shattered into a giant crater. Only after seeing Zhao Zheng go out to hunt the nomads did the survivors snap back to reality. Zayona, a familiar voice rang out from the crowd, instantly lifting Han Mina's spirits. Third uncle. Brother Wu, Han Mina called out immediately. The two sides weren't far apart and quickly converged. Where are third brother and fourth brother? Han Mina asked. Han Laozhen's face darkened, but he didn't answer. Instead, he anxiously retorted, didn't I tell you not to come back? Why did you bring your benefactor back? Do you know this is a death trap? His tone became stern towards the end. Song Haitang happened to be behind Han Mina. Hearing this, she gave a faint smile. Third Uncle Han, it's alright. We wouldn't have come to our deaths if we weren't confident, Han Mina added. Sister Jiayu's friend is incredibly powerful, he can even kill monsters. We're saved. Hearing this, everyone around was stunned. Killed a monster? Everyone's first reaction was that he was bragging. The supernatural was invincible, like the incarnation of an evil god. Who could kill it? Just then, the earth suddenly trembled, then shook violently. What's going on? An earthquake? The survivors panicked. Song Haitang quickly said, "Don't panic, everyone. This is just a temporary earthquake caused by my friend's power. It will be fine in a moment." Everyone was horrified. What kind of power could cause such a strong earthquake? Chapter 186. Is he a god? Zhao Zheng's punch, though only using half his strength, still caused terrifying destruction. Because of the desolate terrain, there was nothing to destroy, so on the surface, it seemed harmless. However, cracks of varying sizes appeared in the ground within a 10-mile radius. Oh, right. And those dozen or so nomads, no matter how powerful they were in life, were reduced to ashes after death. Those cyberpunk-style vehicles were also mostly destroyed. The only intact vehicle was the modified heavy truck. After Zhao Zheng's destructive power appeared, the woman on the roof used her telekinesis to form a barrier, actually blocking Zhao Zheng's destruction and protecting the truck and herself. At this moment, the woman on the roof was staring intently at Zhao Zheng, as if facing a formidable enemy. This young man had killed all her subordinates in a single exchange, forcing her to act hastily to save her vehicle. From this, it was clear that this young man was definitely a formidable opponent. The next moment, the woman slowly rose into the air, floated up, and then flew from the roof of the truck to Zhao Zheng. Her flight speed was very slow, nothing compared to Zhao Zheng's. However, she exuded a high-class aura, like a goddess descending to earth. Furthermore, this woman wasn't as dirty as the nomads or survivors. Her clothes were brand new, and her hair was clean and tidy, clearly indicating she washed herself frequently. Zhao Zheng's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. He knew that the heavy truck must have been converted into a campervan, with water inside for frequent showers. Otherwise, this woman wouldn't be so clean. Although this woman looked like a woman from peacetime, she was ugly, burly, and almost masculine, and appeared to be at least 35 years old. When the woman landed in front of Zhao Zheng, she didn't immediately attack. "You brought that one-armed bitch here, so my brother Zhao who, is he already dead at your hands?" The woman went straight to the point. "Little tiger," Zhao Zheng asked, "is he the ugly guy with triangular eyes, a face full of wrinkles, and a bit of an underbite? The one who can grow bigger?" The woman's face darkened. Zhao Zheng smiled and said, "If you're talking about this guy, then he's definitely dead beyond dead, and he died a horrible death. Mainly because his self-healing ability is quite good. I played with him for a long time." Hearing this, a murderous glint flashed in the woman's eyes, and her fists clenched. She could imagine that her brother must have died a terrible death. But she didn't think about how unjustly those survivors who fell into their hands died. Just when Zhao Zheng thought the woman was about to attack, he heard her speak again. "We can cooperate. As long as we cooperate, this world will be ours." She proposed cooperation entirely because the destructive power Zhao Zheng had just displayed with his punch terrified her. Zhao Zheng was taken aback at first, then laughed. "Sorry, an ugly guy like you makes me nauseous. I just want to smash your disgusting face as soon as possible." Such open humiliation would anger anyone. The woman's face immediately changed drastically. Even if she weighed the pros and cons in her mind, she couldn't bear it anymore after hearing these words. "Then you all die?" the woman roared, suddenly raising her right hand and making a grasping gesture towards Zhao Zheng. Instantly, an invisible, powerful energy acted on Zhao Zheng. Telekinesis. As the woman slowly clenched her fist, the compression of her telekinesis grew heavier and heavier. The ground around Zhao Zheng began to collapse, the result of the woman's leaking power. But Zhao Zheng himself stood still, unmoved. Apart from his clothes becoming taut, he showed no reaction whatsoever. In fact, Zhao Zheng even had a smile on his face. "Is this your telekinesis? Or were you not full before? Can you put in more force? It's not even enough to tickle me." Hearing this, the woman was shocked and quickly took a few steps back. From that punch just now, she knew that the man in front of her was very destructive, but she didn't expect that Zhao Zheng's body would be so indestructible. What kind of monster was this? Then, the woman gritted her teeth and raised both hands. Behind her, two slightly damaged modified pickup trucks slowly floated up. "Ah!" the woman screamed, her hands suddenly clasping together. Under her control, the two pickup trucks flew towards Zhao Zheng simultaneously, crashing into him from the left and right. This time, Zhao Zheng still didn't dodge. Boom! A violent impact rang out. Zhao Zheng was completely swallowed up by the two pickup trucks. The survivors who had just been rescued in the distance were terrified at the sight. Only Song Haitang remained calm. Sister Jiayu, your friend, don't worry, he's fine, Song Haitang said. Zhao Zheng was indeed unharmed. When the two pickup trucks separated and landed, Zhao Zheng was revealed to be completely unharmed. Despite the two pickup trucks being severely deformed, Zhao Zheng's hairstyle was perfectly intact. The woman was shocked. Her younger brother, Zhao Hu, also had formidable defensive capabilities, being the strongest among all the nomads, and was often used by her as a meat shield against monsters. Even Little Tiger couldn't withstand such an attack. Why was this young man completely unharmed? Was he indestructible? Faced with such an enemy, the woman was momentarily at a loss. What? Feeling helpless, Zhao Zheng seemed to see through the woman and said, then get ready, it's my turn to attack. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch. A gust of wind from the punch. This time, Zhao Zheng used all his strength in the punch. He didn't use any other more powerful abilities because he was afraid of damaging the heavy truck in the distance. Bang! Accompanied by a violent explosion of air, the void in front of him visibly deformed severely. A violent air cannon appeared in front of Zhao Zheng, carrying immense power, smashing everything in its path. The woman's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly used her strongest telekinetic power to form a barrier in front of her to protect herself. Although she reacted in time, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Therefore, the woman was directly sent flying by the gust of wind from the punch. Thump! The woman landed heavily, dazed and in excruciating pain. If she hadn't used her telekinetic barrier to protect herself in time, she would likely have been torn to shreds by the gale. Judging from this, her telekinetic abilities were indeed impressive. Her overall strength was estimated to be at the 6th rank. At this moment, Zhao Zheng suddenly stomped his foot. The power of Demon God's descent instantly surged from the ground, then exploded violently on the ground beneath the woman. Boom! Centered on the woman. The ground within a 10-meter radius was completely shattered, forming a circular wasteland. The woman was right at the center of the explosion, instantly blasted into the air. When she landed again, she was covered in blood, missing limbs, and instantly dead. Against Zhao Zheng, she was nothing but a crushing force. In the distance, the survivors who witnessed this scene were all dumbfounded, stunned. In their eyes, the nomadic leader, powerful as a god, was dead just like that? They even felt a sense of unreality, as if in a dream. At this moment, suddenly, someone screamed, "Look over there! What's that in the sky? Oh no! It's a flock of mutated crows," someone exclaimed. Hearing that it was a flock of mutated crows, all the survivors' faces changed drastically. Everyone looked over and, sure enough, saw a huge red cloud rapidly approaching. That red cloud was composed entirely of mutated red crows. They looked similar to crows, but were larger, with sparse feathers, exposing large patches of red flesh, only their wings had relatively dense feathers. Most terrifying of all were their beaks, long and sharp, like blades. A vast army of mutated red crows blotted out the sky, seemingly endless. What are you standing there for? Run, run? This is the wilderness, where can we run to? It's no use, even if we could run, we couldn't outrun them. We're finished, all the survivors looked desperate, their faces ashen. Even Song Haitang frowned, her pretty face grave. Teacher Shen had explained these mutated red crow monsters to her students. Actually, a single mutated red crow isn't that difficult to deal with, but these monsters appear in swarms. Once a mutated red crow appears, it's always a large flock, there's never a lone one. And the destruction caused by a flock of mutated red crows is terrifying. Their beaks can even peck through armored vehicles. Even powerful superhumans would die if they encountered them. In Teacher Shen's words, if you encounter these things, unless you can hide underground, you must immediately retreat, find cover, and pray you can survive for 10 seconds. The most foolish thing to do is to linger and fight. The likely outcome is being pierced by 1,000 arrows, dying a painful death. Mutated red crows are one of the more common monster types in this world, and also one of the most troublesome. They have bat-like organs, allowing them to locate and perceive their surroundings through ultrasonic echolocation. It must have been the previous battle that attracted these beasts. Thinking of this, Song Haitang quickly shouted, "Zhao Zheng, Zhao Zheng had already noticed the arrival of the mutated red crow flock. Hearing Song Haitang's shout, he understood what she meant. She was asking him if he should choose to return. "Don't rush, Haitang, leave it to me," Zhao Zheng said with a smile. He had killed 2 groups of these before over the Pacific Ocean. Hearing Zhao Zheng's words, Song Haitang immediately calmed down. She had unconditional trust in Zhao Zheng. Actually, she had the flame fruit ability and could deal with the mutated red crows. She could just set off a large fire. However, this group of mutated red crows was too numerous. Unless she could transform into her elemental form, she couldn't handle it now and had to leave it to Zhao Zheng. Of course, Song Haitang didn't just stand there. She immediately said to the survivors, "You all crouch down." As soon as she finished speaking, Song Haitang stood in front of the survivors, her hands igniting flames. Hearing this, the survivors knew they were placing their hopes on the young ability users and crouched down. Standing was too conspicuous, crouching was definitely better. As for why they didn't just lie down. Lying down made movement difficult, and if the mutated red crows charged, they would only be waiting to die. A moment later, as the flock of mutated red crows approached, their dense, endless numbers practically covered the entire sky. It was suffocating. Only then did Zhao Zheng slowly ascend. When he reached roughly the same height as the flock, Zhao Zheng narrowed his eyes, then suddenly opened them. Conqueror's Haki. Instantly, a violent aura erupted from his body, sweeping across the entire sky like a hurricane. In an instant, the world seemed to be dyed crimson, with lightning flashing and thunder roaring. The lightning was still crimson, looking extremely eerie. At this moment, in the eyes of the survivors, Zhao Zheng's figure became incredibly majestic, like the king of gods. They felt extremely small, even feeling a desire to kneel and worship. The mutated red crows, directly impacted by the Conqueror's Haki, were frozen in midair as if struck by lightning. The next moment, one by one, they began to fall from the sky and crash to the ground. Because their numbers were so vast, it was as if the sky was raining. "Haitang, some might not be dead yet. You finish them off and set them on fire," Zhao Zheng said as soon as he landed. His Conqueror's Haki wasn't strong enough to kill these mutated monsters. If he had maxed out Conqueror's Haki like Shanks, he wouldn't need to finish them off. Song Haitang nodded, stepped forward, and released flames. Although the mutated red crows were scattered all over the ground, setting fire to the ground was much easier than burning the sky. Soon, under Song Haitang's power, the entire battlefield became a sea of fire. Next, it was time to clean up the battlefield. Zhao Zheng and Song Haitang's mission this time wasn't to kill monsters, but to survive. Since it was about survival, they just needed to stay alive. There were no fixed goals or tasks. Song Haitang, with a kind heart, wanted to see these survivors through to the end, escorting them to the Thunder God's shelter in Seoul. Of course, she needed Zhao Zheng's permission. And Zhao Zheng had no objection. Anyway, he had nothing else to do. The survivors, upon receiving the news, were immediately excited. With 2 powerful superhumans escorting them, their safety on their journey to Seoul would increase many times over. Originally, this trip was a near certain death, which was indeed the case. Without Zhao Zheng's timely appearance, they would have certainly perished. Now, they were confident that they would reach Seoul safely. So, everyone sprang into action, searching for useful supplies and preparing to set off. Half an hour later, everyone set off together. Zhao Zheng, Song Haitang, Han Mina, and others boarded the heavy truck. His earlier guess was correct. The heavy truck had indeed been converted into a campervan, complete with a bathroom, sofa, and bed. Chapter 187 Forbidden Magic. On a quiet, deserted highway, a convoy slowly made its way. Leading the convoy was a converted heavy truck, followed by several minibuses, vans, and pickup trucks. The convoy consisted of over 170 people, and their destination was Seoul. The convoy was led by Zhao Zheng and Song Haitang. Inside the heavy truck RV, Zhao Zheng looked around and realized the vehicle was clearly a converted luxury RV. It was fully equipped with a refrigerator, sofa, and soft beds, almost everything imaginable. They certainly know how to enjoy life, he smiled. Even in peacetime, maintaining such a large vehicle would require considerable manpower and resources. Let alone in this resource-scarce apocalypse. In this environment, obtaining fuel was extremely difficult. Fortunately, the vehicle's fuel tank was full, and there was a spare can of fuel, enough to get the vehicle to Seoul. Han Laozhen was driving. After some introductions, Zhao Zheng learned that Han Laozhen's real name was Han Changjin, a veteran with 12 years of service who was discharged due to injury. Because he was the third child in his family, everyone called him Han Laozhen. Han Changjin was 39 years old this year, married relatively late, and had a daughter named Han Yingying when he was 30. His daughter was 9 years old. Currently, Han Yingying was also on the heavy truck. Besides them, Han Minna, who had lost an arm, an older woman, and a young man named Han Wu were also on the truck. Han Wu could drive and was currently sitting in the passenger seat, waiting for his uncle to get tired so they could switch driving duties. There was a thick partition between the driver's cab and the truck bed. At this moment, the uncle and nephew were both silent. This drastic change had caused heavy losses to the original team, with many people dying. Originally, the entire Han family had 13 members, but now only 5 remained. Inside the truck bed, Song Haitang was helping Han Minna treat her wounds. Fortunately, there was a first aid kit in the vehicle, and Song Haitang happened to know some first aid. After Song Haitang's treatment, Han Minna's severed arm stopped bleeding. However, the girl's face was still pale, a consequence of excessive blood loss. The fact that she had managed to hold on until now showed her remarkable willpower. At this moment, Han Minna was somewhat dejected. This wasn't just because she had lost an arm, but also because she knew that her aunt, nephew, niece, cousin, and others had all died in the previous chaos. Although losing loved ones was commonplace in the post-apocalyptic world, losing so many family members at once still made Han Minna feel deeply distressed. Alright, for now, don't get it wet or engage in strenuous activity to avoid infection, Song Haitang instructed as she put away the first aid kit. Han Minna immediately said, "Thank you, Sister Jiayu, you've already thanked me, so don't thank me again," Song Haitang said with a smile, then added, "Besides, my real name isn't actually Li Jiayu. It's just that my real name might cause some trouble, so I used a pseudonym." Han Minna wasn't surprised. She had heard Zhao Zheng call her Haitang several times before, so that must be Sister Jiayu's real name. "I understand, Sister Jiayu, I'll still call you Sister Jiayu from now on, okay?" Song Haitang nodded with a smile, then said, "Don't force yourself, go to bed and rest." Han Minna was indeed very weak at this moment, she felt dizzy. However, there was only one bed in the RV. Han Minna definitely didn't dare sleep there, she was afraid she would dirty the bed. That bed was definitely for Sister Jiayu and that godlike man to rest on. "Sister Jiayu, I'll just lie down on the sofa for a while." Song Haitang wasn't fond of formalities, so she said, "Then you should rest on the sofa." Han Minna lay down on the sofa, but still forced herself to stay awake. Seeing this, Zhao Zheng smiled and said, "I'll go check the roof." The carriage had a sunroof and a ladder, allowing people to climb directly to the roof. On the roof, there was a folding chair, the same chair the woman had been sitting on eating barbecue. After Zhao Zheng went up, he sat down and surveyed the area ahead and around. After he left, the people in the carriage immediately relaxed. Zhao Zheng's aura was simply too strong, and coupled with his godlike demeanor earlier, ordinary people would feel breathless in his presence. Third sister, Zhao Changjin's daughter, immediately ran to Han Minna's side. Han Minna hugged her cousin with one arm, her heart aching as she looked into her cousin's innocent eyes, which were filled with fear. "Yingying, it's alright, don't be afraid. Yingying, come here quickly, don't disturb your third sister's rest," the aunt who was cleaning said. This aunt was Han Changjin's sister-in-law and Han Minna's aunt, and she was in her 40s. "It's alright, auntie, I'm not that sleepy yet," Han Minna said, a hint of worry in her eyes. She had lost an arm and was practically disabled. What would she do in the future? In this apocalyptic environment, someone with such a disability would inevitably be eliminated. At this moment, Song Haitang suddenly said, "Zio na, a normal person with an injury like yours would probably have fainted long ago. It's remarkable that you've managed to hold on until now." Han Minna immediately said, "I have to thank Sister Jiayu for the corpse crystal you gave me back then. After I ate it, I found that my physique had become much stronger, otherwise I definitely wouldn't have been able to hold on until now." "Oh?" Song Haitang asked in surprise. "The effects of the corpse crystal are that good?" When they were cleaning up the battlefield earlier, the survivors had found a lot of corpse crystals on the corpses of the nomads and handed them all over to Song Haitang. "Yes. It's such a waste to give me such good food. You should eat it, Sister Jiayu," Han Mina said. Song Haitang didn't say anything more, just said, "You should rest." After saying that, she climbed onto the roof of the car. Haitang, why are you up here too? Seeing Song Haitang, Zhao Zheng smiled and said, "Come and sit down." The car was moving very slowly, only about 30 miles per hour. Although the weather was cold, the wind on the roof wasn't strong. Driving so slowly was naturally for safety reasons. Everyone knows what dangers might appear ahead, and driving slowly allows for timely reactions. Hearing this, Song Haitang sat down next to Zhao Zheng. "Zhao Zheng, are we going to send these survivors to Seoul next?" "Yes." "Isn't this your decision?" Zhao Zheng asked with a smile. "What? Is there a problem?" Song Haitang shook her head and said, "When we're almost at Seoul, we need to control the team's speed. It would be best to arrive in Seoul in 11 days. Zhao Zheng understood what Song Haitang meant as soon as he heard that. They had been in the spirit realm for exactly 10 days. In 11 days, all the superhumans left behind in this world will become bloodthirsty and attract monsters to attack. At that time, the various shelters will certainly not accept them. Haitang, are you worried that some superhumans have already infiltrated the Thor shelter? Are you worried that if these survivors go in early, they might leak our information?" Zhao Zheng asked. Song Haitang nodded and said, "Your secrecy plan only has 2 months left. Try to avoid any accidents, although doing so might bring some danger to these survivors." Song Haitang had to do it to prevent Zhao Zheng's information from being leaked. She was kind-hearted, but there were limits. In her eyes, Zhao Zheng was clearly much more important than these survivors. If Zhao Zheng was threatened, she could abandon the lives of these survivors. "Okay, I understand," Zhao Zheng smiled, looking at Song Haitang with great satisfaction. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? "There's one more thing," Song Haitang said, taking out a small transparent bag. Inside the bag were about 20 corpse crystals of varying sizes. Zhao Zheng had met the survivors before and handed over the corpse crystals to Song Haitang. He asked curiously, "What are these things?" They seemed to contain special energy. Although he had been in the spirit realm for 10 days, he had been traveling and fighting during those 10 days and had not yet come across any information about corpse crystals. This stuff is called corpse crystal by the locals. It's an energy crystal that only appears in the bodies of mutated zombies, Song Haitang explained. According to the information I've gathered, local superhumans desperately need these things because they can enhance their abilities. Ordinary people can also strengthen their bodies by consuming it. "Oh? There's something this good?" Zhao Zheng asked in surprise. "We superhumans can eat it too," Song Haitang shook her head. "I don't know, however, our teacher never told us about its existence. Since our teacher didn't mention it, there are only 3 possibilities. First, our teacher genuinely doesn't know. Second, someone deliberately concealed the existence and effects of corpse crystals. Third, the energy in corpse crystals conflicts with the energy within our superhuman bodies. Consuming them will cause poisoning and death. I personally lean towards the third possibility. I believe that over the years, some superhumans in this world must have obtained corpse crystals. Perhaps they couldn't resist the temptation to become stronger and consume them, resulting in poisoning and death here, which is why the news hasn't spread." Zhao Zheng nodded upon hearing this. "Haitang, your analysis makes sense. Just a wild guess," Song Haitang said modestly, then asked, "What should we do with these corpse crystals?" Zhao Zheng thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "Those nomads weren't very strong. Since they only gain so much strength by consuming corpse crystals over a long period, it means the boost from the corpse crystals isn't that significant. We have the spirit realm. We can improve our strength through it. There's no need to gamble on whether this stuff is truly poisonous. So, my suggestion is to treat it as waste." Song Haitang strongly agreed with Zhao Zheng's attitude. She thought so too. "Then I'll give these things to Ziona later," Song Haitang said. Zhao Zheng already knew the names of the survivors in the car and smiled. "It seems you and that child get along very well." Song Haitang nodded. "I admire her tenacious character and am willing to lend her a hand." Zhao Zheng smiled. He also felt that the girl was very strong. As for how Song Haitang disposed of the corpse crystals, he didn't care at all. "Oh, right. Haitang, let me show you something," Zhao Zheng said, and with a thought, an unknown object appeared in his hand. The object was very small, probably only the size of a fingernail, and was silver-gray in color, resembling a finger bone. Song Haitang had keen senses and immediately felt that the object was emitting an invisible force field, covering a very small area. "This thing," Song Haitang asked, "Is this what you got after killing the monster?" Zhao Zheng smiled and nodded. "Yes, its name is anti-magic finger bone. It's a supernatural item. You can take it with you. The effect is also very good. Wearing it can increase mental resistance and make you immune to illusion attacks. Haitang, take a look." Song Haitang took it and looked at it, and indeed, the prompt that only supernatural items would appear in her left eye. Then, she returned the ominous bone to Zhao Zheng, smiling and saying, "My mental strength is sufficient. This thing is perfect for you. With it, if you encounter mental monsters again, you won't be afraid." Zhao Zheng smiled and nodded, and without being polite, kept the finger bone. "Haitang, I plan to collect some information about the supernatural and hunt more of them. Maybe we can even find some good loot." Song Haitang had a different opinion. "The supernatural is dangerous, it's best not to force it. That's why we need to collect information first," Zhao Zheng said with a smile. "I definitely won't go looking for trouble with those tricky supernatural creatures. I'll only target the easy ones." Hearing this, Song Haitang still disagreed somewhat, but she knew that Zhao Zheng was very decisive, and once he made a decision, it was difficult for others to influence him. "That's fine, safety first." The two chatted on the roof of the car, while the survivors in the car behind them secretly watched them. They were mainly watching Zhao Zheng. Seeing that man with a powerful aura, everyone's eyes were filled with awe. The next half-day passed peacefully. No monsters were encountered. When night fell, the convoy pulled over. Nighttime was when monsters were active, so it was not advisable to travel, as it was easy to encounter danger. The entire convoy formed a circle in the wilderness, and everyone cooked over a fire in the center. Rice was definitely out of stock, so they mainly cooked packaged ready-made meals and dehydrated vegetable soup. After eating, they turned off the fire and arranged for people to take turns keeping watch while the others rested. Of course, Zhao Zheng and Song Haitang didn't need to worry about this. The two slept in the RV, sharing a bed. However, in the middle of the night, Han Chengjin suddenly became anxious. His daughter had developed a high fever, and it was quite severe. Sister Jiayu, Han Mina called out anxiously to Song Haitang, saying, "Yingying has a high fever, can you take a look at her?" Song Haitang immediately got up and went to the sofa in the RV. She first touched the child's forehead and found that the fever was indeed severe. However, it wasn't like a normal high fever. Chapter 188 Awakening. The Chosen One? Song Haitang's mental strength was now very powerful, and her perception was correspondingly very strong. She quickly sensed an unknown energy fluctuation within Han Yingying's body. This phenomenon immediately struck a chord with Song Haitang. This isn't just a normal fever. Hearing this, the people surrounding her were awe-stunned. Han Chengjin quickly asked, "Captain, what's wrong with Yingying?" Captain referred to Song Haitang. This title was unanimously agreed upon. Originally, everyone called Song Haitang leader, but she refused, hence the title captain. As for Zhao Zheng, in everyone's eyes, he was like a god. No one dared to give him any arbitrary title. "If I'm not mistaken, she's awakening a supernatural ability," Song Haitang said. Teacher Shen had mentioned the awakening of survivors to her before. Although Teacher Shen hadn't elaborated on the symptoms, Han Yingying's current situation seemed most likely to fit the description of awakening a supernatural ability. Hearing this, the Han family members were both surprised and delighted. If the Han family could produce a superhuman, it would definitely be more beneficial than harmful to their survival. Even Zhao Zheng showed a curious expression. Yingying is awakening her superpower. Han Mina was initially pleasantly surprised, but then worried. "But I heard that the process of awakening a superpower is very dangerous." Upon hearing this, Han Chengjin's old face immediately turned ashen, filled with worry. Song Haitang was unaware that there were dangers during the awakening process. She immediately asked, "What dangers?" Han Mina first glanced at her third uncle, then gritted her teeth and said, "I heard that awakening a superpower takes a very long time, at least a dozen hours of slumber. If you can wake up, you're a superhuman. But many people don't wake up during this process. The success rate of awakening a superpower is less than 50%. Han Chengjin's face immediately turned pale. Song Haitang thought for a moment and asked, "Is there any way to increase the success rate of awakening?" Han Mina shook her head, "I haven't heard of any. I only know that the success rate of awakening superpowers was relatively high at the beginning of the disaster, but it has decreased since then." Song Haitang had an idea and immediately said to Han Chengjin, "Uncle Han, go outside and ask if anyone knows anything about this." Upon hearing this, Han Changjin immediately ran out of the RV and went outside. He asked around and quickly returned dejectedly, shaking his head. Everyone's hearts tightened when they saw this, and they looked at Han Yingying with concern. Song Haitang thought for a moment and said, "I have an idea." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Song Haitang. Song Haitang said, "Zhao Na said before that the success rate of awakening superpowers was relatively high at the beginning of the disaster, but it decreased over time. Is that right?" "Yes," Han Mina said, "I heard it from others too." "That should be true," Han Wu said from the side. "Now it's rare to see newly awakened superpower users, it's mostly people who awakened before." Song Haitang then said, "I think this phenomenon has nothing to do with time, it should be related to individual physical condition. Awakening superpowers takes a long time, and in this process, it inevitably consumes a lot of physical strength and energy. If the body is weak, it definitely won't be able to hold on." At the beginning of the disaster, everyone had only been hungry for a short time, and their bodies were still in good condition, able to withstand the consumption during awakening, and they could persevere, so the success rate was relatively high. But now, the ordinary survivors are almost all pale and thin, and their physical strength is simply not enough to support the consumption during awakening, so the success rate will definitely be lower. Hearing Song Haitang's analysis, everyone suddenly understood. It seemed to be true. However, after knowing this, everyone was even more worried. Because Han Yingying was often hungry and ate packaged foods filled with advanced technology and harsh treatments, her health deteriorated rapidly, leading to severe malnutrition. Her arms were as thin as chopsticks, and her face was almost devoid of flesh. A 9-year-old looked like a 7 or 8-year-old. Could such a body withstand the strain of awakening? Then, what should we do? Han Mina asked anxiously. "Sister Jiayu, Yingying is so weak, she definitely won't be able to hold on. Do you have any way to help Yingying?" Han Changjin, this burly man, immediately knelt down before Song Haitang. "Captain, please help Yingying. As long as you're willing to help, no matter the outcome, I, Han Laozhen, will give you my life." Song Haitang frowned slightly. She didn't like this scene. "Get up first, let me finish." Hearing this, Han Changjin had no choice but to get up from the ground. "I've heard you say before that corpse crystals contain energy that can improve the body, and that there are no adverse reactions to consuming them. My idea is to try feeding this child a corpse crystal." After a pause, Song Haitang added, "As for whether it will work, I don't know, we can only leave it to fate. If you agree, I'll bring the corpse crystal." The last sentence didn't even need to be asked. Because the little girl, Han Yingying, was now completely unconscious, and there was no way she could pull through like this. They had no choice but to try anything. Besides, everyone agreed with Song Haitang's analysis and thought it was the best solution. So, Han Changjin knelt down before Song Haitang again. After all, corpse crystals were precious, and Song Haitang's willingness to give them up was a great favor. Song Haitang didn't like this kind of thing, so she simply ignored Han Changjin and went back to her bedroom to get the corpse crystal. However, a new problem arose. The smallest corpse crystal in the bag was the size of a fingernail, and the corpse crystal was very hard under normal conditions, so it definitely couldn't be fed directly. Because Han Yingying was already unconscious, feeding her directly might choke her. Everyone tried various methods, even smashing it with a hammer, but they couldn't break the corpse crystal. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. "How can it be so hard?" Han Mina exclaimed in surprise. "I remember digesting it quickly after I ate it, and my stomach felt warm. It seems that corpse crystals are afraid of stomach acid." "Let me see it," Zhao Zheng said. Song Haitang handed the corpse crystal to Zhao Zheng. Everyone looked at Zhao Zheng with hopeful eyes. Zhao Zheng didn't hesitate. He squeezed the corpse crystal hard. It didn't budge. It was indeed a bit hard. Zhao Zheng squeezed it again, and this time, a small white aura appeared on his fingertips. Good heavens! He actually used the tremor fruit ability to break the corpse crystal. Crack! This time it finally worked. Under the powerful tremor fruit ability, the small corpse crystal was directly shattered. It almost turned into powder. Seeing this, everyone was horrified. They had just tried to break the corpse crystal with a hammer, but it was almost as hard as a diamond. Unexpectedly, this man shattered it so easily. "What are you all standing there for?" Zhao Zheng said. "Get some water and give it to the child." Soon, the powdered corpse crystal, mixed with water, was fed to Han Yingying. After feeding it to her, everyone looked at Han Yingying with concern, observing her condition. The little girl had been extremely pale and covered in cold sweat, looking incredibly weak. 2 or 3 minutes after ingesting the corpse crystal, her complexion quickly regained some color, and the cold sweat stopped flowing as profusely. It works. It works, Han Mina exclaimed in surprise. Han Chengjin also breathed a heavy sigh of relief, looking at his daughter with a tense expression. Song Haitang walked over and touched the child's forehead. It was still very hot. From now on, you will take turns observing her condition. Call me immediately if there are any problems. Hearing Song Haitang's words, everyone nodded. Han Mina said, Sister Jiayu, I understand. You should rest. Song Haitang nodded and returned to the bedroom with Zhao Zheng to sleep. Don't misunderstand, they were just sleeping. The conditions were too poor, water was precious, and they couldn't even take a bath. The two of them hadn't bathed for over 10 days, and being clean people, they had no interest in doing that. There was no other way, that's just how the post-apocalyptic environment is. The night passed. The next day, after getting up, Song Haitang and Zhao Zheng quickly washed up and immediately went out to check on Han Yingying. How's the baby? Song Haitang asked. It was clear that the Han family hadn't slept all night, staying with the little girl. Her condition is relatively stable, Han Mina said, but the high fever hasn't subsided. Song Haitang went over and touched the child's forehead. It was indeed the case. It seemed that awakening superpowers was indeed very dangerous. The sacred ground of extraordinary realm on Blue Star was much better, convenient, quick, and safe. Now she can only rely on herself. Let's continue to observe, Song Haitang said. Everyone nodded. Han Chengjin stood up and said, I'll drive. His eyes were red and bloodshot, clearly from worry all night. Third uncle, you haven't slept a wink all night, let me drive, Han Wu said. Seeing the uncle and nephew arguing, Song Haitang said, stop arguing, we're not leaving today, we'll rest here. Anyway, she and Zhao Zheng's plan wasn't to leave so quickly, so staying here for another day would be better. This, Han Mina whispered a reminder. Someone came towards us, asking when we'd set off. The someone she was referring to was definitely the people outside. Song Haitang immediately frowned and said, go tell them they can leave whenever they want, they don't need to wait for us. Yingying is at a critical moment right now, she can't be jostled, we'll talk about everything after she wakes up. Upon hearing this, Han Chengjin almost knelt down again. What could he say for his daughter's sake? So, the convoy stayed where it was for another day. Because Zhao Zheng and Song Haitang hadn't left, no one else dared to leave. Even a fool would know that following the two big shots would be much safer. Letting them go to Seoul on their own would be a near-certain death sentence. It wasn't until after 2 p.m. that Han Yingying's fever subsided and she slowly woke up. Yingying? You're awake? That's great, Han Mina, who was standing guard beside her, immediately shouted, Third uncle, come quick, Yingying's awake. Han Chengjin, who was inspecting the car's chassis outside, immediately crawled out from under the car and ran towards the RV. Dad, Han Yingying called out. Seeing his daughter safe and sound, Han Chengjin burst into tears and rushed to her side, asking, Yingying, are you feeling alright anywhere? Han Yingying thought for a moment, then touched her stomach and said, Dad, I'm hungry. Song Haitang was also alerted and rushed over just in time to hear this. She immediately picked up a packaged bread and handed it to her. Eat up, thank you, Sister Jiayu. Han Yingying thanked her politely and then ate heartily. After the girl finished eating, Song Haitang asked curiously, Yingying, what kind of superpower have you awakened? Han Yingying didn't react immediately, looking puzzled. Han Mina then said, Yingying, Sister Jiu, I was asking if you've noticed anything different about your body. Han Yingying was a clever child and understood Song Haitang's meaning. She thought for a moment, raised one hand, and exerted a little force. Instantly, a soft green light appeared in the center of her palm, looking lush and verdant. Seeing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Clearly, Han Yingying had successfully awakened a superpower. However, what kind of ability is this? Han Mina asked curiously. Han Yingying didn't explain. Her gaze swept around the RV, and when she saw a potted, nearly withered, unknown plant on the shelf next to her, the little girl's eyes lit up. She ran over, picked up the plant, and then reached out and pinched a yellowing leaf. Ability activated. Instantly, the nearly withered plant miraculously revived at a speed visible to the naked eye, and began to grow rapidly, presenting a vibrant scene. Everyone was stunned by this miraculous sight. Even Zhao Zheng showed a look of astonishment. This is Yingying's awakened ability? It's too amazing, Han Mina said blankly. I feel dizzy, Han Yingying said, releasing the plant and sitting on the sofa. She looks somewhat weak. What's wrong? Yingying, are you feeling unwell? Han Changjin asked quickly. Han Yingying thought for a moment and said, I'm so tired, so sleepy, Daddy. Yingying wants to sleep. It must be due to excessive energy expenditure, Song Haitang said from the side. The child just awakened her ability, and she was already weak when she used it, which led to excessive energy depletion. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Song Haitang suddenly added, regarding this child's awakened ability, I suggest you keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone. Seeing the puzzled looks on everyone's faces, Song Haitang continued, she can revive plants. Such an ability, appearing in this apocalyptic environment, I think I don't need to emphasize its importance again, right? Plants occupy a very important link in the food chain. When her ability becomes powerful in the future, she might be able to save all the survivors. Once the news spreads, all the major shelters will definitely be vying for her. If she falls into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, this child might very well become a machine for cultivating food. Hearing this, the Han family members were all shocked. Han Changjin's eyes revealed deep worry. Chapter 189 Utter Selfishness. This is the apocalypse. Was Song Haitang right? Of course. Since the disaster struck, the world's food chain has been severely damaged. Now, most survivors can no longer find normal food and are mostly eating leftover packaged food. Even these additive-laden foods are becoming increasingly rare. Only large shelters might still have some food reserves. On the one hand, no one is farming, and on the other hand, the environment is too harsh to grow anything. Even the rumored Thor's shelter, with its supposedly perfect food chain, hasn't solved the food shortage problem. This shows the importance of food in a post-apocalyptic environment. Once Han Yingying's abilities are leaked, it's inevitable that other survivors will covet them. The Han family isn't stupid. After Song Haitang's reminder, they immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Yingying, never release your abilities in front of outsiders again, understand? Han Changjin warned. The little girl nodded, seemingly understanding, and said, Daddy, I understand. After a pause, she suddenly added, Daddy, I can also heal. One day, I'll heal Sister Na's hand. Hearing this, the Han family members all showed expressions of surprise and joy. Good child. Han Changjin was very excited. Han Mina was also very happy. Okay, Yingying, I'm waiting for you to heal me. Yes, I will try my best. Han Yingying's little face was full of seriousness. Han Wu, who was standing next to her, asked, Yingying, why wait until later? Can't we do it now? Han Yingying said with a troubled look. To heal Sister Na's arm, a lot of energy is needed. My current ability is too weak, it's not possible. Hearing this, Han Wu became even more curious. You mean, you can make Sister Na's arm grow back? Yes, Han Yingying nodded affirmatively. Han Wu asked again, how did you know all this? Han Yingying tilted her head, thought for a moment, and said, I don't know. Han Changjin then asked Song Haitang, Captain, now that Yingying is awake, should we continue our journey? Song Haitang shook his head and said, no need. Let's rest well today and leave tomorrow. No one dared to object to Song Haitang's words. Besides, Song Haitang's orders were also beneficial to the Han family, so they had no reason to object. A moment later, on the roof of the vehicle, Zhao Zheng and Song Haitang chatted while looking at the post-apocalyptic scenery. This world is actually very similar to our world, Song Haitang said calmly. Oh, Zhao Zheng was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, then smiled and asked, what do you mean? Song Haitang frowned slightly and offered her guess. Our world may have been targeted by some terrifying monster, but that monster hasn't fully invaded yet. Unlike this world where the monster has already descended, Zhao Zheng immediately said, Haitang, so you also have this idea. Many people have this idea, but the higher-ups are intentionally blocking information about it and preventing discussion, Song Haitang said. Zhao Zheng nodded. Since he could guess it before, many others must have guessed it too. The fact that no one was discussing it online was clearly a deliberate attempt by the higher-ups to prevent panic and social unrest. Haitang, I can tell you definitively that your guess is true, and that monster is even more terrifying than you imagine. Zhao Zheng frowned, his expression grave, and said, the reason our world has no sunlight is because that terrifying being is devouring stars. Song Haitang wasn't too surprised to hear this, as she had already suspected this. She trusted Zhao Zheng and didn't ask how he discovered it, but her pretty face turned serious as she said, "An existence capable of devouring stars? It's unimaginable. Once it completely devours a star, its next target will likely be Earth," Zhao Zheng said. "I think the reason the higher-ups value you so much is because they see hope in you." Hearing this, Song Haitang smiled. "Hope is indeed in you. If someone can withstand such a monster in the future, I believe it will be you." "I think so too," Zhao Zheng said shamelessly. Suddenly, Song Haitang seemed to remember something. She looked up at the dim sky and said, "In this world, there's still some brightness during the day, which means the sun hasn't disappeared." "Zhao Zheng, do you want to fly out and take a look?" Hearing this, Zhao Zheng's expression turned serious. "No, there are monsters more terrifying than the strange ones outside the atmosphere." He had just transmigrated to this world and tried to fly out of the atmosphere, but his extraordinary senses frantically warned him that there was great terror outside. This was very similar to Earth. Song Haitang also frowned. She sighed. "Compared to us, the survivors of this world truly see no hope." Zhao Zheng, however, said, "Perhaps the child down there is destined for greatness. Her appearance might change everything and bring a glimmer of hope to humanity." Song Haitang thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. If Han Yingying's growth goes smoothly and she eventually becomes a powerful superhuman, she could truly provide a place for humanity to survive. Then, if another powerful superhuman appears and eliminates all the monsters, this world will be saved. At this moment, movement came from the skylight staircase. Someone was climbing up. Song Haitang and Zhao Zheng simultaneously fell silent and looked towards the skylight. A moment later, Han Mina climbed up. "Sister Jiayu, Brother Zhao, I hope I haven't disturbed you." Zhao Zheng looked at the one-armed girl and asked, "Is something the matter?" Han Mina said, "I have an idea and would like to get your consent." Song Haitang then said, "Sit down and talk." Han Mina sat down and said, "My third uncle just discussed it with us and came up with an idea. Perhaps we don't need to go to Seoul." Hearing this, Song Haitang already knew what Han Mina was going to say. However, she didn't interrupt. "Go on." Han Mina then said, "Sister Jiayu, you and Brother Zhao are so powerful that you can easily build your own shelter. If you are willing to build a shelter, we will definitely listen to you. Once Yingying grows up, food will no longer be scarce. At that time, we can even build the largest and safest shelter in the world." Hearing this, Song Haitang's expression remained calm and unmoved. Han Mina's suggestion was certainly very good. If she were from this world, she might be tempted. Unfortunately, she was just a passerby. "Is this your idea, or your third uncle's idea?" Song Haitang asked. Han Mina said, "It was third uncle who suggested it first, but everyone agreed. Compared to that Thor, you two are more trustworthy." Song Haitang shook his head. "Then we'll have to betray your trust. We can't set up a shelter here." "Why?" Han Mina was a little surprised and confused. The suggestion was clearly beneficial to both sides, a win-win situation. Setting up their own shelter was much better than going to someone else's and living under someone else's roof. "Because we have more important things to do," Song Haitang said. "Once we send you to Thor's shelter, we'll leave." Han Mina looked disappointed and upset. Since Song Haitang said that, he was serious and wouldn't set up any shelter. The girl wanted to say something more. Zhao Zheng suddenly stood up. "Someone's coming." Everyone looked in the direction Zhao Zheng was looking. There was indeed a group of survivors rapidly approaching. They seemed to be running desperately. It turned out that several crawling monsters were chasing them. "It's mutated zombie dogs," Han Mina exclaimed. These monsters were fast and powerful, making them very troublesome for survivors. However, after shouting, Han Mina suddenly remembered that with Song Haitang and Zhao Zheng around, what was there to fear from mere mutated zombie dogs? At this moment, the others in the camp also noticed the anomaly and were alarmed. Many people climbed onto the roofs of the vehicles to observe. After seeing the situation clearly, everyone cursed. "Damn it! There are mutated zombie dogs behind them. These bastards are deliberately leading the mutated zombie dogs this way. Those despicable bastards, why don't they just die?" "What do we do?" "Don't worry, with our captain and that guy around, what are mere mutated zombie dogs?" At this moment, a disgusting scene unfolded. Seeing that they were about to be caught by the mutated zombie dogs, several of the group actually attacked their own companions. They shot their companion's leg, causing him to fall to the ground screaming, giving the mutated zombie dogs time to escape. Seeing this, Zhao Zheng's gaze immediately turned cold. If these guys' desperate escape could previously be explained by running in the wrong direction, now it was almost certain they were deliberately trying to lure the monsters to their own escape. Furthermore, their actions confirmed they were extremely selfish beasts. To create a chance for themselves, they didn't hesitate to shoot their own companion. "What a disgusting bunch of scum," Zhao Zheng said coldly, then said, "Haitang, set it on fire, stop them, don't let them get near here." The girl nodded, took a few steps forward to the front of the car, and waved her hand. A ball of flame flew from her hand, landing right in front of the group. Whoosh, the flame landed, instantly forming a sea of fire, its length astonishing, blocking the path. Instantly, those people stood there jumping up and down, cursing loudly. Of course, they were a bit far away, so no one heard them. But judging from their angry expressions, they were definitely furious. Good. That's how it should be done. These beasts, they'd even betray their own teammates. They've lost all conscience. Haha, well done, Captain. Song Haitang's actions drew a lot of cheers. As for those beasts, their path blocked, they could only turn back and fight the mutated zombie dogs. If they could defeat the mutated zombie dogs, they wouldn't be running for their lives like this. So, the outcome was already predetermined. After those mutated zombie dogs had killed all the beasts, they still wanted to attack the camp. But Song Haitang easily dealt with them. Zhao Zheng didn't even have to lift a finger. This incident was just a minor episode for everyone. After dinner that evening, Song Haitang called several members of the Han family to the car and then took out a bag of corpse crystals. "I have high hopes for Yingying's future and am willing to lend her a hand. So, I'm giving her these corpse crystals in the hope that she can grow up quickly." Seeing that these people seem to want to decline, Song Haitang said directly, "I don't like that kind of passing the buck. Since I've decided to give them away, it means I'm serious." Hearing this, the words that were on the tip of everyone's tongue suddenly fell silent. Han Chengjin immediately pulled his daughter and kowtowed to Song Haitang. "Yingying, quickly thank your benefactor." "Thank you, Sister Jiayu." The little girl's words were sweet. "When I grow up, I will definitely repay you." Song Haitang smiled slightly upon hearing this. Perhaps the other members of the Han family had some ulterior motives, but this child was probably innocent and pure. Corpse crystals are good, but don't rush to feed them to her. "Make sure you understand how to use them first," Song Haitang said. "These things probably have some side effects, otherwise, those nomads wouldn't keep them on their person without consuming them." Han Mina immediately said, "Sister Jiayu, you're right. Corpse crystals do have side effects. I heard that frequent use could lead to corpse poisoning and turning you into a zombie. After consuming one, you need to wait a while before consuming the next one." Song Haitang nodded. "I see. If corpse crystals didn't have side effects, those nomads wouldn't keep them on their person. They would have consumed them long ago to enhance their strength. After all, in the apocalyptic environment, danger could arise at any time. Only a fool would hoard something that could enhance strength without side effects. Alright, I'm going to sleep now. You guys go do what you need to do." With that, Song Haitang returned to the bedroom to sleep with Zhao Zheng. Although neither of them were interested in that kind of thing, she really enjoyed sleeping next to Zhao Zheng. It made her feel very safe. Outside the RV, Han Chengjin pulled Han Mina aside and asked, "Did you tell them our thoughts?" "Yes," Han Mina said helplessly. "Sister Jiayu said they have more important things to do and aren't interested in building a shelter." This left Han Chengjin completely bewildered. In this world, what could be more important than survival? And yet, the initiative was in their hands. If they weren't interested, there was nothing he could do. The next day, at the crack of dawn, the convoy set off towards Seoul. P.S. I'm in a bad mood today, and there's a satisfying part I'm hesitant to write, so I'll just use this transitional chapter first. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190: The Strongest Superpowered Being. Thor arrives. 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye. The convoy finally arrived in Seoul. Upon seeing Seoul's iconic landmarks, the many survivors in the convoy were filled with emotion. Finally we're here. We're finally here. In peacetime, A journey that would take at most 2 days by car took us almost 12 days this time. I never thought we'd actually make it to Seoul safely. I thought this trip would be a near-death experience. It really was a near-death experience. No. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was a certain death. There were so many dangerous situations along the way that we definitely couldn't have made it through on our own. It was all thanks to our captain and that person that we were able to escape danger. That's right, especially the time 6 days ago when we accidentally entered the territory of the devouring monsters. Without our captain and that person, we would have certainly died. We would definitely have been eaten clean by those disgusting and terrifying insects. Tell me, who exactly is our captain's friend? He's terrifying. One punch from him turned the entire county upside down, caused a massive earthquake, and killed all the devouring monsters. Even the immortals and myths and legends couldn't be more powerful than him. He's really too powerful. I've never heard of such a superhuman. Before seeing him, I always thought that superhumans were just people who could breathe fire, play with water, or have a lot of strength. I never imagined that superhumans could be this strong. Those demons and monsters wouldn't be a match for that man, right? Haven't you heard? The captain's friend killed a monster. That's amazing. I wonder if the Thor at the Seoul shelter can compare to the captain's friend. At this moment, the convoy was parked on the outskirts of Seoul, making final preparations before heading straight to the shelter. Many survivors gathered in 2s and 3s, eating, resting, and chatting. They were incredibly grateful to Zhao Zheng and Song Haitang. Especially Zhao Zheng. Without this ruthless man, their team definitely wouldn't have made it to Seoul. So, in the rest area, everyone's focus was on Zhao Zheng, speculating about his background, their tone filled with gratitude and admiration. On the other side, a few people were also eating in a modified pickup truck. Zhao Liu, have you made arrangements with the Thor's shelter? The one who suddenly spoke was a man over 50 with ring temples. Although he was not young, he stood very straight, displaying clear military bearing and an imposing presence. He was the old battalion commander Han Chengjin had mentioned, the original leader of this convoy. It's all arranged. They'll send someone to meet us later, said a young man eating bread. Actually, 2 days ago, when the convoy entered the northern province, they had contacted the Thor's shelter via radio. The shelter welcomed the arrival of a group of survivors. This attitude delighted the entire convoy of survivors. They had long been fed up with the daily struggle for food and the uncertainty of their lives, and desperately wanted stability. Battalion commander, a thin, bespectacled middle-aged man beside him said, "Have you realized an important issue?" "Oh? What issue?" the old battalion commander asked. The middle-aged man said, "Battalion commander, what do you think of Captain Song's friend's strength?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Liu couldn't help but say, "Brother Zhang, isn't that obvious? If it weren't for him, would we be here alive? I've never seen a more powerful superhuman." Typical young man. Even after 3 years of the apocalypse, his words remained direct. The old battalion commander also said, "Captain Song's friend's strength is beyond doubt. The Red Eagle Wandering Group, which almost wiped us out, is the most notorious nomadic group in that area. Especially their leader, Hong Wan, is practically the king of that region, an extremely rare powerhouse even among the entire superhuman community, but such a powerful figure was easily crushed to death by Captain Song's friend. From this alone, it's clear that Captain Song's friend is definitely one of the top superhumans in the world." As he finished speaking, the old battalion commander's tone was filled with emotion, his expression revealing a hint of envy and longing. If he possessed Zhao Zheng's strength, he could surely create a haven for the survivors, untouched by monsters. Unexpectedly, the bespectacled middle-aged man smiled bitterly. "That's the problem. He's just too strong." Hearing this, the others looked puzzled. Only the old battalion commander's expression shifted, and he said, "Are you worried that he'll clash with that Thor?" "That's right," the middle-aged man nodded, saying, "Think about it carefully, everyone. In the past 3 years, whenever a powerful superhuman has emerged, haven't they all liked to establish themselves as kings, unwilling to be subordinate to others? Those with good intentions will claim a place, build a shelter, and manage the entire shelter. At the very least, they'll become the nominal supreme leader. Those bad ones simply rob, kill, commit arson, and all sorts of evil deeds, directly revealing their true nature. Isn't that right?" Everyone nodded in agreement. The middle-aged man continued, "As the old saying goes, 2 tigers cannot share one mountain. Strong people prefer to work alone. If that's the case, what about Captain Song's friend? With his strength, He's capable of protecting a region, practically a local tyrant. Even if he's not interested in doing that, it doesn't mean he's willing to be someone's concubine. Once he enters the Thunder God refuge camp, how to settle that person is a concern not only for us, but also for the refuge itself. Too much attention might overshadow the main character. But any slight will inevitably provoke that person's displeasure, and if a conflict arises, it will be troublesome. Hearing this, the expressions of the people nearby changed. The middle-aged man didn't stop there, continuing, if we think even more maliciously, what if Captain Song's friend was originally after Thor's shelter? He clearly has the ability to build a shelter and take in survivors, but he hasn't done so. Maybe he's eyeing the ecosystem of Thor's shelter, wanting to usurp it and take over? What if that's the case? Then conflict is inevitable, and we'll be caught on the middle, probably torn to pieces. This analysis sent a chill down everyone's spine. If that were the case, they, as ordinary people, would definitely be the first to be cannon fodder. Alright, the old battalion commander frowned. Don't speculate maliciously about him. The fact that he's saved us so many times shows he's not an ambitious person. Commander, it's not that I want to speculate maliciously, but in this environment, anything can happen. The middle-aged man said. Haven't similar things happened enough in the past 3 years? The old battalion commander frowned and said in a deep voice, regardless of his motives, the fact is he saved us many times. For that alone, we owe him. Even if he wanted my life, it would be justified. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man was speechless. After a moment of silence, he continued, I'm just expressing some concerns. I don't mean any disrespect and hope I'm not being overly pessimistic. The old battalion commander remained silent. A soldier in camouflage standing nearby asked, Director Zhang, what should we do if something like that really happens? The old battalion commander sighed. Indeed, everyone looks out for themselves. Although that wasn't the original meaning of the saying, its literal meaning perfectly reflected the current situation. Even with the greatest favors, when it comes to their own lives, most people would probably make the choice based on their conscience. I'm going down for some fresh air. The old battalion commander got out of the car, refusing to participate in the discussion. His position as battalion commander was long gone. He had no power to control his subordinates. Inside the car, after the old battalion commander left, the group began their discussion more openly. Director Zhang said, before making a choice, we need to analyze the strength of both sides. As ordinary people, the only thing we can do to save our lives is to attach ourselves to the stronger party. The people in the car nodded in agreement. Director Zhang, I think you're right, said the man in camouflage from before. Alright, let's do a simple analysis then. Director Zhang smiled slightly. In peacetime, he was a leader in the city. When the disaster struck, he fled to a military base immediately, which is how he survived until now. Captain Song's friend, I don't need to say more, you've all seen how terrifying he is, although I haven't met that Thor, since he can shelter such a huge underground city and accommodate hundreds of thousands of survivors, his strength must be astonishing. Does anyone know anything about Thor's achievements? Especially his recent achievements? Tell us, and tell the truth, don't exaggerate, that's very important. The analysis yielded no results. After all, they were thousands of miles away from Thor, and their knowledge of Thor's reputation was based on hearsay. They had no idea of his true strength. Under these circumstances, there was no way to analyze him. Suddenly, Zhao Liu made a suggestion. Why don't we use the radio to contact the shelter and ask them about Thor's achievements? As soon as this suggestion was made, the eyes of everyone in the car lit up. Okay, Zhao Liu, contact the shelter right away. I think we can also send some goodwill to the shelter. Meanwhile, inside the RV, Song Haitang frowned, her pretty face frosty. What's wrong, Haitang? Zhao Zheng asked with a smile. Who made you unhappy? Song Haitang looked at the pickup truck not far away and recounted everything she had just overheard. The two vehicles were about 30 meters apart, and the pickup truck's doors and windows were closed. At such a distance, Song Haitang could still hear the conversation inside. Her hearing was practically superhuman. Zhao Zheng hadn't heard anything. After hearing Song Haitang's account, Zhao Zheng immediately laughed. Don't be angry. What's there to be angry about? There are hundreds of people in the team. It's already quite good that only a few bad apples have appeared. Song Haitang didn't know why, but whenever Zhao Zheng was involved, she tended to become emotionally volatile. Zhao Zheng comforted her. Wasn't the old battalion commander's performance quite good? and the others have been very grateful to us for having these people around. That's enough. It wasn't in vain that we saved them. As for those few vermin, once we reach the shelter's entrance and give them hope, we'll crush them." Song Haitang, who had calmed down considerably, couldn't help but glance at Zhao Zheng upon hearing the last sentence. Then, she asked, "They're contacting Thor's shelter via radio and have deliberately leaked some information about you. Should we stop them?" Zhao Zheng waved his hand. "No need. I was planning to talk to Thor anyway. I heard he escaped from a strange realm, and I want to ask him about that strange information. It's good for Thor to know I'm coming beforehand, so I don't have to demonstrate my abilities to see him later." Song Haitang nodded. "I understand." After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill and rested for half an hour, they set off again. It was already afternoon. They planned to reach Thor's shelter before nightfall. As the convoy entered the city, everyone became cautious. According to the information from the shelter, the city was not safe, and many monsters still roamed there. The Thor himself had once tried to clear the monsters from the city. However, new monsters would quickly appear and take over the previous monsters' territories. Realizing this, the shelter simply stopped its efforts and allowed the monsters to remain on the surface. After all, new monsters would appear after clearing them out. It was safer to gather information on the existing monsters rather than clear them out. The exploration teams just needed to avoid the monster territories when they went out. The shelter had also informed the convoy about the distribution of monster territories. As long as everyone followed the safe routes and didn't make a big fuss, there wouldn't be any major problems. Boom! Just then, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared on the horizon, illuminating the sky and attracting the attention of everyone in the convoy. "Why is there lightning all of a sudden? Is it going to rain? We need to hurry." "Wait, something's wrong with that lightning. It's coming towards us." When everyone noticed a bolt of lightning rapidly flashing through the clouds and approaching the convoy, most of the survivors panicked. Mainly because they had encountered too many monsters along the way, and had narrowly escaped death several times, leaving them with a lingering fear. Although they were terrified, no one ran. They knew that the safest place was where that man was. At this moment, some people, seeing the lightning approaching, guessed what was happening. For example, Director Zhang and Zhao Liu. They knew that the rapidly approaching lightning must be the legendary Thunder God. Chapter 191. A show of force? Fighting from the start. After noticing the unusual lightning, the convoy stopped. Director Zhang and the others exchanged glances, while seeing surprise and apprehension in their companions' eyes. They knew it was Thor. They had secretly contacted Thor's shelter before, revealing Zhao Zheng's strength, which immediately drew their attention. Unexpectedly, it had directly attracted Thor himself. Thor probably feared a powerful figure like Zhao Zheng causing chaos and irreparable damage to the shelter, so he chose to intercept the convoy. At this moment, all the survivors were watching the lightning rapidly approaching, including Zhao Zheng and Song Haitang. Seeing the lightning, Song Haitang's pretty face showed surprise. Its form is very similar to elementalization. She frowned slightly. Among Logia-type devil fruits, those capable of elementalization are extremely powerful. It is somewhat similar. Zhao Zheng nodded calmly. No wonder he's one of the strongest ability users. His strength is indeed impressive. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, crack, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, landing directly in front of the convoy. Then, the lightning dissipated, revealing a burly figure. It was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 30s, very tall, wearing a black overcoat, with strong features and an imposing aura. Most striking were the man's eyes. His eyes were no longer human, they were formed from gathered lightning, radiating light. Looking into those eyes brought a strong sense of oppression. Without a doubt, this man was Thor. One of the strongest superhumans. Thor was a nickname given to him. His real name was Chen Wu, and he was also a former soldier. Seeing the tense expressions of the survivors in the convoy, Chen Wu immediately announced loudly, "Please don't be nervous, everyone. I am the director of the Soul Shelter. On behalf of the Soul Shelter, I welcome you all." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, then showed expressions of joy. Thor personally came out to greet them, which undoubtedly made them feel valued. Furthermore, with Thor leading the way, the journey ahead would certainly be safer. Chen Wu glanced around and suddenly asked, "Who is the leader of your convoy?" Song Haitang was about to step forward when Zhao Zheng grabbed her arm. "Leave it to me." Zhao Zheng smiled slightly at Song Haitang, then jumped out of the RV and stood opposite Chen Wu. "I am Zhao Zheng, temporarily serving as the leader of the convoy. Seeing how young Zhao Zheng was, Chen Wu was somewhat surprised. "You're Zhao Zheng? I heard you're very strong. Who told you that?" Zhao Zheng asked with a smile. Chen Wu didn't answer, but said, "I love sparring with strong opponents. It's still early, how about we spar a bit before heading to the shelter?" Good grief. He's already ready to fight. Chen Wu must also be guessing that Zhao Zheng is after his shelter, so he's giving him a hard time first, trying to subdue Zhao Zheng. At this point, Zhao Zheng could have explained that he was only escorting these people to the shelter before leaving. If he were willing to explain, a conflict could likely be avoided. However, forcing an explanation would only make Zhao Zheng appear fearful, thus losing control. Besides, Zhao Zheng was also itching for a fight. "Okay," Zhao Zheng readily agreed. Chen Wu immediately narrowed his eyes, smiling and nodding. "Want to change locations? All right." Zhao Zheng turned and instructed the others, "You wait here for a while." What could the survivors say? They dared not say anything. In fact, they were all somewhat bewildered, not understanding why the two big shots wanted to fight as soon as they met. "Follow me," Chen Wu shouted, transforming into lightning and flying towards the wilderness. This guy's flying speed was incredibly fast. With such speed, the rumors that he escaped from the clutches of the supernatural must be true. Seeing this, Zhao Zheng smiled and slowly ascended. The next moment, boom, a terrifying sonic boom exploded in everyone's ears. Zhao Zheng's figure swiftly tore through the void, flying away like a meteor. A large amount of air currents swirled around his body. Anyone with a little common sense knows that this is the sound barrier, the phenomenon caused by an object breaking the sound barrier in the atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, they could no longer see Zhao Zheng. Only now did the survivors realize just how terrifying Zhao Zheng's flying speed was. Is this even human?" one survivor couldn't help but exclaim. Chen Wu, seeing Zhao Zheng rapidly closing in, showed a look of astonishment. Flying. It was his most prized ability. Among all the flying ability users, he was definitely the fastest. After all, he could transform into lightning and travel at lightning speed. He never expected that this young man would possess such terrifying flying speed, easily catching up with him. When did such a powerful figure appear in the world? How come he didn't know? Seeing that he was about to be overtaken, Chen Wu quickly landed. Zhao Zheng followed closely behind, landing opposite him. "Here it is. It's far enough from the city," Chen Wu said. Zhao Zheng smiled and nodded. "Okay, you're a guest from afar, please go first," Chen Wu said. "All right." Zhao Zheng clenched his fist, reminding him, "My fist is a bit heavy, you'll have to worry. If you can't handle it, remember to tell me immediately." Hearing this, Chen Wu almost laughed. He could transform into lightning, making him almost immune to most physical attacks. Whether Zhao Zheng could even hide him was uncertain. Suddenly, with a buzz, Chen Wu saw Zhao Zheng's fist turn a jet black metallic color, and his body was wrapped in a large amount of red lightning, looking extremely terrifying. That was top-tier armament haki. Seeing this, a bad premonition immediately arose in Chen Wu's heart. Then, he saw a huge white aura appear on the young man's fist. What kind of ability was this? The next moment, the young man opposite him threw a punch. Boom, an indescribable cracking sound appeared between heaven and earth. Chen Wu's eyes widened suddenly, because he saw the void shatter, and heaven and earth reversed. At this moment, it was as if the sky was about to collapse. The earth cracked, the ground shook violently. It seemed the entire world trembled. When the terrifying destructive force of the tremors reached Chen Wu, his eyes widened in shock. He sensed a deadly danger. "Not good," Chen Wu roared, his entire body instantly becoming ethereal, transforming into a bolt of lightning, trying to escape the collapsing world. Although his movements were fast enough, he was still a step too late. Armament haki has a certain restraining effect against devil fruit users and enemies with intangible energy bodies. This was an additional effect of armament haki. In other words, even if Chen Wu wasn't a devil fruit user, armament haki would still have a restraining effect on him. Zhao Zheng's punch was real damage to Chen Wu. PFFT, a large amount of blood suddenly sprayed out from the void. Then, Chen Wu's body materialized from the lightning elemental, appearing in midair. He had been directly knocked back to his original form by Zhao Zheng's punch. At this moment, Chen Wu was covered in blood and unconscious, falling from a great height. Such a fall would likely kill him. The ground was still trembling, with numerous cracks appearing. If Zhao Zheng didn't intervene, Chen Wu would fall into a crack and be swallowed by the earth, certain death. Whoosh, a whooshing sound rang out. Zhao Zheng had swiftly flown over and grabbed Chen Wu. Looking at the unconscious Chen Wu, Zhao Zheng frowned. He truly hadn't expected this guy to be so weak, crippled by a single punch. Moreover, Zhao Zheng had thrown that punch from a distance, at least 200 or 300 meters apart, giving Chen Wu ample time to react. The distance was intentional on Zhao Zheng's part. After all, this was a friendly spar. Zhao Zheng didn't intend to kill. If it had been a close-range punch, this Thor would probably be nothing but ashes. Yet, even so, his punch still inflicted indescribable damage on Chen Wu. At this moment, Chen Wu was not only unconscious, but his breathing was also very weak, probably on the verge of death. What a nuisance. If I had known you were so fragile, I would have gone easy on you. Honestly, you still let me make the first move? What are you showing off for if you don't have the strength? Zhao Zheng muttered to himself, then grabbed the unconscious Chen Wu and quickly flew towards the convoy. Meanwhile, at the convoy, everyone was still anxiously waiting. The survivors had a vague understanding of what was happening, knowing that the outcome of this battle would likely have a significant impact on their entry into the shelter. I wonder who will win this duel between the two big shots. It's hard to say. Director Chen is a renowned top expert, after all. The title Thunder God isn't self-proclaimed. I still favor the captain's friend. He's incredibly strong. Sigh. Why did they have to fight like this? When two tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. I think Director Chen must have heard that there's a master in our convoy, and he's afraid it's after the shelter's management, so he came to give them a warning. Your analysis is correct. That must be it, so that's how it is. No wonder they wanted to spar as soon as they met. They're planning to subdue our experts so they can be more easily controlled once they get to the shelter. It's a pity we can't witness their battle firsthand. It's such a shame. A pity? How? Do you believe the aftershocks of that battle will leave you without a burial place? I wonder how long they'll fight. I hope it doesn't take 3 days and 3 nights to decide a winner. The discussion had just reached this point when suddenly, everyone saw a figure fly back quickly and land directly inside the RV through the sunroof. Everyone was bewildered. What's going on? Who just flew back? I didn't see clearly. It's the captain's friend. Huh? He's back so quickly. He's carrying someone. Looks like Director Chen. What? You're not mistaken, are you? It's true. I saw it too. No. Both of them are top-tier experts. Shouldn't they have fought for 3 days and 3 nights? How could it be so fast? Meanwhile, inside the RV, everyone was startled to see Zhao Zheng suddenly fly back. When they saw Chen Daleixin, covered in blood and unconscious, in Zhao Zheng's arms, Han Mina and the others were even more shocked. Even Song Haitang was a little stunned. Don't be stunned, Zhao Zheng said. He's seriously injured. Ying, come quickly and treat him. If Chen Wu died here, it would be a disaster. The entire Han City shelter would probably be in turmoil. For Zhao Zheng, this was just a minor problem. But for the survivors, the Soul Shelter, also known as the Thor Shelter, was their last refuge. If the Soul Shelter fell, countless people would commit suicide out of despair. Although the deaths of many survivors wouldn't affect Zhao Zheng's mission, he didn't want to see so many people die because of his carelessness. Hearing Zhao Zheng's order, young Han Yingying rushed to Chen Wu's side, placing her small hands on him and emitting a soft light. Instantly, the blood stopped flowing from Chen Wu's mouth. Han Yingying seemed to truly possess the destiny of a chosen one, with exceptional talent. In these 10 days, she had already absorbed 2 corpse crystals, her strength improving astonishingly. It should be known that a normal ability user can only absorb 1 corpse crystal per month. More than that will cause poisoning. Those with poor talent might only be able to digest 1 crystal every few months. This clearly demonstrates Han Yingying's power. She even healed Han Mina's severed arm yesterday, allowing it to regenerate. Starting yesterday, Han Yingying officially appeared as a therapist. Everyone in the convoy knew that Han Liuzin's daughter had awakened a very powerful healing ability. Many people were very envious. As for Han Yingying's ability to make plants grow, that was still being concealed. Although Han Yingying's healing abilities were now formidable, Chen Wu's injuries were quite severe. Despite Han Yingying's full-fledged treatment, a full half-hour had passed, and there was still no sign of him waking up. On the contrary, Han Yingying was exhausted, severely overdrawn, and her face had turned pale. Yingying, stop for a bit and rest. Song Haitang immediately stopped her, saying, His vital signs are stable now. You can continue treatment later." The girl was observant and had already noticed that the young girl was exhausted, but she didn't dare to say anything. After all, Zhao Zheng was very authoritative, and no one in the convoy dared to disobey his orders. Hearing Song Haitang's words, Zhao Zheng, who had been watching Chen Wu closely, finally noticed that the little girl was almost exhausted. He immediately said, "Yes, stop and rest for a while." Han Yingying then dared to let go, staggering a few steps and almost falling. Seeing this, Zhao Zheng immediately took out food and water, saying, "Eat something and rest." The little girl didn't dare to refuse, carefully accepting the food with joy in her eyes. She was indeed hungry and thirsty. Zhao Zheng's gaze then turned to Chen Wu, and seeing that the guy's breathing was steady and his heartbeat was strong, he breathed a sigh of relief. What a frail god. Chapter 192 Thor. How come you're so fragile? Seeing Chen Wu's vital signs stabilize, the others in the RV breathed a sigh of relief. Then, their gazes towards Zhao Zheng were very strange. To be honest, everyone was startled and a little bewildered when this Thor insisted on a sparring match upon first meeting. They had initially thought it would be a fierce battle. Unexpectedly, before they could even react, the sparring was already over. The imposing Thor was brought back by Zhao Zheng like a dead dog. Was the legendary Thor really so easily defeated? The answer was definitely not that. Zhao Zheng was simply too strong. Seeing everyone looking at him, Zhao Zheng said helplessly, "Don't look at me like that. I didn't know this guy was so weak. He was reduced to this state in one move. Everyone, you guys stay here and keep watch. I'm going upstairs for some fresh air," Zhao Zheng added. With that, he went up to the roof of the RV and sat there. He liked sitting there, the view was expansive. Zhao Zheng's appearance also attracted the attention of the other survivors, who began to discuss it amongst themselves. Even a fool could understand now that Zhao Zheng had won the duel between the two big shots. Moreover, the fact that the fight was resolved so quickly meant that the man's strength completely overwhelmed Thor. Thinking of this, the survivors looked at Zhao Zheng with boundless admiration. Only Director Zhang and the others were filled with unease. When they sold Zhao Zheng's information to the shelter, they had already made their choice, siding with the shelter. Now, even the shelter's strongest guardian was no match for Zhao Zheng, meaning they had bet on the wrong horse. If Zhao Zheng entered the shelter and discovered what they had done, their fate would certainly be grim. "Brother Zhang, what do we do now? Damn it, this Thor is so useless." "Don't panic, let's assess the situation first. Don't lose your composure." The group huddled together, discussing in hushed tones. The best option at this point was undoubtedly to run away, but they were all ordinary people, and the surroundings were so dangerous. Running away would be a certain death, and a gruesome one at that. Chen Wu had been unconscious for over 3 hours. And it was only after Han Yingying's second treatment that he regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes and saw a little girl, pale-faced, treating him, he was immediately stunned. Han Yingying breathed a sigh of relief and quickly called out, "Uncle's awake." "Uncle's awake." Soon, Han Chengjin, Han Minna, and others gathered around. "Director Chen, how are you feeling now? Is there anything else that's bothering you?" Chen Wu felt uncomfortable all over. He had been seriously injured and was on the verge of death before, so even with Han Yingying's good healing abilities, it was impossible for him to recover immediately. "I'm fine." He forced himself to sit up and looked at Han Yingying. "Did this child heal my injuries? Is she also a superhuman?" "Her ability is healing, yes," Han Chengjin quickly said. "This is my daughter. She awakened her healing ability about 10 days ago." "Oh?" Chen Wu noticed the 10 days Han Liaozhen mentioned and immediately knew that this child was a superhuman with exceptional talent. Most importantly, those with healing abilities are extremely rare, precisely the kind of talent his shelter desperately needs. "Good boy, Uncle thanks you for your healing," Chen Wu said, reaching into his pocket to take out a corpse crystal as a token of gratitude. However, his expression changed when he touched the corpse crystal in his pocket. He had originally had 3 corpse crystals in his pocket, but now they had all shattered into tiny fragments. Corpse crystals are known for their hardness, almost as hard as diamonds. He hadn't expected that something so hard would be shattered by the aftershock of that punch. Thinking back on the destructive power of that punch, Chen Wu still felt a lingering fear. The most terrifying thing was that even though his body had already become elemental, he was still nearly killed by the shockwave. Taking his hand out of his pocket, Chen Wu smiled wryly and said, "Uncle came out in a hurry and didn't bring much with him." Once we get to the shelter, Uncle will properly thank you for saving my life." It was no exaggeration to say that Han Yingying had saved his life. Chen Wu knew how serious his injuries had been. In his memory, everything went black, and he knew nothing more. This was clearly a physical emergency response. He was afraid he couldn't withstand the immense pain and would collapse. If no one treated him, he would definitely die. "Director Chen, you're too kind. It's her honor to help you," Han Chengjin said. Chen Wu didn't dwell on these things anymore. Right now, what he valued most was that young man. That kid was truly terrifying. If he wanted this soul shelter, he really couldn't stop him. "By the way, where's your leader?" Chen Wu asked. "Up there," Han Chengjin pointed to the roof. Chen Wu nodded and went to the roof of the car. Seeing Zhao Zheng, his eyes were filled with complex emotions. Zhao Zheng, on the other hand, was very polite, greeting him. "Awake? Sit down." Chen Wu sat opposite Zhao Zheng, hesitated for a long time, and finally said, "Thank you for showing mercy." If Zhao Zheng hadn't brought him back, he wouldn't even need to finish him off. Given his injuries at the time, he would have certainly died. Zhao Zheng waved his hand with a smile and said, "No need to be so polite. We don't have any deep-seated hatred between us. Besides, it was just a friendly spar. We never intended to fight to the death. Just don't hold a grudge against me." Chen Wu smiled wryly. "I couldn't even withstand one of your moves. How could I dare hold a grudge? I just didn't know." "Why did you come here, sir?" Seeing his hesitant expression, Zhao Zheng smiled and said, "Oh, I was bored and saw these survivors were pitiful, so I escorted them here. I'll be leaving soon." Hearing this, Chen Wu was very surprised. Leaving soon? That's right. Chen Wu was stunned. He believed that Zhao Zheng was definitely not lying to him. Because, with the other party's strength, there was no need for deception. If Zhao Zheng wanted a shelter, he could simply crush it. Who could stop him? Zhao Zheng smiled and asked, "I know you proposed a sparring match as soon as we met because a few bastards gave you wrong information and were worried I was coming for the shelter, right?" Chen Wu nodded frankly. "Yes, someone in your group contacted me privately, implying your target might be to seize the soul shelter." At this point, there was no need for him to hide anything from Zhao Zheng. It was better to tell the truth. Lying would only complicate matters. If he angered Zhao Zheng, it would be a loss. Chen Wu would never choose to put the shelter in danger for a few betrayers. He paused. He added, "Please forgive my impulsiveness. The soul shelter is the culmination of my hard work and the efforts of many like-minded brothers. It's understandable that I value it." Zhao Zheng smiled and nodded. "I understand. Don't worry, I'm not interested in the shelter. Some of these survivors helped my girlfriend, which is why I escorted them here." Chen Wu breathed a heavy sigh of relief. As long as this terrifyingly strong young man wasn't after the shelter, that was fine. "You're a guest from afar, why not rest at the shelter for a while? Let me show you some hospitality," Chen Wu said politely. Faced with Chen Wu's invitation, Zhao Zheng waved his hand, saying, "I'll pass on the shelter, but I really want to ask you about something." "Oh? What is it?" Chen Wu immediately replied, "I'll tell you everything I know. It's about the supernatural." Zhao Zheng said with a smile, "I heard you once escaped from a supernatural territory. I'd like to ask, where's that supernatural place? What are its abilities?" Chen Wu was taken aback. He never expected anyone to ask him about the supernatural's information and whereabouts. Mr. Zhao, you wouldn't happen to want to hunt down a supernatural being, would you?" "That's right." Receiving Zhao Zheng's confirmation, Chen Wu was somewhat incredulous. However, considering the other party's terrifying strength, hunting down a supernatural being didn't seem impossible. "Mr. Zhao, you're truly skilled and daring?" Chen Wu smiled wryly, then said, "That strange entity is in Sanaya. No one has ever seen its true form. I received news that a convoy transporting supplies had gone missing in Sanaya, so I went to check it out. Unexpectedly, after entering the strange entity's domain, I felt my consciousness being invaded, and I fell into coma. Luckily, I had something special on me that shielded me, giving me a chance to escape. I suspect that strange entity can pull people into." Suddenly, Zhao Zheng interrupted, "Wait. Is the strange entity you're talking about located south of Sanaya, near the sea, capable of pulling people's consciousness into a dream world?" Chen Wu was taken aback. "Mr. Zhao, you didn't encounter that strange entity too, did you?" "Yes," Zhao Zheng nodded, saying, "I encountered it about 10 days ago." Chen Wu asked curiously, "Then how did you escape?" In his view, Encountering such an intangible strange entity meant only running away. Fighting was impossible. Escape, Zhao Zheng chuckled and said, I didn't escape, I killed it. A gasp rippled through Chen Wu, his eyes widening in disbelief. Zhao Zheng thought for a moment, then produced a finger bone, saying, after killing that monster, I obtained this, which is why I became interested in monsters and planned to hunt them. Hearing this, Chen Wu's gaze fell upon the finger bone. His sense of energy was acute. He instantly perceived that the strange energy emanating from the finger bone was far stronger than the item he had previously obtained. This kid wasn't lying. It seemed he had truly killed that terrifying monster. Chen Wu exclaimed, Mr. Zhao, your abilities are extraordinary, unparalleled globally. Losing to you is not unjust at all. This was absolutely heartfelt. Since the catastrophe, monsters had been synonymous with invincibility. Even nuclear weapons were powerless against them. This was undoubtedly the first case in history of a monster being killed. Zhao Zheng smiled but didn't respond to that. Instead, he reminded him, I also found the supply convoy you mentioned. The supplies are still there. If you're interested, you can go and get them later. The supplies were plentiful, and Zhao Zheng took some and stored them in his dimensional space. Chen Wu's eyes lit up at this. That's great. Now that the strange entity has been eliminated, he's sure he can get those supplies back. Besides the strange entity in Sanaya, do you know anything else about strange entities? Zhao Zheng asked. Chen Wu nodded and stood up, saying, there's a research lab in the shelter with files specifically recording strange entities. I'll go get them for you now. Oh, Zhao Zheng smiled and said, okay, I'll wait for you here. Just a moment. As soon as Chen Wu finished speaking, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and flew away. His flying speed was also very fast, and he retrieved the files in just a few minutes. This is the file. It records in detail the addresses of several strange entities in the country, as well as their terrifying abilities. Thank you. Zhao Zheng took the documents from Chen Wu's hand. As he turned to the first page, a smile appeared on his face. The information was quite detailed. Chen Wu, however, reminded him, the addresses of the strange realms in this information are definitely correct. Strange beings don't easily move. As for the terrifying abilities of the strange beings, the researchers are just repeating hearsay, so it may not be true. After all, very few people can come out of the strange realms alive. Zhao Zheng nodded and said, thank you for reminding me, I understand, don't be so polite. Chen Wu said with a smile, if you can solve these strange beings, I should thank you for making the domestic environment much safer. After discussing the strange beings, the two talked about other things. By the way, Mr. Zhao, may I ask how you managed to attack me before? Chen Wu's face was full of confusion. After I transform into lightning, I am almost immune to most physical attacks. Even missiles can't hurt me in the slightest. It's this, Zhao Zheng said, raising his hand and clenching his fist tightly. Buzz, a superb level of armament haki instantly covered his fist. Chen Wu immediately felt a tremor in his heart, a strong sense of crisis washing over him. What kind of ability is this? It's armament haki, a type of physical technique. I don't really know how to explain it to you specifically, Zhao Zheng said. In short, it can counter opponents with energy bodies. It's because of it that I was able to attack you. I see. Chen Wu nodded thoughtfully. At this moment, Zhao Zheng suddenly asked, by the way, in the last 20 days, have any superhumans entered your shelter? Mr. Zhao, I have to correct you. The soul shelter doesn't belong to me alone, it belongs to everyone. I'm just temporarily in charge of the director's position, Chen Wu said after rambling on for a while before answering the question. As for your question, Mr. Zhao, yes. And quite a few, probably more than 30. After a pause, Chen Wu smiled and said, it's strange, but in the last half month or so, it seems the number of superhumans has suddenly increased quite a bit. Of course, those superhumans are all extraordinary individuals who have entered the spirit realm world. With all the new students from around the world entering this world, the number of superhumans here is bound to surge. P.S. There was an error when I uploaded the chapter last night, it has now been corrected. Chapter 193 Unbearable to be looked at, indestructible. Be careful of those superhumans who joined the shelter in the last 20 days, Zhao Zheng suddenly warned. I suggest you clear them all out of the shelter after midnight tonight. Oh? Why? Chen Wu asked curiously. To tell you the truth, we are actually from another world. The superhumans who appeared in the last 20 days are with us. After midnight tonight, Our identities will be discovered by some incomprehensible entity. At that time, the pupils of those superhumans, including me, will turn red. In this world, the timeline restarts after each batch of new students enters, returning to the beginning. Therefore, Chen Wu didn't know anything about superhumans. He also didn't know that countless times he had been betrayed by superhumans, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people in the shelter, including himself. Zhao Zheng's warning stemmed from his dislike of this Chen Wu following in the footsteps of those unfortunate Chen Wus. After all, Chen Wu was a decent person. Regarding Chen Wu's character, this wasn't just Zhao Zheng's personal analysis, but a consensus among many senior superhumans that he was quite good. This guy was an idealist, genuinely wanting to build humanity's last home in the apocalyptic environment, protecting the embers of human civilization. Unlike the refuge in Beijing, the Beijing refuge was far larger than the one in Seoul, with abundant resources, and reportedly very luxurious. Unfortunately, that refuge was full of powerful and wealthy people, and didn't accept other survivors. Zhao Zheng was willing to remind Chen Wu, besides Chen Wu's character, for another reason. That is, this world, like the fourth layer of the spiritual realm, is also a phase. He and Song Haitang would come back later. Establishing good karma now might be useful next time they come. Is that so? Chen Wu was startled, then hurriedly asked, "What world are you from? Can the survivors here go to your world?" Zhao Zheng shook his head. "No, we were transported here by a mysterious force, a force we know nothing about. Besides, our world isn't safe either, going there might not be a good thing." Hearing this, Chen Wu was somewhat disappointed, then returned to the main point. "You just said that after midnight tonight, everyone's pupils will turn red? And then, we'll be targeted by a large number of monsters, including the supernatural. They'll hunt us down relentlessly. If you continue to harbor those people, it will definitely bring a huge disaster to you in the shelter." Chen Wu was shocked. The Han City shelter was painstakingly built by him and many like-minded people. If it really attracted a large number of monsters and destroyed his shelter, it would be worse than death for him. No wonder many of those superhumans were blind when they joined the shelter. They were faking it, Chen Wu said gravely. "Thank you for reminding me." Zhao Zheng had heard old Shu mention this method of feigning blindness to deceive the shelter before. Many survivors had done it and actually succeeded, but it had caused the shelter a great deal of trouble. "No need to be polite." Zhao Zheng waved his hand, then added, "By the way, after these survivors enter the shelter, could you temporarily place them in another location, so they don't have contact with the people in the shelter, especially those superhumans I mentioned? They can return to normal after you expel them from the shelter." "Oh," Chen Wu, being a smart man, asked curiously, "You don't want those superhumans to know you exist?" Zhao Zheng smiled and nodded. "That's about it, I understand." Chen Wu readily agreed, "Of course, no problem. Normally, when the shelter receives new members, they are placed in an isolation room for 24 hours for observation and blood tests are conducted. This is to prevent people from bringing infectious diseases into the shelter." "Then there's no problem," Zhao Zheng said. "My friend and I will leave now." "These people are in your hands, so soon?" Chen Wu asked in surprise. "Could you at least stay for dinner?" Zhao Zheng shook his head. "There's not much time. I want to meet some other strange beings. After midnight tonight, it won't be convenient to do this." After midnight, they were about to be hunted by monsters. "I understand," Chen Wu said, no longer insisting, and extended his hand to Zhao Zheng. "Then I wish you a safe journey." Zhao Zheng also extended his hand, saying, "I hope we'll have a chance to meet again." The two shook hands. Zhao Zheng was about to call Song Haitang to leave when he suddenly seemed to remember something. "Oh, right, there's one more thing," he said. "Someone on my side betrayed my information to the shelter, didn't they? Although we became friends through a misunderstanding, I can't tolerate their betrayal." "I understand," Chen Wu nodded, his face serious. "I personally also hate these traitorous, selfish people." So, those unlucky guys were publicly denounced for their crimes by Chen Wu and executed on the spot. The other survivors were all shocked. What shocked them even more was that they had already reached the entrance of the Hanchang shelter, and Captain Song and her friend were actually leaving the group. Many survivors were puzzled by their departure. Han Mina and Han Yingying, however, were filled with reluctance. "Sister September, will we ever see you again?" "Yes," Song Haitang smiled and said, "We'll meet again in a year." After leaving the group, Zhao Zheng took Song Haitang and flew to the rooftop of a building. Although the wind howled and the cold was biting, neither of them were afraid of the cold. Zhao Zheng was immune to the cold. His current physical condition meant he was immune to most weather and environments. Song Haitang was even more immune. With the flame fruit's power, she was not afraid of hot or cold environments at all. She was almost immune to heat. Cold? Releasing a little of the flame fruit's power would quickly raise her body temperature and dispel the chill. Then, Zhao Zheng opened the strange data Chen Wu had given him. There were a total of 9 strange domains in the country. Excluding the one along the coast that Zhao Zheng had destroyed, there were now 8. After reading for a moment, Zhao Zheng's eyes lit up. Because the data contained an important piece of information, those monsters were extremely afraid of strange domains, and even among strange domains, they would not step into the territory of other strange domains. In other words, no other monsters or anomalies will appear in the bizarre realm. Although this information is merely a speculation by researchers based on collected data, it is very useful to Zhao Zheng. If the speculation is correct, he can use this to easily navigate this spiritual realm with Song Haitang and achieve the highest mission rating. Subsequently, Zhao Zheng began reviewing the information on the 8 anomalies and quickly identified the target of the parasitism. It was an enormous anomaly, over 100 meters long, shaped like a giant octopus. This anomaly was the first to appear in this world after the disaster. It possessed the characteristic of being unbearable to look at, and almost immediately upon its appearance, it destroyed a city with a population of over 10 million, with only a handful escaping with their lives. Those who survived were all powerful and determined superhumans. According to the accounts of those with supernatural abilities, all the citizens in the city who witnessed the strange phenomenon were instantly rendered mentally impaired. Many became the creature's companions, while many more died bleeding from all 7 orifices. Those who escaped, though barely able to remain conscious, suffered excruciating headaches and felt as if their consciousness was being devoured by a terrifying being. Only after leaving the strange entity's domain did they return to normal. The city had now become a complete ghost town. No creature dared to approach. Furthermore, the giant octopus-like creature possessed immortality. Upon its appearance, seeing a large city turn into a ghost town, the higher-ups immediately ordered the launch of nuclear weapons without hesitation. As a result, the creature did indeed die under the nuclear attack, losing a large portion of its body. However, it fully recovered within a week, proving impossible to kill. "You're the one," Zhao Zheng suddenly smiled. Since those weaker supernatural beings 3 years ago could withstand the mental impact of the strange creature, there was no reason why he couldn't now. As for Song Haitang, there was even less to worry about. Because the girl's mental strength was astonishingly strong. Zhao Zheng planned to take Song Haitang to the eerie realm of the giant octopus to meet the time requirement for an SSS-level mission evaluation. Of course, he would definitely be hunted down by the monsters wherever he went. However, Zhao Zheng was confident in his strength. Besides, the giant octopus's immortality was even better for Zhao Zheng. Killing it once would bring him a week of peace, so why not kill it a few more times? After reviewing all the information about the monsters, Zhao Zheng stood up. "Haitang, let's go." Song Haitang nodded and grabbed Zhao Zheng's arm. She didn't care where Zhao Zheng was taking her, nor was she worried. Led by Zhao Zheng, the two soared into the sky and flew directly. An hour and a half later, Zhao Zheng and Song Haitang saw the dead city. At this time, the entire city was shrouded in a thick fog, making it impossible to see anything inside. It was precisely because of this that the dead city appeared even more terrifying in the eerie atmosphere. When Zhao Zheng brought Song Haitang to the edge of the city's skies, his supernatural senses immediately issued a warning. Thankfully, the warning wasn't strong, meaning the things inside the city weren't a significant threat. Without hesitation, Zhao Zheng led Song Haitang into the fog-shrouded dead city. Whoosh! Song Haitang felt the air rushing past her ears. The next moment, everything cleared up. The fog only extended to the outer edge of the city, there was nothing inside. This was indeed a dead city, almost nothing moving could be seen, and because of the thick fog, the light was even darker. Like night even though it was daytime. Fortunately, both Song Haitang and Zhao Zheng had good eyesight, allowing them to make out some things. Their arrival seemed to have alerted something. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the right. A colossal creature began to move. Zhao Zheng and Song Haitang immediately looked in that direction. The moment they saw the colossal creature, they felt their consciousness be struck by an unknown force, their brains throbbing with pain. It was as if something was influencing their awareness, stirring up their negative emotions. Fortunately, the impact wasn't too strong, and both of them could withstand it. Instead of fleeing, Zhao Zheng, carrying Song Haitang, rushed towards the monster. On the way, he left Song Haitang on the rooftop of a skyscraper and quickly charged towards the monster. By now, Zhao Zheng could clearly see the giant monster's appearance. Its body was covered in tentacles. It truly resembled a giant octopus. Without a word, Zhao Zheng charged forward and threw a punch. This was his full-force punch. Crack! The tremor fruit's power erupted. The void shattered. The entire city trembled. Whoosh! Taking the terrifying punch head-on, the giant octopus-like monster let out a deafening sound and crashed to the ground. Dead. Killed by Zhao Zheng with a single punch. Although the strange creature was dead, its domain hadn't dissipated. Truly immortal, Zhao Zheng smiled faintly. Immortality was even better. The next few days should be peaceful. Zhao Zheng returned to Song Haitang's site and said, "Let's rest here. Let's find a clean place." Song Haitang nodded, asking curiously, "What exactly is this strange creature? Why, even though it's completely lifeless, does its body still possess the characteristic of being unbearable to look at? What's the principle behind its immortality?" On the way here, Song Haitang had learned about Zhao Zheng's plan and the strange creature from him. She wholeheartedly supported Zhao Zheng's plan. "With our current strength and realm, we certainly can't understand these things," Zhao Zheng said with a smile. "However, I believe that as long as we continue to grow stronger, one day we will understand." Song Haitang nodded, no longer dwelling on it. The two found a 5-star hotel and flew directly to the presidential suite on the top floor. Song Haitang began cleaning. After all, no one had been here for 3 years, and the room was quite dusty. Zhao Zheng stood by the window, looking outside. From his angle, he could see the massive crater in the distance, a crater created by the nuclear explosion. Almost everything around the crater was destroyed. Even the 5-star hotel, though more than 10 kilometers away, had almost all its windows shattered. Only a few presidential suites, using high-quality tempered glass, survived. By the time Song Haitang finished tidying up, it was even darker, indicating that night had fallen. Zhao Zheng took out food and fire starters from his dimensional space, and he and Song Haitang started a barbecue party in the room. Chapter 194. The plan failed, and he made some harsh words. Meanwhile, in the Soul Shelter, Chen Wu, upon returning, immediately ordered all the ability users who had joined the shelter in the past 20 days to be gathered in one place, separated from the main underground city. This was to prevent anyone from refusing to leave and causing damage within the shelter. Not only the ability users, but also the survivors who had joined in the past 20 days were also gathered by Chen Wu's orders to prevent any from slipping through the net. Chen Wu certainly believed Zhao Zheng's words, as Zhao Zheng had no reason to deceive him. Standing in the monitoring room, Chen Wu checked the time. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Then, his gaze returned to the monitor screen. The screen displayed 6 images, representing 6 different rooms. The top 3 rooms showed all the people who had joined the shelter in the past 20 days. The bottom 3 rooms showed the survivors he had brought today. The Han family was not among them. This was because Chen Wu valued the child who could heal, so he gave them special treatment, allowing them to enter the city earlier. "Chief, as you instructed, we've gathered everyone who joined the shelter in the last 20 days, a burly man reported. Chen Wu nodded, then asked again, still uneasy, "Is everyone here?" "Including the blind ones." "Yes, Chief," the burly man replied confidently. "I personally led the search, and nothing was missed." Chen Wu was relieved and asked, "Did you encounter any resistance during the search?" The burly man answered, "Resistance? They wouldn't dare. Even if they had a lot of guts, they'd have to keep quiet. They can't run wild here." The burly man spoke with great authority, suggesting he was a powerful ability user. Chen Wu smiled, his gaze fixed on the monitor screen, and remained silent. The burly man asked curiously, "Chief, why did you suddenly gather all these people together? Is there a spy among them?" "It's more serious than that," Chen Wu said. "I have reliable information that these people aren't from our world. They're disguised as superhumans for ulterior motives. Originally, whatever they wanted to do, as long as it didn't affect the shelter, I wouldn't care. But they want to use the shelter as a shield. That's unacceptable." Hearing this, the people in the monitoring room were all shocked. From another world, some looked incredulous. However, trusting Chen Wu, They didn't question him. The burly man quickly composed himself and hurriedly asked, using the shelter as a shield? Chief, what do you mean? Chen Wu said, their identities as outsiders have been discovered by an unknown entity. After midnight tonight, they will be marked, and then a large number of monsters, even supernatural beings, will come to hunt them down. If we let them continue to stay in the shelter, it will definitely bring a devastating disaster. These words shocked everyone again. No one expected such a bizarre thing to happen. However, even the supernatural appearing in the world didn't seem so unacceptable. The thought of the supernatural filled them with dread. If the supernatural were to invade the underground city, the hundreds of thousands of people there would surely be. Director, are these people all outsiders from other worlds? Someone asked. Chen Wu shook his head and said, I can't say for sure, but after midnight tonight, the eyes of those outsiders will turn red, making them easy to spot. Hearing this, the burly man suddenly realized, no wonder so many blind superhumans have appeared. They knew their eyes would change, so they pretended to be blind to deceive everyone. After a pause, the burly man angrily cursed, damn it, they're a bunch of selfish beasts. His expression was filled with rage, wishing he could kill them all right now. At this moment, a young man suddenly asked, Chief, what if someone gouges out their own eyes? Hearing this, before Chen Wu could answer, someone nearby cursed, idiot, isn't that just admitting guilt? Do you even need to ask? The young man realized it made sense and immediately blushed. Meanwhile, the superhumans imprisoned in the room were also talking. What the hell? Why are they suddenly putting us in an isolation room? I'm not sick, yet. I was just about to go to sleep. Hell, don't you guys understand why they've isolated us at this time? Our identities have been exposed. What identities? What are you talking about, brother? Is there any point in pretending now? After midnight, we'll all be exposed. What's the point of pretending? Damn. How did they know our real identities? Who leaked the information? It definitely wasn't us. We're on the same side. No one would be so foolish as to betray us. Only someone who can't get in from the outside could do something like this. Damn it, if I find out who it is, I'll kill him. What do we do now? They won't just wipe us out, will they? Probably not. Based on the analysis, given Director Chen's character, he wouldn't do something like this. If he wanted to, he would have done it already. Locking us up is probably just to distinguish us before sending us out. Huh? Outside? It's so dangerous outside, and it's dark now. Plus, we'll be attracting monsters with our red names. Isn't that just suicide? So, now we only have one option. Wait until midnight and choose to return. Damn it, I'm so unwilling. I know a senior who stayed in this shelter for a full 42 days before leaving. Why are we so unlucky? Maybe someone doesn't like what we're doing. After all, if we keep staying here, it will only bring disastrous consequences to the shelter. So what? Are the people in the spirit realm considered people too? Can you shut up? Did you see there are surveillance cameras here? If we anger them, they'll come in and kill you before midnight. Why wait until midnight to choose to return? Can't we do it now? Because the mission evaluation standard is 7 days per level. After tonight's midnight, it will be exactly 21 days, understand? Idiot. So, all those 20 days I pretended to be blind were for nothing. A group of superhumans gathered together to discuss. After analyzing the situation, they quickly understood what was happening. Many sighed, yet there was nothing they could do. Time passed quickly. Midnight finally arrived. Almost at the stroke of midnight, in the 3 rooms above the monitoring room, most people's eyes had turned red. On the monitor, they appeared like the eyes of wild beasts, somewhat frightening. Many who saw this on the monitor were startled. Then, an alarm sounded. A soldier reported, just now, several monster areas nearby had experienced significant anomalies. The monsters seemed to be approaching the shelter. Hearing this, the leaders in the monitoring room cursed loudly. It really is, these bastards. Luckily, the director is wise, otherwise we would have been killed by them. Director, what should we do with these people? If you ask me, it's best to execute them all. Chen Wu sighed heavily, then stood up and said, let's go. Let's send them on their way. At this moment, a young man next to the monitor suddenly exclaimed, Director, look. Those people are disappearing on the spot. Everyone looked at the monitor screen. Sure enough, they saw superhumans disappearing from the spot. They vanished into thin air, looking incredibly eerie. What's going on? Where did they go? Quick! Notify the dungeon and tell them to increase their vigilance. Chen Wu shook his head, saying, don't panic. These people have probably chosen to return to their own world. Everyone was stunned, seemingly finding this method of time travel unbelievable. They waited a moment and found that most of the outsiders had chosen to leave. However, one person remained in the isolation room, watching the surveillance camera, clearly preoccupied. At this moment, another message arrived, saying that monsters nearby had appeared within the shelter's perimeter, asking if they should open fire. Upon hearing this, Chen Wu's expression turned cold, and he stood up and strode towards the monitoring room. Upon reaching the monitoring room, he looked at the young man with reddened eyes and said coldly, "What? Still not leaving? Want me to send you on your way?" He recognized the young man. The other possessed the same superpower as him. He had initially thought highly of the young man, even disregarding his skin color, intending to cultivate him as a disciple. Unexpectedly, the young man turned out to be a menace. "Chief, I'd like to ask, who informed on you?" the young man asked. "You think I'd tell?" Chen Wu sneered. "Get out of here now. If you don't leave, you'll stay here forever." As Chen Wu spoke, arcs of electricity appeared in his eyes, and lightning crackled in his hands. He clearly looked ready to attack. The young man remained silent. He silently chanted return in his mind, then said, "Chief, I will return in a year. I will not be the same person I am now. Don't regret your choice today." 10 seconds passed, and the young man vanished from the spot. Chen Wu's expression turned grim. The young man's last words were clearly a threat. However, Chen Wu didn't take him too seriously. It had only been a year. He didn't believe the other party could grow to the point of threatening him. After confirming that all the superhumans had left, Chen Wu immediately went to the command room. "How are those monsters?" In the command room, the leader in charge asked, puzzled. "Chief, the situation tonight is very strange. Just now, those monsters were extremely agitated, approaching our shelter, but now they've returned to normal and retreated on their own. It's puzzling." Hearing this, Chen Wu breathed a sigh of relief and then smiled. "It's all right, this is normal." The leader was even more puzzled. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. In the presidential suite of the City of Death, Zhao Zheng and Song Haitang were chatting idly on the sofa. Suddenly, as if sensing something, their expressions changed slightly, and they both looked in a certain direction. "It revived after only 5 days, Zhao Zheng murmured. "This doesn't match the timeline in the data. Did the data say that killing it once is equivalent to 7 days of regeneration?" Song Haitang thought for a moment and smiled, saying, "The data shows that it was killed by a high-yield nuclear explosion, which directly destroyed half of the monster's body. For the monster to revive, it needs to replenish its body, which will definitely be more troublesome. You use the tremor fruit's ability. Although one blow shattered its entire body, the body is still intact, so revival will definitely save some effort." This analysis was reasonable and well-founded. Zhao Zheng nodded in agreement. Then, he complained, "Luckily, I tested it first and didn't rush to leave, otherwise our plan would have failed." If he had believed the data that killing it once was equivalent to 7 days of regeneration, he would have left then and returned 7 days later. Song Haitang would either be dead or back on Earth. After all, with Song Haitang's current strength, she couldn't shake a monster. "Haitang, wait for me here, I'll be right back," Zhao Zheng said, standing up and walking out of the room. The next moment, a violent sonic boom echoed outside, shaking the entire building. Song Haitang watched Zhao Zheng's departing figure, a slight smile appearing on her face. Not long after, a deafening roar echoed in the distance, followed by the eerie screams of a monster dying before its demise. Then, the earth trembled. Song Haitang felt the entire building shaking. Fortunately, the shaking wasn't violent. Commercial buildings like this have higher quality requirements than residential buildings, so their earthquake resistance is naturally greater. This level of earthquake is basically harmless. Unless it's a shady developer who falsifies the building's quality. Even if it's a shoddy construction project and the building collapses, Song Haitang isn't worried. With her current strength, she could easily save herself by jumping from here. Not long after, the earthquake stopped. Zhao Zheng also flew back from afar. This time, I shattered all the monsters' corpses. I wonder how long it will take for it to resurrect this time, Zhao Zheng said with a smile. Song Haitang asked, "Are you going to hunt other monsters?" She knew that Zhao Zheng had been looking at information on monsters these past few days. "Yes," Zhao Zheng nodded, I'll skip those few monsters with troublesome abilities, but there are 3 monsters that rely on their size and strength to dominate. I can't miss them, maybe they'll drop some good stuff. Hearing this, Song Haitang nodded. Okay, I understand. I'll wait for you here. Okay, Zhao Zheng said. If you encounter danger, don't hesitate, immediately choose to return. It's not a big deal if we fail once. Your life is the most important. Song Haitang nodded obediently. I understand. P.S. Thank you to the generous ignore for the 20,000 Kydian coins. Thank you very much for your kindness. Chapter 195 Return. 10th Godlike Achievement. Next, Zhao Zheng would return after each kill of a monster. He would wait for a wave of octopus monsters to revive, kill them, and then go out again to hunt other monsters. The purpose of this was naturally to avoid staying outside for too long, in case the octopus monsters revive prematurely while he was away, lest they pose a threat to Song Haitang. Therefore, it took Zhao Zheng more than 20 days to kill these 3 monsters. Unfortunately, nothing dropped. It seemed he was lucky to get a finger bone. After killing the 3 monsters, Zhao Zheng didn't touch the remaining ones. He didn't know what the next mission would be. If it was monster killing, killing too many monsters prematurely would definitely affect his next mission. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than 60 days had passed. At this time, Zhao Zheng and Song Haitang's eyes were terrifyingly red. At first glance, they looked very much like monsters, at most slightly better looking ones. If Zhao Zheng were to appear before Chen Wu now, he would definitely give Chen Wu a fright. Besides the changes in their eyes, their mental states were also somewhat affected. They were prone to nightmares and felt restless and uneasy upon waking. This was something their teacher hadn't mentioned. Because no one could possibly stay in this world for more than 60 days. If they hadn't been in the octopus's bizarre domain, they would probably have been overwhelmed by countless monsters long ago. Haitang, how many days have we been here? Zhao Zheng asked. Song Haitang replied without hesitation, 62 days and 7 hours. This showed that the girl had been keeping track of the time. Zhao Zheng mentally calculated and said, 7 times 9 is 63, which means we'll complete the mission in 17 hours. Song Haitang nodded. Yes, 17 hours was nothing, it wouldn't be difficult to wait. When the mission time is up, I'll leave first. You just need to stay 1 second longer than me, Zhao Zheng said with a smile. That way, we'll both get an SSS level mission rating. According to the rules of the spirit realm, only the person who gets a new achievement for the first time will receive an announcement. If you stay 1 second longer than me, you'll definitely be the one in the announcement. Song Haitang thought for a moment and asked, what if you're the one who appears in the announcement? Zhao Zheng was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, that doesn't matter. Now that my secret has been exposed, it shouldn't have any impact. After all, the Kryptonian bloodline card isn't easy to obtain. It has only appeared 3 times so far. The probability is extremely small. After a pause, Zhao Zheng added, originally, in my plan, after the trip to the Holy Land in May, as long as no one obtained the Kryptonian bloodline card, I wouldn't need to stay in seclusion. Song Haitang nodded, understanding Zhao Zheng's meaning. As long as no Kryptonian bloodline card appeared in the Holy Land this May, given Zhao Zheng's rate of strength growth, given another year, he would definitely be invincible globally. At that time, such strength would definitely make the Kryptonian bloodline card unique. This is the rule of the Holy Land. As long as someone can bring a certain talent to its full potential and possess formidable strength, then that talent will become unique to them, and the Holy Land will never see the same talent again. The two were in a strange domain. And even if the monsters outside knew they were here, they wouldn't dare to enter. Other strange entities would not easily set foot in the domains of their kind. Therefore, everything went smoothly. 17 hours passed quickly. Time's up, Song Haitang reminded him. Zhao Zheng thought for a moment and said, just in case, let's stay a little longer. An hour later. Zhao Zheng said, Haitang, I'm starting the countdown now. You come out afterward and don't linger. Seeing Song Haitang nod, Zhao Zheng silently chanted return. The 10-second countdown ended. His figure disappeared from the spot. A few seconds after he disappeared, Song Haitang also disappeared. When Zhao Zheng regained his sight, the surrounding environment had become his dormitory. The manic feeling in his heart had disappeared. All the negative effects on his body dissipated. He stood up, went to the mirror, and saw that his eyes had completely returned to normal. Then, Zhao Zheng closed his eyes and examined his dimensional space. Originally, He had a considerable amount of supplies left in his dimensional space, all of which he had obtained in the spirit realm. Now, they had all vanished completely. The only item from the spirit realm that had been brought out was that finger bone. Zhao Zheng opened his eyes, somewhat amazed. The spirit realm was truly wondrous. It could even capture things from his dimensional space. He had originally thought that if the items stored in his dimensional space could evade the spirit realm's detection and be brought out, he could bring back more high-tech blueprints the next time he entered a technology-related spirit realm. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible. Meanwhile, on the playground, many students returned and were discussing the matter animatedly. It's so tough. I only stayed for 21 days before having to leave, yet, from the moment my eyes turned red in the early morning of the 22nd day, it was a nightmare. All the monsters around were attracted to me. Hell, one monster even pounced on my head. Luckily, I ran fast enough to survive. At least you guys stayed for 21 days. I was the unluckiest. I encountered a terrifying horde of zombies after only a few days, and I was cornered and had to run. Once the monster attracting mode is activated after 21 days, it's like hell. There's no way to stay any longer. Monsters can find you no matter where you hide, yet, otherwise, the 10th level of the spirit realm wouldn't be called the new student assessment spirit realm. Someone managed to stay in the 10th level for 49 days before leaving. I really don't know how they did it. I was the unluckiest. I finally managed to sneak into Thor's sanctuary, but some idiot reported us, and Thor wiped us all out. Do you think Song Haitang can still get an SSS level mission rating this time? Nonsense. Of course not. The teacher said that if we don't leave after 49 days, the monsters that will come to hunt us down are terrifying beings. They are invincible monsters, possessing all sorts of incredible extraordinary characteristics. Even a 7th tier expert might not be able to withstand them. Yet, if Song Haitang can get an S-rank mission evaluation, that would be pretty good. Countless students were whispering among themselves. At this moment, everyone noticed that many school leaders had come to the playground. Clearly, the difficulty of the 10th level of the spirit realm had attracted the attention of the school leaders, who came to personally observe the students' situation. When the school leaders found that many students had returned, they breathed a sigh of relief. Then, one of the leaders shouted, "Next, we will tally everyone's scores. Students who have received mission rewards, please report to your teachers immediately." Immediately, students raised their hands. This time, the tallying work would be a bit more troublesome. Because the 10th level is a solo spirit realm, everyone's score had to be tallied. Unlike before, when it was only necessary to check one person's score for a team. Zhao Rui, survival time. 21 days. Overall mission rating, D. Wang Xiaohu, survival time. 17 days. Overall mission rating, E. As the students' scores were tallied one by one, the school leaders present frowned. This time, everyone's scores were very poor. Almost everyone hovered between E and D levels. The best score so far was Chen Kai, who only managed a B-level mission evaluation. With the students' scores almost tallied, there wasn't a single A-level evaluation. An S-level evaluation was out of the question. Although the leaders knew the 10th level of the spiritual realm was dangerous and were prepared for poor student performance, the results were still quite disappointing. Zhenwu University had managed to squeeze into the top 5 last year thanks to Song Haitang, becoming a well-known university among the top 5 in the country. Unexpectedly, they'd faltered at the start of the new year. Furthermore, the 10th level of the spiritual realm was quite important for the freshmen. This was their last mandatory spiritual realm. After passing the 10th level, they would no longer be freshmen. Next, everyone's achievements will depend entirely on how solid the foundation laid during their freshman year is. This year's results are a bit poor, yet, although the 10th level of the spirit realm is difficult, in previous years, we could still get a few A-level mission evaluations. They're all hopeless cases. Let's see how Song Haitang performs. Song Haitang absolutely can't let us down this time. It's unlikely. With such a good foundation, she should at least get an S-level mission evaluation. Several teachers gathered together to discuss, all eyes on Song Haitang. The school leaders also focused their last hopes on Song Haitang. But Song Haitang remained calm and composed. She already knew her results. The only suspense now was whether her and Zhao Zheng's predictions were correct, and whether her name would appear only on the report because she stayed a few seconds longer. Just as she was thinking this, a super announcement appeared. Announcement. The extraordinary individual Song Haitang survived for more than 63 days in the 10th level of the spirit realm, demonstrating exceptional performance, and has obtained a perfect mission evaluation, SSS level, as soon as this announcement was released. The students were stunned. Actually, Song Haitang getting a super announcement wasn't anything new, everyone was already numb to it. But this time was different. This time, it wasn't just a solo spirit realm, but the difficulty was also extremely high, and the monsters in the spirit realm were all incredibly terrifying. Not to mention, there were also terrifyingly eerie creatures. In such an environment, how could Song Haitang still achieve godlike status? Holy crap! Surviving for over 63 days? How did she do that? That's too exaggerated. Did the eerie creatures hunt her down? Impossible. Throughout history, so many exceptionally talented individuals couldn't even last 56 days. It really has to be Sister Haitang, so she can achieve godlike status all by herself? Does that mean Zhao Zheng's super brain isn't that important after all? The students' shock had already attracted the attention of the leaders and teachers. Although they hadn't received the super announcement, they knew what was going on from the students' eyes and expressions. Teacher Shen immediately asked, "Did Haitang get another super announcement?" The students nodded in unison. Teacher Shen was pleasantly surprised and quickly asked, "What was your score this time? What else could it be?" "Of course, it's SSS level," a girl said helplessly. Hearing this, the school leaders were both surprised and delighted, their faces immediately beaming with smiles. Good. Song Haitang. You really didn't disappoint everyone, the vice principal said excitedly. Teacher Shen, her face beaming, approached Song Haitang and asked, "Haitang, would it be convenient for me to check your score?" Her tone carried a pleading tone. Song Haitang was also very happy at this moment. Zhao Zheng's guess was correct, she had appeared a few seconds late, and the spirit realm system had defaulted to her having the best score, with the super report only showing her name. As long as she could help Zhao Zheng continue to hide behind the scenes, she was satisfied. Hearing Teacher Shen's request, Song Haitang, in a great mood, immediately said, "Of course." Upon hearing this, Teacher Shen immediately took Song Haitang's hand. She dared not touch Song Haitang's forehead. Although in terms of current strength, she might be stronger than Song Haitang, in terms of potential, she wasn't even qualified to carry Song Haitang's shoes. The future Song Haitang will undoubtedly grow into a top-tier powerhouse. Song Haitang, survival days in the spirit realm. 63 days, 1 hour, 1 minute, overall rating, SSS level, overall ranking, first place, historical ranking, first place, basic reward. 500 spirit energy points, maximum, extra reward. 100 spirit energy points, maximum, perfect achievement reward for the 10th level spirit realm. 1 extraordinary treasure chest, distributed upon entering the next level of the spirit realm. These are the rewards Song Haitang received. The 10th level of the spirit realm is not only much more difficult, but also offers significantly more rewards. The basic reward directly reached 500 points. Including the extra reward, Song Haitang obtained a total of 600 spirit energy points this time. Almost catching up with the champion of the entire spirit realm. Hearing such rewards, all the students showed expressions of envy. Even the teachers and school leaders couldn't help but envy Song Haitang. A godlike performance in every one of the first 10 levels of the spirit realm. This is an astonishing feat. Song Haitang has created an unprecedented and astonishing record. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it's unprecedented and unparalleled. The vice principal, in particular, looked at Song Haitang with even greater satisfaction. As the vice principal, he knew a thing or two. The better Song Haitang performed, the more it proved that the higher-ups hadn't misjudged him. The hope for human civilization was also gradually increasing. In the dormitory, Zhao Zheng also received his reward settlement sheet, survival days in the spirit realm. 63 days, 1 hour, and 57 seconds, overall rating, SSS level, overall ranking, second place, historical ranking, second place, basic reward. 500 spirit energy points, maximum. Seeing his reward, Zhao Zheng smiled slightly. As a fellow freshman, he had naturally seen Song Haitang's super announcement. The fact that his name wasn't on the announcement suited him perfectly. Chapter 196 Testing Strength. Examining the results of cultivation. On the playground, the students hadn't dispersed yet. The vice principal had something to say. "Students, first of all, Congratulations on successfully passing the 10th level of the spirit realm. Reaching this point shows you are all born extraordinary individuals. Your future is immeasurable. On behalf of the school, I wish you all smooth sailing on your path to extraordinary advancement. Furthermore, from this moment on, you are no longer freshmen. All subsequent spirit realms will no longer be mandatory for you. You can even choose not to participate. However, Zhenwu University is one of the top 5 universities in the country, so naturally there are some requirements. Starting from your sophomore year, you must complete at least 3 spirit realm adventures each year to advance to the next level. To obtain a Zhenwu University diploma, you need to pass the 17th level of the spirit realm. These are the most basic requirements of Zhenwu University. The students listened quietly. They already knew about Zhenwu University's graduation requirements. The vice principal announced loudly, next month is the Holy Land opening month. The school plans a 45-day holiday, starting tomorrow. Although it's a holiday, the school gates will remain open, and everything will proceed as usual. Students, whether you want to go home or stay on campus, you are welcome to do so. Hearing this, many students' eyes lit up. In fact, almost all extraordinary universities have holidays in April and May each year. This is because May is the Holy Land opening month, and the spirit realm won't open on May 1st, leaving a nearly 2-month gap between April 2nd and June 1st. Keeping students on campus for training every day for such a long time would be incredibly stifling. A holiday is much better. A holiday once a year allows students to relax and relieve stress. However, True Marshall University usually has a 1-month holiday. This 45-day holiday, a full half-month longer than usual, is naturally welcome news. Many students cheered. Seeing this, the vice principal smiled and said, "Don't rush, there's one more thing before the holiday. You've all passed the 10th level of the spirit realm, worked so hard for so long, it's time to test your results. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, everyone gather on the playground. The Extraordinary Association will come to test your strength and give you your current strength rating. This is good for you too. After the rating, you'll receive a monthly subsidy. The higher the level, the more subsidy. For example, a 3rd-tier extraordinary person will receive 800 yuan per month, a 4th-tier extraordinary person 1,500 yuan, and a 5th-tier extraordinary person 3,000 yuan. The money isn't much, but this subsidy doesn't require any effort from you. As long as your strength is sufficient and you meet the standards, you'll receive it. This isn't a special favor from the country. All extraordinary people above the 2nd tier nationwide, as long as they aren't criminals, can enjoy this benefit." The students' expressions varied upon hearing this. Those from ordinary families were naturally very happy. The subsidy was indeed a bit small, but even a little bit helps, and for poor students, it could at least ease the financial burden on their families. As for the students from wealthy families, they naturally had an indifferent attitude. They had money and didn't care about such a paltry sum. Alright, that's all for now. Everyone remember, assemble on the playground at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Don't be late. After saying this, the vice principal stepped down and left. In the afternoon, Zhao Zheng was lying in his dormitory playing on his phone. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. He immediately got up to open it and saw Lao Chu. "Huh? Lao Chu, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" "Nothing, just came to see you." Lao Chu looked Zhao Zheng up and down, and seeing that Zhao Zheng was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Please come in, let's talk inside." Zhao Zheng stepped aside and welcomed Lao Chu in. Originally, Zhao Zheng thought that Lao Chu had come this time because of his achievement of reaching the 10th level of the spirit realm. As it turned out, Old Chu didn't mention this. This was because Old Chu believed that Zhao Zheng's absence from the playground was due to anticipating a poor grade, being shy, and afraid of losing face in front of everyone, so he didn't reveal his score. Under these circumstances, he wouldn't ask Zhao Zheng's score, lest he hurt the boy's self-esteem. He'd pretend not to know. Anyway, there was no rush to report student scores. Old Chu cared a lot about Zhao Zheng. After sitting down on the sofa, Old Chu said, "By the way, you know there's a strength test on the playground tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, right?" I know." Zhao Zheng did know. Song Haitang had told him immediately. "Good to know, don't be late," Old Chu said. "This strength test has attracted the attention of many important figures, and they might come to observe." Is it because of Song Haitang? Zhao Zheng asked. Old Chu nodded, "Yes. The higher-ups are taking it very seriously. Song Haitang has received 10 Super God mission ratings. What's her strength now? Zhao Zheng hesitated for a moment, then said, can I not participate? Not participate? Why? Old Chu frowned. Are you unsure of your own abilities? This, Zhao Zheng didn't know how to answer. He wasn't unsure of his abilities, he was far too confident. He was afraid that if he threw a punch, the entire Zhenwu University would be reduced to ashes, which wouldn't be good. That's not right, Old Chu frowned and said, with your previous performance in the spirit realm, 9 times achieving godhood, you should have at least 3 or 4,000 spirit energy points. That could definitely boost your strength. If you're going for the strength route, your current overall strength should already be at the 4th tier standard, right? Why don't I want to participate? Zhao Zheng had a headache and could only say, there's no particular reason, I just don't really want to participate. Old Chu frowned, looked at Zhao Zheng suspiciously, and said, I just said that the higher-ups attach great importance to this test, so if you don't have a plausible excuse, you'd better participate. Although the higher-ups value Song Haitang, they also pay close attention to you. If you don't participate, it will be difficult to explain to the school. Okay. Since that's what he said, what could Zhao Zheng say? Okay, I understand. He planned to pretend during the test tomorrow, just going through the motions. Originally, he was worried that faking strength would be seen through by the stronger individuals, which was why he didn't want to participate. It doesn't matter now, so be it. There's only 1 month left. Zhao Zheng will never let all his efforts go to waste and prematurely reveal his strength. P.S. My elders have been hospitalized these past few days, so I've been a bit busy. Updates will resume tomorrow. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 4th Tier. Immense Potential. That evening, news of Song Haitang receiving a godlike rating in his solo mission once again topped the trending searches. Many netizens were discussing it. However, some dissenting voices emerged. Wow! She actually got a godlike rating in his solo spirit realm. Goddess Haitang is amazing. Since Goddess Haitang can achieve godlike status in a solo spirit realm, does that mean she doesn't actually need that pretty boy? Or rather, that pretty boy isn't as important as people think. Haha, the guy upstairs is right. That's exactly what I was thinking. Weren't they praising that pretty boy as the strongest brain? Did Goddess Haitang have to do without him? Where are those people who were praising that pretty boy? Why aren't they showing up? They've been slapped in the face. How dare they show their faces? The next morning, Zhao Zheng arrived at the school playground around 9 a.m. Many instruments and equipment had already been set up on the playground, all used for testing strength. Students had already arrived, including some teachers, who were chatting in small groups. The Extraordinary Ones Association had also arrived and was adjusting the equipment. The entire playground was bustling with activity. Zhao Zheng was quickly spotted by Lao Chu upon his arrival. Zhao Zheng, Lao Chu called out, then approached Zhao Zheng and whispered, remember to perform well today. Zhao Zheng smiled and asked, what? Will performing well bring any benefits? That's right, Lao Chu said. I just received news that if your test scores rank in the top 100 among all freshmen nationwide, you can participate in an important event with great opportunities. Oh? What event? Zhao Zheng became interested. I'm not entirely sure about the specifics, Lao Chu said mysteriously. Just do your best. Zhao Zheng nodded in agreement. However, he wasn't particularly interested. He already had the biggest opportunity. Now, he only needed to grow steadily and become invincible. A moment later, it was 9:50. The leaders began to appear one by one. Zhao Zheng noticed that Chairman Song and the portly principal of Zhenwu University were also present. And their seats weren't even in the center. Sitting in the very center was an unassuming old man. He had a kind face, always wearing a slight smile, and looked very benevolent. However, Zhao Zheng sensed a dangerous aura emanating from him. He sat there like a mountain. A powerful figure. And an extremely powerful one. Beside him sat several middle-aged men with somewhat cold demeanors, their faces seemingly saying keep away. After them came the president of Zhenwu University and other leaders. It should be noted that the president of Zhenwu University was also a renowned powerhouse, ranking among the top in the country, yet his seat was almost relegated to a corner. As for President Song, he was already in a corner. Clearly, the leaders sitting in the center were of extraordinary status. Not only Zhao Zheng noticed this, but the other students also noticed, whispering among themselves about the identities of the leaders. Zhao Zheng also noticed that President Song's gaze towards him held a meaningful quality. President Song knew his strength, such a look was not surprising. At this moment, Song Haitang also arrived at the playground and, upon seeing Zhao Zheng, went directly to his side. This test, oh, I'm just going through the motions. You do your best. Hearing this, Song Haitang nodded. Soon, it was 10 o'clock. The vice principal personally went up to the stage to preside over the test. The test is all ready. Is there anyone who wants to volunteer? As soon as he finished speaking, several students who were confident in their abilities raised their hands, their faces full of eagerness. Seeing this, the vice principal looked satisfied and said, those who raised their hands, come to the first row. You will be tested first. About 7 or 8 students stepped forward and came to the first row. Zhao Zheng noticed that most of these 7 or 8 students were familiar faces. For example, Chen Kai, Zhang Heben, Zhang Chenggang, and others. The test began. Chen Kai was the first to go up. Student, please tell us your name, your talents, and your stat allocation path, the vice principal said. Chen Kai then said, my name is Chen Kai. My innate ability is the mutant colossus bloodline, which allows me to turn my body into metal, enhancing my defense. My stat allocation is primarily constitution, with secondary strength. The vice principal nodded and said, then let's test your defense and strength. The method for testing strength was simple, mainly using a punching power testing machine. Hello, Chen Kai, the staff member in charge of the test introduced. This is a punching power testing machine that can withstand 8,000 pounds. You just need to aim at the punching area and throw a punch with all your might. Chen Kai nodded, raised his fist, and his fist immediately turned metallic. Boom! When Chen Kai threw a punch, the punching power testing machine roared, and then a number popped up 2,557 pounds. Seeing this number, many students showed expressions of amazement. More than 2,500 pounds, if converted to jin, a unit of weight, is more than 2,300 jin. Chen Kai can now throw a punch with a force of 1,000 jin, which is very impressive. This indicates that Chen Kai's strength attribute is not low, at least 7 or 800, and with the added boost from his innate ability, he has achieved such a performance. Importantly, this guy's primary focus is defense, with strength as a secondary attribute. This is quite remarkable. Even the vice principal showed a satisfied expression. The strength attribute test was complete. The test of Chen Kai's defensive capabilities began. Testing defensive capabilities was more complex. This is a pressure chamber, with a maximum pressure of 800 MPa. After you go in, I will slowly increase the pressure. If you can't hold on, shout out immediately. Note, MPa stands for megapascal, a unit of pressure resistance. The normal human body's pressure resistance limit is no more than 5 MPa. Exceeding this will crush a person. Hearing the staff's words, Chen Kai nodded and strode into the pressure chamber. After the chamber door closed, Chen Kai gave an OK sign. The staff then turned on the pressure chamber's switch on the controller. Initially, Chen Kai remained calm. However, when the staff increased the pressure to 60 MPa, he began to frown and immediately activated his innate ability. Inside the pressure chamber, Chen Kai's entire body had turned to metal, like an Iron Man. The pressure continued to rise. When the pressure inside the chamber reached 440 MPa, Chen Kai finally couldn't hold on any longer and cried out. This was Chen Kai's final pressure resistance score. 440 MPa. Seeing this data, many leaders' eyes lit up. And the vice principal showed a satisfied expression. This kid is good, yes. So young, yet with such performance, his future is limitless. Several leaders praised him. Because the leaders present had basic common sense and knew what 440 MPa meant. Ordinary alloy steel typically withstands pressure around 500 MPa. Exceeding this value will cause deformation. Chen Kai's current pressure resistance was almost approaching that of alloy steel. After testing his pressure resistance, Chen Kai's impact resistance was tested. His final impact resistance score was 2 million N. Approximately 200 tons. This is almost the force of a fully loaded truck impacting in a straight line at 100 km per hour. An ordinary person would be instantly killed by such an impact. After testing his impact resistance, Chen Kai's defense against sharp weapons was also tested. Following a comprehensive evaluation, Chen Kai's final overall strength reached the standard of the 4th tier. Chapter 198 Zhao Zheng. This isn't your true strength, is it? When Chen Kai's test results came out, it caused quite a stir among the students. Holy crap! Chen Kai's been hiding his strength well. His overall strength has already reached the 4th rank, wow! He just passed the rebirth stage and already reached the 4th rank standard. That's pretty impressive. Of course it's impressive. Those top experts were around the 4th to 5th rank when they just passed the rebirth stage, so, does that mean Chen Kai has a chance to become a top expert in the future? If nothing unexpected happens, he can at least reach the 7th rank. Hell, I don't think so. He's only where he is today because he followed Song Haitang and achieved several god-level breakthroughs. If he relied on himself, could he have achieved this strength? That's true. One god-level breakthrough is at least 350 spirit energy points. By the way, how many god-level breakthroughs did Chen Kai achieve with Song Haitang? Let me calculate. Once at the 3rd level of the spirit realm, once at the 5th level, once at the 6th level, and once at the 8th level, a total of 4 times. 4 god-level breakthroughs are almost 1,500 spirit energy points. I could reach the 4th rank too. So, he's nothing special. I think you're just jealous, but jealousy is useless. Luck is also part of strength, many freshmen were discussing. It could be said that Chen Kai's performance had set a good precedent. Even the vice principal praised him. Chen Kai was also very satisfied with his strength assessment. A 4th-tier extraordinary being was no longer weak, they were highly sought after, and major companies would be vying for them. After Chen Kai stepped down, the next to have their strength tested was Zhang Heben. This kid followed a strength agility route. After transforming into a werewolf, his destructive power was astonishing. He could tear through steel plates in an instant, and his movement speed was extremely fast. His final strength assessment also reached the 4th tier. The appearance of 2 consecutive 4th-tier powerhouses not only boosted morale but also delighted the school leaders. Another Tier 4, Zhang Heben's strength after transforming is terrifying. Like Chen Kai, he owes his success to Song Haitang. I wonder what tier Song Haitang's strength is. Definitely Tier 5. I also think it's at least Tier 5, with 10 super god times and 1 national spirit realm championship. Even without considering her usual training, she must have gained around 5,000 spirit energy points just from the spirit realm. Holy crap! Around 5,000 spirit energy points? Damn, that's terrifying. Most of the big shots who came today are here for her, right? Actually, I'm more curious about Zhao Zheng's strength than Song Haitang. I'm also very curious. With 9 super god times, what kind of strength can Zhao Zheng's talent achieve? The test continued. Soon, those who had just raised their hands all finished the test. Most of them received a Tier 4 strength rating. Because these guys had all followed Song Haitang and Zhao Zheng and received several super god mission evaluations. They were the ones who benefited from the genius bonus. Regardless, having several 4th-tier students right after the freshman year is a cause for celebration for any university. Did you see the school leaders grinning from ear to ear? Even the principal had a smile on his face. Now I finally understand why the principal went to such lengths to recruit Song Haitang, a teacher remarked. Having a genius in the school is incredibly valuable. Several teachers around nodded in agreement. Teacher Shen was beaming with pride. After the first batch of volunteers finished their tests, the vice principal immediately asked, "Is there anyone else willing to come up and test?" No one raised their hand. The vice principal then took out a list and began calling out names. Song Haitang, good heavens. The first name called was the most crucial one. Upon hearing this, Song Haitang walked onto the stage. Seeing the girl appear, everyone's spirits lifted. As one student had just said, this whole event was for Song Haitang. Her appearance naturally attracted attention. At this moment, everyone, students, teachers, school leaders, and higher-ups, was focused on Song Haitang. President Song looked at his daughter with obvious concern. The test began. Logia-type devil fruit abilities are among the most powerful talents in the Holy Land. Each country has its own set of testing standards specifically for Logia-type devil fruit abilities. Therefore, as soon as Song Haitang stepped onto the stage, the testing staff asked, "Hello, Song Haitang, are you currently capable of elementalization?" They even addressed Song Haitang with the formal you, formal. Clearly, anyone with half a brain could see Song Haitang's potential. Hearing this question, Song Haitang shook her head. I can only partially elementalize my body. Full elementalization with a Logia-type devil fruit varies from person to person, generally requiring a mental attribute of around 10,000 points. The lowest level achieved was 8,000 points of mental attribute to comprehend the ability of full elementalization. Song Haitang was still some distance from that number. And once one could elementalize, no testing was needed, one would directly become a 7th-tier powerhouse. This was the standard in every country. The tester said, then let's proceed with a normal testing procedure. First, let's test your flame temperature. Flame temperature testing uses a specialized temperature measuring device. Song Haitang lit the flame, and the temperature immediately jumped out. 2037 degrees Celsius. This temperature is quite impressive for a flame. It's considered a high-temperature flame. For comparison, a lighter flame is around 300 to 500 degrees Celsius, a burning matchstick is about 470 degrees Celsius, and an alcohol lamp is 600 to 700 degrees Celsius. Compared to these, Song Haitang's flame temperature is remarkable. Next, we'll test your destructive power. The staff member pointed to a huge black metal plate and said, please use your strongest attack on it. Song Haitang thought for a moment and then unleashed Emperor Flame. Instantly. It was as if a sun had appeared on the playground. The surrounding temperature soared dramatically. Many people nearby felt as if they were in a fiery inferno. When Song Haitang unleashed the massive Emperor Flame, a fiery cloud rose over the entire school, a truly terrifying sight. The students were utterly horrified. Only then did they realize the vast difference between themselves and Song Haitang. It was a world of difference. Not only the students, but even the teachers were taken aback by the destructive power Song Haitang displayed. The leaders from above were extremely satisfied with Song Haitang's performance. The elderly man sitting in the center nodded repeatedly, his kind face beaming with an even wider smile. Song Haitang's final strength assessment, unsurprisingly, reached the 5th rank. Moreover, he was a seasoned 5th rank expert, just a hair's breadth away from the 6th rank standard. Having barely left the freshman category, his strength was already close to the 6th rank. If word got out, it would definitely cause a sensation. The number 1 freshman, truly living up to his name. My God. That move was absolutely amazing, yet, it felt like a sun had appeared on the playground. Incredible. The title of the top freshman is well deserved. She's only just past the 10th level of the spirit realm and already has this kind of strength. Sister Haitang must have broken the record. Right, definitely, unprecedented. Her existence is legendary. I was quite confident in my abilities, but after seeing Sister Haitang's performance, I suddenly feel like I'm a complete waste. The students were amazed. The leaders, however, were very satisfied, feeling that their trip was worthwhile. After Song Haitang's test ended, the important leaders on the viewing platform also stood up and left. They were all very busy people, and their time was precious. Their purpose in coming here was to watch Song Haitang's performance. Now that their purpose had been achieved, they naturally didn't want to waste any more time. President Song and the principal also stood up to see the important leaders off. Many seats on the viewing platform suddenly became empty. Seeing this, Zhao Zheng was not disappointed at all. On the contrary, he breathed a sigh of relief. The old man had put considerable pressure on him. He was definitely a powerful figure. Zhao Zheng had initially worried that his deception would be exposed, so it was better that the old man was gone. Therefore, when Zhao Zheng went on stage for the test, although his expression was exaggerated and he even shouted, he actually only used 10% of his strength and didn't use any special skills. Even so, he still received a 4th-tier strength rating. Everyone was convinced by this result, as it matched their assessment of Zhao Zheng. Seeing Zhao Zheng about to leave the stage, the staff member in charge of the test couldn't help but say, Zhao Zheng, I heard you previously obtained the tremor fruit. Would you like to test the destructive power of your tremor fruit ability? Zhao Zheng, are you sure, kid? Aren't you afraid that one punch from me will cause a massive earthquake throughout the city, resulting in millions of deaths and injuries? I'm sorry, you're probably aware of the negative effects of the tremor fruit ability. Using it even once will damage my body and shorten my lifespan, so I won't use this ability lightly, Zhao Zheng said. This excuse was something he had already prepared, precisely to prevent someone from testing his tremor fruit ability. Hearing Zhao Zheng's words, the staff member sighed and said, sorry, I didn't consider it carefully. Zhao Zheng didn't say anything more and stepped off the stage. As expected, He's only at the 4th tier. It seems I guessed right, a bit disappointing. I thought he could reach the 5th tier, 9 times of godhood. And he only managed to reach this level of strength? He's really a bit of a waste, pretty much. After all, his talent is useless. It didn't provide any boost. It's like an ordinary person achieving godhood 9 times, sigh. So many spirit points, I wish I had them. If I had them, I would at least be a 5th tier expert by now. He didn't use the tremor fruits ability. If he had, he could probably have reached the advanced 4th tier. What's the use? He'd better not use it in the future, lest he die young. Many students were discussing Zhao Zheng. Everyone had mixed feelings about Zhao Zheng. They sympathized with his talent but envied his incredible luck in being favored by a girl like Song Haitang. After everyone finished their tests, the playground returned to calm. Many students couldn't wait any longer and immediately bought tickets to experience their holiday. For a moment, the student dormitory was mostly empty. Zhao Zheng went to Old Chu's office. Old Chu had summoned him. Zhao Zheng, what happened with today's test? This wasn't your true strength, was it? Old Chu questioned him as soon as they met. Zhao Zheng was taken aback, thinking Old Chu had seen through something. How could it not be? I used all my strength, he said this with a lack of confidence. Old Chu said with exasperation, I can understand not using the tremor fruit's power, but why didn't you even use armament haki? Also, why didn't you mention during the test that you possess Conqueror's haki? These are all bonus points. Zhao Zheng had a headache, and after thinking for a moment, he explained, my armament haki and Conqueror's haki are only at the beginner level. Even if I use them, it wouldn't add much to my score, would it? Not much to add to your score. Old Chu seemed a little angry. Perhaps just a little bit more, and you might miss the great opportunity next month. He paused. Old Chu sighed again. Forget it, it's too late to talk about this now. I'll report it to the leadership later and hope to get you a spot. Zhao Zheng asked curiously, what exactly do you mean by great opportunity? Old Chu shook his head. I can't reveal it until I'm sure you have a spot. You'd better not ask any more and go back to wait for news, okay? Zhao Zheng left Old Chu's office and went to Song Haitang's dormitory. Haitang, what are your plans for the holiday? Song Haitang, who was pouring water for Zhao Zheng, asked curiously, what else can I do? Of course, I'll stay at school to train. Training also needs a balance of work and rest, Zhao Zheng said with a smile. If you want to go out and relax, I can go with you. With my current strength, protecting you shouldn't be a problem. Song Haitang was somewhat tempted. It wasn't that she was greedy for fun, but rather that she was tempted to go out with Zhao Zheng. However, after thinking for a moment, she shook her head and said, before I fully transform into my elemental form, leaving school will probably be difficult. Even if you could sneak me out, if we're discovered, the school will be in chaos, causing a lot of trouble. Let's forget about it. What the girl said was true. Right now, she was a key protected individual, and leaving school through normal channels would be extremely difficult. Even if she eventually managed to leave, she would be followed by many powerful protectors, making it impossible to have any fun. Song Haitang didn't like causing trouble for others, and felt that it would be better to stay at school and train. All right then, Zhao Zheng said, I plan to go home for a while and then return to school. Song Haitang nodded. Going back to visit is a good idea. She was naturally relieved that Zhao Zheng wanted to leave school. With Zhao Zheng's current strength, even top experts might not be able to kill him. Because Zhao Zheng could also fly, and his flying speed was astonishing, if he couldn't win, he could simply run away. Chapter 199 Emperor Ruyan comes to make trouble? That evening, Zhao Zheng was about to go to the cafeteria for dinner when he suddenly received a call from Chairman Song. Uncle Song, it's me. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come over and have a drink with me. Zhao Zheng knew Chairman Song must have something to say to him, so he readily agreed. At the agreed-upon restaurant, in the private room, only Chairman Song was present. Clearly, Chairman Song had something to discuss. He personally poured Zhao Zheng a glass of wine and said, Haitang told me that the reason she got such good results this time is because of this. This drink is to thank you for taking care of Haitang in the spirit realm. You're too kind, Uncle Song. Taking care of Haitang is what I should do. Please, help yourself. Zhao Zheng downed the wine in his glass in one gulp. With his current physique, drinking this kind of strong liquor was like child's play. A mere drop of alcohol couldn't affect him in the slightest. Chairman Song also downed his drink in one gulp, then put food on Zhao Zheng's plate. Eat more. After a few rounds of drinks, Chairman Song asked, "What are your plans for the holiday?" Zhao Zheng, puzzled by Chairman Song's sudden question, replied honestly, "I plan to go home and visit first." Chairman Song nodded, then suddenly said, "I just received news that your father's company seems to be in some trouble. It would be good for you to go back and check on things." Zhao Zheng was immediately startled. "Uncle Song, what happened to my father's company?" He remembered that during their last phone call, his father had happily said that the company was thriving and that he would become a true tycoon in the future. How could something like this have happened so soon? "I don't know the specifics," Chairman Song said. "After my transfer, I specifically instructed my former subordinates to keep an eye on your father's company. I only just learned about the problems with your father's company. Apparently, it's being targeted by someone." Zhao Zheng's face darkened upon hearing this. "Go back and check first, find out what's going on," Chairman Song reminded him. "After you figure it out, don't act rashly. You can ask me first. If it's an official matter, I might be able to help resolve it." This wasn't Chairman Song boasting. The power of the Provincial Association president was no joke. "I understand, Uncle Song." The next day, around 10 a.m. Zhao Zheng arrived smoothly at Luan City Station, then took a taxi straight home. Returning home should have been a happy occasion. After all, he was about to return to familiar surroundings and see his closest relatives. But Zhao Zheng remained frowning, preoccupied. Soon, the taxi stopped at the entrance of his residential complex. Zhao Zheng paid and got out. He hadn't told his parents he was coming back. Mainly because if he said he was coming back, his parents might not agree, since there was still a bounty on his head online. So, Zhao Zheng didn't say anything and just came back. After entering the complex, he familiarly went to his front door, entered the gate password, and easily entered the yard. The front door was open, indicating someone was home. Zhao Zheng was about to go inside. However, he stopped at the door. A voice coming from the living room caught his attention. "Third brother, I told you before, don't start a company until you find a powerful backer. You didn't believe me, and now look what's happened." The voice seemed to be his eldest uncle's. "Don't be a Monday morning quarterback," the old man's voice rang out, scolding his eldest son before turning to Zhao Chenghua and asking, "Chenghua, how many shares do they want?" Zhao Chenghua, 51%, the eldest uncle. Good, good, good. They want controlling shares right away. Their next step is to kick the Zhao family out, right? We might as well just give them the company." "Shut up," the old man cursed, then asked, "How much are they going to invest?" Zhao Chenghua, 100,000. Hearing this number, the living room fell silent. Then, the fourth uncle's angry voice rang out, 100,000? What's the difference between that and robbery? They're thieves." Zhao Zheng, outside, heard this and his face immediately darkened. He had a pretty good idea of what was going on. Just as Chairman Song said, someone had their eye on his father's company, wanting to seize it by force. He remembered that the last time he called home, he had asked about his father's company. Apparently, the company's first technological product had been launched, causing quite a stir in the tech world, and his father's company was highly regarded by many. Although it was currently operating at a loss, its potential was enormous, and it was about to launch its angel round of financing, attracting the attention of many investment banks. Currently, its external valuation was 2 billion. Even if there was some exaggeration in that valuation, it wasn't something that could be acquired for a mere 100,000 yuan for 51% of the shares. Chenghua, agree to them, the old man's voice suddenly rang out. Zhao Chenghua, Dad, his tone was filled with astonishment and confusion. His uncle anxiously said, "How can we agree to such robbery?" The old man sneered, "You can't fight City Hall. What can we do if we don't agree?" Supporting a similar company might be difficult for them, but if they want to destroy Chenghua's company, they have many ways to do so. These words left the brothers speechless. The old man then said to Zhao Chenghua, "Agree to their terms, but you must gather all the evidence and information, and find a way to get your hands on the core technology as well." Then wait, the uncle couldn't help but ask, "Wait for what?" The old man replied, "Wait for Zhao Zheng to grow up. Don't they like to bully others? I believe that Zhao Zheng will avenge the humiliation we suffered today." These words caused silence to fall over the living room once more. Zhao Zheng felt he couldn't eavesdrop any longer. So, he took a few steps back, pretending to have just arrived, and then shouted loudly, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." He walked towards the living room as he called out. When he reached the living room and saw his grandfather, uncle, and the others, Zhao Zheng deliberately feigned surprise. "Hey? Grandpa, uncle, fourth uncle, you're all at my house," Zhao Chenghe asked hurriedly. "Why did you suddenly come back? You didn't even let us know." Zhao Zheng chuckled and said, "I just wanted to give you a surprise." "Zheng's back," uncle said with a smile. "It's been a while, you've grown so tall, I almost didn't recognize you." "Fourth uncle, this kid has really changed a lot." The old man smiled broadly and beckoned to Zhao Zheng. "My dear grandson, come here quickly." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zheng immediately put down his luggage and hurried to the old man's side. "Grandpa, I'm back to see you. How are you feeling?" "I'm perfectly fine." The old man looked Zhao Zheng up and down, noticing that Zhao Zheng had become increasingly dashing and had an impressive aura. He smiled with satisfaction and said, "Not bad, you're getting more and more energetic," Zhao Chenghe said from the side. "Since Zhengzi is back, Dad, eldest brother, fourth brother, why don't you have some drinks with me for lunch? I'll have Wenli cook a few more dishes." "By the way," Zhao Zheng asked, "where's Mom?" "She went to buy groceries." After lunch, Zhao Zheng volunteered to take the old man home. The old man was growing increasingly fond of Zhao Zheng and naturally agreed happily. He also wanted to chat with Zhao Zheng and ask his good grandson about his current progress. A moment later, when they arrived at the old man's house, the old man had specifically asked the housekeeper to go home early. After the housekeeper left, only the grandfather and grandson remained in the house. The old man chuckled and asked, "You suddenly came back, did you hear some news?" "They say old people are shrewd," and this was certainly true. Zhao Zheng nodded. "I originally planned to come back this afternoon, but I did hear some things, so I changed my ticket and came back early." Before the old man could ask further, Zhao Zheng said, "Chairman Song told me that my father's company is being targeted." "Oh?" the old man asked curiously. "Why would that young man surnamed Song tell you this? Doesn't he dislike you?" Zhao Zheng naturally had no need to hide anything from the old man. "Last time in the all-people spirit realm, I won the championship. Chairman Song was also on the team and chose to preserve his memories, so he now knows my secret completely and knows that his daughter's success today is all thanks to me. He's changed his attitude towards me." Upon hearing this, the old man immediately grasped the key point, a glint of shrewdness flashing into his cloudy eyes. "You mean, you won the championship in the last all-people spirit realm competition, not the Gu family girl?" "Yes," Zhao Zheng nodded and said frankly, "Grandpa, actually, my current strength is top tier even among 7th tier experts." The old man suddenly stood up. He stared at Zhao Zheng for a few moments, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, good. Good. You truly deserve to be the prodigy of the Zhao family. You really haven't disappointed me, Grandpa. Take it easy, don't get too excited." Zhao Zheng quickly helped the old man sit down and said, "You must take care of your health. I still want you to witness the day I become invincible." The old man liked to hear this and immediately smiled and said, all right, I'll wait for that day to come." After the old man's emotions calmed down a bit, Zhao Zheng asked, "Grandpa, who exactly is targeting my father's company?" "HMPH, mentioning those people made the old man angry, and he said coldly, 'Just a bunch of bullying dogs.'" Then, the old man told Zhao Zheng what had happened. If Zhao Zheng were just an ordinary person, the old man certainly wouldn't have told him all this, because it would have been pointless. But the Zhao Zheng of today is different. After the old man's explanation, Zhao Zheng finally understood what was going on. The story is quite simple. Zhao Zheng's father and his colleagues developed a new material with applications in multiple fields and a promising future. This attracted the covetous eyes of greedy people who wanted to use their power to seize it. Zhao Zheng's father, Zhao Chenghe, was actually just an ordinary academic high achiever. With his talent, he could never have independently developed such a new material. The development of the new material was mainly due to the old man's efforts. When the old man was young, he obtained a very special extraordinary item in a technologically advanced spiritual realm, a disposable USB drive. Knowing he wouldn't go far in the spiritual realm, the old man planned to make good use of the USB drive to copy some research data back from the spiritual world. This was the wealth the old man left to his descendants. After bringing the USB drive back, the old man gave it to Zhao Chenghe. It wasn't that the old man was biased. Of his 4 sons, Zhao Chenghe was the best student. Zhao Chenghe initially studied material science, And with the help of his grandfather's research materials, and after years of analytical research, he finally made a name for himself and was preparing to create a materials company worth hundreds of billions. Unexpectedly, he was dealt a heavy blow right at the start of his business. After listening, Zhao Zheng calmly asked, "Grandpa, the other party dares to do this, their background must be quite impressive, right? What's their connection?" The old man didn't answer, but said, "My dear grandson, listen to your grandfather, don't worry about this for now. Focus on improving your own strength. When you're strong enough, they'll definitely have to pay back everything they've taken, and even double it." Zhao Zheng shook his head, refuting his grandfather for the first time. "Grandpa, I can wait, but my father can't. You should know he's a bit stubborn, not the kind of person who can bend and stretch. I'm afraid this blow will be too great for him, making him disheartened, and that would be troublesome." The old man frowned upon hearing this. He knew his son's temperaments well, and that was exactly what he was worried about. "Besides, Grandpa, I think you should change some of your old ideas." Zhao Zheng smiled and said, "Your grandson is very strong now. Very strong. When faced with this kind of situation, we don't need to swallow our pride or be subservient to others. As long as the Holy Land opens next month and no one can obtain the Kryptonian bloodline card from it, then I won't need to hide my strength anymore. At that time, the higher-ups will definitely pay close attention to me. Song Haitang is the best example of this, so you can speak with complete peace of mind." After hearing this, the old man laughed heartily. "Good," the old man said. "The person who came forward is a girl named Liu Ruyan. She seems to have considerable influence in official circles. I estimate that the various troubles your father's company has encountered recently are all due to official harassment and investigation. This girl may have some connection with the Liu family of the Taishang Association. As for the rest, I don't know much." Hearing the name Liu Ruyan, Zhao Zheng was startled, thinking he had encountered the great Emperor Ruyan. Emperor Ruyan was a being who shook the heavens, terrifying beyond measure. However, she shouldn't exist here. He nodded and said, "I understand." Then, in front of the old man, Zhao Zheng directly dialed Chairman Song's number. "Uncle Song, did I disturb your lunch break?" "No." On the other end of the phone, Chairman Song asked with a smile, "What? Have you made any progress on things at home?" "Yes. I need to trouble you, Uncle Song, to help me investigate a woman named Liu Ruyan." "Liu Ruyan?" Chairman Song on the other end of the phone immediately said, "I've heard of that name. Don't worry, I'll ask her for you right away." "Thank you, Uncle Song." Chapter 200, A Personal Challenge to a 7th-tier Powerhouse. Less than 10 minutes later, Chairman Song called again. Zhao Zheng immediately answered, "Uncle Song? Have you found out their background?" Chairman Song, "Yes. Liu Ruyan, who's eyeing your father's company, is from the Liu family of the Tai Chamber of Commerce." Zhao Zheng immediately asked, "Is this Liu family very influential?" Chairman Song, "The chairman of the Tai Chamber of Commerce is the head of the Liu family, a business tycoon with extensive connections. Furthermore, the Liu family has produced many extraordinary experts, one of whom, named Liu Qing, is only 33 years old this year and is already a 7th-tier expert. His potential is enormous." "Oh, right, Liu Qing is Liu Ruyan's older brother." Hearing this introduction, Zhao Zheng immediately formed a general understanding of the Liu family's power. At least to ordinary people, the Liu family was definitely a behemoth. The old man's eyes already showed signs of worry. At this moment, Chairman Song suddenly said, "I can step in and temporarily resolve the troubles your father's company is facing. However, I can only stop the pressure from the government. At that time, the Liu family might try to sabotage your father's company commercially." Zhao Zheng frowned upon hearing this. This was clearly not the outcome he wanted. Since the Liu family dared to interfere and frighten his family, how could he vent his anger without cutting off their hands? If he didn't have the ability, he would have to swallow his anger. But now, Zhao Zheng was very confident in his abilities. "Uncle Song, what's the Liu family's reputation like in the country?" "Not good," Chairman Song said. "They made their fortune by reselling important domestic resources. They're notorious compradors, their hands are dirty, they've swallowed up many small domestic companies. If it weren't for their connections, they would have been." It was clear that Chairman Song held that family in utter contempt. Zhao Zheng immediately said, "Uncle Song, the Liu family dares to be so arrogant because of Liu Qing, right? What would happen if I crippled him?" Chairman Song thought seriously for a moment, then suddenly said, "How could I forget this move? You can transform into Chen Yi and, as the representative of the Zhao family, issue a challenge to Liu Qing. You don't even need to kill him, breaking his legs will be enough to resolve everything. Zhao Zheng was surprised. Issue a challenge, Chairman Song said on the phone. What? Don't you know that conflicts between superhumans can be resolved through a duel after issuing a challenge? Even if you kill your opponent, you only get a fine. Zhao Zheng, isn't this kind of duel only from ancient times? How come it still exists now? Thinking about it carefully, it seems quite reasonable. After all, superhumans are too destructive. If they don't have a legal outlet for their anger after forming a feud, allowing them to retaliate privately will definitely pose a huge safety hazard to society. President Song added, however, Liu Qing has considerable influence, and many people are paying attention to him. Killing him directly might cause trouble. You can cripple him first, and deal with him later. Zhao Zheng immediately replied, okay, Uncle Song, I understand, President Song said, then I'll send you Liu Qing's information later. Once you're ready, just go and issue the challenge. Zhao Zheng suddenly thought of a problem. Uncle Song, what if he doesn't accept the challenge? Don't accept. President Song chuckled on the other end of the phone. He's a celebrity. And based on your current information, he's at most a 6th-tier expert. Unless he doesn't want to continue his career, he'll definitely accept. If he's really determined not to accept your challenge, that's even better. I'll spread the news, and the Liu family will be completely disgraced, with huge negative impacts, and they won't be able to cause any more trouble. He hung up the phone. Zhao Zheng let out a breath, turned his head, and saw the old man looking at him with a surprised expression. It was as if he was seeing him for the first time. Grandpa, did my performance startle you? Zhao Zheng asked with a smile. The old man was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. No, it's just that I suddenly realized my dear grandson has truly grown up. Then Grandpa, do you support the method I just mentioned? Of course I support it, the old man said in a deep voice. I know that Liu Qing, he's definitely someone. If you can defeat him, it means you're a true strong man. As a strong man, you should have the dignity of a strong man. Anyone who dares to provoke you should be beaten back hard. Otherwise, people will only think you're weak and easy to bully, and anyone can come and kick you while you're down. At this point, the old man suddenly sighed. It's because your father and I didn't know you well enough that our Zhao family was bullied. It's not too late to know now, Zhao Zheng said in a deep voice. Grandpa, please rest assured. Since I won the championship in the last all-people spirit realm, it means that Liu Qing will only be my defeated opponent. I'll avenge the humiliation you and Dad suffered. The old man smiled and nodded. My grandson has grown up and should have his own opinions. Go ahead and do it. Grandpa supports you. Zhao Zheng immediately smiled. He paused, then added, Grandpa, don't tell Dad about this for now. I'm afraid he'll nag. I'll tell him after we've resolved it. Okay, Grandpa will listen to you. A moment later, information about Liu Qing was sent to Zhao Zheng's phone by Chairman Song. Zhao Zheng glanced at it and immediately showed a surprised expression. This Liu Qing's innate ability was actually the mutant Iceman bloodline. He possessed the ability to create and control ice. This ability was very similar to the Logia-type devil fruit, the ice fruit, a very powerful innate ability. No wonder he became a 7th-tier powerhouse at such a young age. Besides, the information also included part of Liu Qing's itinerary. He would arrive in Wei City in 2 days to acquire shares in a certain company. Seeing this, Zhao Zheng immediately smiled. No wonder they were siblings. Back home, Zhao's father was sitting on the living room sofa, his brows furrowed. He was clearly thinking about the troubles the company was facing. Dad, Zhao Zheng called out. Zhao Chengho then looked up at his son and said, Did you send your grandfather over? He didn't say anything to you, did he? No. The old man is so satisfied with me, what could he say? Zhao Zheng said with a smile. At this moment, his mother, He Wenli, came out of the kitchen carrying a bowl of washed fruit. Seeing her son, she immediately called out, Son, come and eat some fruit. Okay, Mom. Zhao Zheng stood up, took the fruit bowl from his mother, and placed it in front of his father. Dad, you eat too. Zhao Chengho clearly had no appetite and looked at Zhao Zheng, asking, Did you take leave to come back? How many days do you plan to stay this time? Zhao Zheng said, No. School is on holiday for a month and a half. I plan to stay home for a while before deciding. Hearing this, He Wenli immediately beamed. Good to be home. Son, what do you want to eat tonight? Mom will make it for you. Braised mandarin fish. Okay, Mom will go buy a fresh one right away, he wanly said as she went out to buy groceries. Zhao Zheng looked at his son and asked, I saw news about you and Song Haitang online yesterday. What was your score in the 10th level of the spirit realm? I got the same as Haitang, but I deliberately made sure her score was even higher so my name wouldn't appear in the official announcement. Hearing this, Zhao Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know much about the spirit realm, but as long as his son didn't suffer too much, he was fine. I heard that Song Haitang's strength test is almost at the 6th tier standard. Yes, Zhao Zheng nodded with a smile. He had reason to be happy, because Song Haitang was not only his chosen wife, but also a strong person he had personally trained. It was very fulfilling. As for Song Haitang's strength test results, they had gone viral yesterday afternoon, causing a huge sensation online, and even being reported by many news outlets. To be close to the 6th tier by the end of her rebirth period was absolutely unprecedented. This was another new record. What about your strength now? Zhao Zheng asked with concern. Zhao Zheng immediately smiled and said, it's definitely better than Haitang. Hearing this, Zhao Zheng finally smiled with satisfaction. After the father and son chatted for a while, Zhao Zheng returned to his room. His mother had been helping to clean his room, so it was very clean. 2 days later, in the afternoon, a large number of reporters gathered outside a company in Huzhou. Then, a long van with out-of-town license plates drove up to the company's main gate. A middle-aged man wearing a long gown and with a braid got out of the car, attracting a lot of attention. Seeing the man appear, the reporters swarmed around him. A barrage of cameras and microphones was shoved in front of the man. Mr. Liu, did you suddenly appear here to sign an acquisition contract? Mr. Liu, could you please disclose the amount of money you are using to acquire Zhihang Company? Mr. Liu, there are rumors that you took advantage of someone's vulnerability and illegally coerced the founder of Zhihang Company. Is this true? Mr. Liu, please say a few words. Faced with the reporters surrounding an obstruction, especially their questions, Liu Qing's expression turned cold. Get out of my way, he hissed, ignoring the cameras filming nearby, releasing a torrent of icy energy. Instantly, a chill swept through, startling the reporters who scattered. Liu Qing sneered, preparing to leave. Suddenly, whoosh, a sound of air being cut rang out. A figure descended from the sky, landing directly in front of Liu Qing. Liu Qing's expression changed slightly. He looked at the newcomer and, seeing it was just a young man wearing glasses, relaxed. Among the younger generation in the country, few were more capable than him, and he knew them all. This bespectacled young man was definitely not among them. Quick, quick, big news. Take pictures, a reporter shouted excitedly. Anyone with half a brain could see that the bespectacled young man had descended from the sky, blocking Liu Qing's path, clearly there to cause trouble. Instantly, the surrounding reporters, like sharks smelling fish, became excited, simultaneously instructing their camera assistants to quickly take pictures. Are you Liu Qing? Yes, and who are you? Liu Qing asked. Zhao Zheng said, I am Chen Yi, a representative sent by the Zhao family. Given that your foolish sister, Liu Ruyan, is ignorant, has offended the Zhao family, and has used despicable and illegal means to seize the Zhao family's assets, I, on behalf of the Zhao family, issue you this challenge. 3 days later, we will settle this at the Great Wilderness Ridge. With that, Zhao Zheng threw the challenge at Liu Qing. The challenge contained a coin, and with Zhao Zheng's strength, it was quite powerful. If Liu Qing didn't catch it, he would definitely suffer. This guy seemed to have figured it out and immediately caught the challenge. Liu Qing hadn't even read the contents of the challenge, but his face was already filled with anger. Zhao Zheng's words were simply too offensive. What did he mean by calling her his foolish sister? Since the Liu family's rise to power, no one had ever dared to say such a thing to Liu Qing. You're courting death, Liu Qing said coldly. He was too lazy to care about the Zhao family's background now. He just wanted to kill this kid in front of him to vent his anger. What? You want to fight here? Zhao Zheng smiled faintly. Go ahead and try. Upon hearing this, Liu Qing gritted his teeth in anger, almost crushing the challenge letter in his hand. But he still held back. Because national laws clearly stipulate that superhumans are prohibited from fighting in downtown areas. Once a superhuman ignores this prohibition, it will inevitably cause trouble, and the experts from the Zodiac Bureau will come to deal with you personally. Although Liu Qing is arrogant, He is not arrogant enough to ignore the Zodiac Bureau. Moreover, there are so many reporters around, filming or even broadcasting live. How could he dare to make a move? Chen Yi, right? Fine, I accept the challenge, Liu Qing said coldly. 3 days later, you will die a terrible death. Hearing such impotent rage, Zhao Zheng just smiled faintly, took off and left, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. He did not use supersonic flight, afraid of scaring Liu Qing, who would then be unwilling to come for the duel. Even so, watching Zhao Zheng's disappearing figure, Liu Qing's face was still solemn. Flying. It's an extremely rare ability. Liu Qing knew that to possess the ability to fly, either Chen Yu was lucky, or the other party was no ordinary person. Moreover, he wasn't some nobody. Since the other party dared to issue a challenge, they must have some confidence. Thinking of this, Liu Qing's face darkened. If that's the case, why did he accept the challenge in the first place? Because Liu Qing was a celebrity. Burdened by his reputation, whether good or bad, at his current level, some things were beyond his control. He was an important figure in the Liu family. If he backed down, the impact on the Liu family would be too great. Mr. Liu, did someone just issue you a challenge? The other party accuses your sister, Liu Ruyan, of illegally seizing other people's property. Are you aware of this, Mr. Liu? I just heard that you have accepted the challenge. Are you confident about the duel in 3 days? Those fearless reporters surrounded him again. Annoyed by the constant questioning, Liu Qing simply didn't go to the company. Instead, he turned around and returned to his car. Drive, he instructed the driver. After the car started moving, Liu Qing thought for a moment, took out his phone, and dialed his sister's number. P.S. Emperor Ruyan is a mem from Daoyan. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.